5.5 billion in 2026. Mr. Speaker, although this massive increase is not achievable, it is clear that they intend to raid and squander the hard-earned cash balances at NGC, Heritage Petroleum, and other state enterprises once again. Mr. Speaker, one thing is clear. When it comes to the estimates of revenue for 2026, and that is that the government will not meet its grossly overestimated revenue projections, and at the same time, it intends to tax, fine, squeeze, and raid its way to make the population pay through its nose. The small man, Mr. Speaker, will feel the pinch. He will not win, he will lose. Mr. Speaker, I want to point another deception of this fraudulent and fake budget. The Minister of Finance projected a deficit of 3.865 billion and patted himself on the back. However, something does not add up. Mr. Speaker, when I look at page 67 of the draft estimates of revenue 2026 produced by the Minister under head 10 borrowing, this government intends to borrow $18.9 million. $18.9 billion. $18.9 billion in fiscal 2026. This is $8 billion more in borrowing than in 2025. More shocking is that $10.8 billion out of this is foreign borrowing, to be paid back with our precious foreign exchange. Mr. Speaker, the government must explain to this country why the estimated budget deficit is only $3.8 billion when the Minister of Finance is planning to borrow almost $19 billion in 2026. And to withdraw even more from the HSF. Mr. Speaker, another serious anomaly is seen in the draft estimates of expenditure for 2026. If the Minister is planning to borrow almost a whopping $19 billion in 2026, then how it is that our debt servicing is projected to decline from $12.8 billion in 2025 to $7.6 billion in 2026, a $5 billion fraud. Mr. Speaker, with the wave of a magic wand, $5 billion in mandatory expenditure, debt service payments that must be made in 2026 have miraculously disappeared. Wow. No wonder the minister could project such a small deficit. Indeed, when you put back in the $5 billion in debt service payments that have been deceitfully removed from the estimates of expenditure and cater for the $1 billion overestimate of revenues from petroleum because of the inflated oil and gas prices, the true deficit in 2026 is likely to be closer to $10 billion. And this does not include the money of the 10% increase in salary for public servants, which if paid will push the 2026 deficit to over $11 billion, with another $5 billion looming in unpaid back pay. Mr. Speaker, the budget numbers simply do not add up. That is why we say this budget is fake and fraudulent. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, under the UNC, the Public Sector Investment Program, which is supposed to be the government's flagship mechanism for driving national development, has become a shell of its intended purpose, underfunded, visionless, and lacking in innovation. The PSIP 2026, presented with much fanfare by the Honourable Minister of Finance, is nothing more than a continuation of fiscal contraction masquerading as development planning. Mr. Speaker, the numbers tell a grim story. The PSIP allocation for fiscal 2026 stands at $4.1 billion, a drastic reduction of $1.57 billion from the $5.6 billion approved in 2025. That is 27% cut to the nation's development budget, the very budget that determines how many roads are paved, how many schools are repaired, how many communities receive water, and how many lives are touched. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt in the midterm this government will be back in this Honourable House seeking to restore the said 1.5 billion they recklessly stripped from the public sector investment programme. This deliberate reduction was not an act of prudence, but one of deception designed to solely preserve the illusion of a $3 billion deficit. In truth, Mr. Speaker, what they have done is to sacrifice national development for political optics. The result is a country now forced to project less progress, less growth, and less opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this is not responsible budgeting. This is a false and misleading budget. It is based on false assumptions, untruths, imaginary scenarios, and unachievable objectives. It is simply not based on reality. When closely examined, 1/3 of the 2026 budget statement is made up of blaming the PNM for the UNC's incompetence. 1/3 praises the Prime Minister while shamelessly shouting about wins that are really losses. And the final third is made up of fantasy and blatant falsehoods. However, Mr. Speaker, this budget will create the conditions of total economic and financial disaster in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, today I intend to do three things. Number one, to state the facts of the plight of the thousands of Trinidad and Tobago citizens who are suffering under the incompetent and dishonest rule of an insincere regime that never had and never will have the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago at heart. Two, to expose the fiction, the hollow promises, the unrealistic estimates, the deception, the fluff and policy blunders that make up this budget. And three, to remind our people and this government what responsible leadership looks like, what sober management means, and why the people of Trinidad and Tobago can and must demand better. Mr. Speaker, this budget gave an opportunity for the country to gain insight into the plans and policies of the UNC government and their strategies for charting a way forward in human and economic development. After listening to the Honourable Minister of Finance presentation of this budget, it is clear that this government has absolutely no plan. And is simply making it up as they go along and making it up on the fly. Mr. Speaker, they had 10 years to prepare for office while in opposition, but this UNC can only offer vindictiveness, oppression, and mismanagement to the country. They came into office with a set of populist measures, sound bites, and promises which their advisors told them would resonate with the population. Once it sounded good, they felt the population would support it. They deceived the electorate into believing that the PNM government was deliberately punishing the population. However, as all of us know, this country just went through a very difficult decade because of external financial and economic shocks and a global pandemic, as well as domestic structural changes in our energy sector. Difficult decisions had to be made after the wild and reckless spending of the UNC during the period 2010 to 2015. That's right. The economy had to be stabilized and put on growth path. The disastrous effects of COVID-19 pandemic had to be contained and controlled to save lives and livelihoods. And the country's finances had to be prudently and properly managed. Mr. Speaker, this government would have you believe that all our economic problems and challenges disappeared on April 20th, and now salt, mobile, milk, and honey can flow. However, Mr. Speaker, it soon became clear to them that after April 28th, that their hollow campaign rhetoric would not work. Now that they were in government, and this country and economy is very difficult to manage. This is a very complex economy, not designed to be managed by inexperienced misfits, but those who wish to use nuclear weapons against our closest neighbor. Not understanding that if that actually occurs, we would all die from nuclear fallout. For years, we told the country and the UNC that our financial position was delicate and very susceptible to changes in the global economy. Global trade restraints, commodity price shocks, and external factors. They, of course, did not listen. And now the panic has set in because they have realized that they made to the people of Trinidad and Tobago unrealistic promises to the citizens of this country just to win an election. They have now faced with two options. Option one, they do the responsible thing and engage in conservative fiscal management, which minimizes the deficit, does not inflate the debt excessively, and mitigates the economic risks. However, they are incapable of this, Mr. Speaker, and they are too busy being populist in their response. Option two, which they have embarked upon, provides very short-term satisfaction, but would lead to severe pain for the people of this country going forward. This government has taken the irresponsible route, Mr. Speaker, which is to go against every sensible economic advice available to them. They have put in place measures which would severely inhibit and decrease revenue while planning to spend record amounts which the country simply cannot afford. As Dr. Eric Williams once said, the alternative to the PNM is chaos and confusion. Absolutely prophetic, Mr. Speaker. Under the UNC, 50,000 workers, primarily at the lower income levels. The people who live from paycheck to paycheck have cruelly and unfairly lost their jobs in the space of just 5 months. Under the UNC, since April 20th, salary payments are routinely late and sometimes not paid at all. Contrast this to the very difficult COVID-19 period, when government revenue dropped, Mr. Speaker, by some 15 billion in 1 year, yet the PNM ensured that everyone, including all daily paid and monthly paid workers and recipients of social grants and many others, were paid on time. And we did for the entire 9.5 years we were in office. Not, Mr. Speaker, as we are finding pensioners going to the bank with a government check and the bank saying we have no money. Under the PNM, the people who needed the most help could feel comfortable and be assured that their social grants, such as public assistance and disability assistance, would reach them on time, not late by days or weeks into a new month, as is happening now. Under the PNM, our pensioners got their pensions on time, like clockwork, so they can buy their groceries, go to the market, pay their rent, buy their medication. Under the PNM, Tobago wasn't suffering for a water crisis. Under the PNM, loose cannon ministers weren't causing geopolitical international crises with our neighbors. On their latest live rants, under the PNM, roadsides and recreation grounds were maintained, and single mothers and breadwinners in families could have fed their children, bought books for school, and not have to line up at social services. Now, pothole and landslides abound on every road, whether main roads or secondary roads. Under the PNM, sporting, cultural, you all wake up, and community originators were getting money to carry out vital community work. Under the PNM, our youths had hope with over 50 programs. training them in essential skills, agriculture, technical, vocational, auto repair, sound engineering, heavy machine and equipment operations, healthcare, and many others now shut off by this government. I expect that our young people who are now at a great disadvantage with the termination of all the youth initiatives are taking notice. Mr. Speaker, as the people on the ground, in the streets, on the markets, in their homes and churches, temples and mosques, from Arima to Erin, from Cedrus to Charlottesville, from Carnage to Carpichaima, and all areas in between are saying, we give them the country to run and we just cannot run it. Mr. Speaker, this government has irresponsibly increased the budget deficit for 2025 from 5 billion to 9 billion, is increasing the public debt to unsustainable levels, draining our foreign reserves at an exponential rate, attacking the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, even though there has been no natural disaster or global pandemic over the last 5 months, and has placed our currency under tremendous strain. Mr. Speaker, while publicly and dishonestly speaking about alleged PNM financial management, the UNC has drastically and deceitfully, behind closed doors, grossly overestimated revenue for 2026 and has based the budget on a highly unrealistic and false assumption. Mr. Speaker, since they were elected, they have not left the political platform and have been campaigning ever since. They still behave as if they are in opposition and have not yet settled to govern. These are serious things that they are playing with, and a dangerous mix of incompetence and political agendas, which will lead this country down a road which will inevitably result in a debt trap. That is where this government is taking us, Mr. Speaker. Over the economic precipice, and the alarm bells are already being rung. One only has to look at the most recent Standard & Poor's credit rating report, which specifically highlighted the scrapping of the Trinidad and Tobago's Revenue Authority and property tax, and other revenue-generating measures, together with increased spending and increased borrowing as the main reasons for the downgrade in our credit rating outlook from stable to negative, and by extension our economy. Mr. Speaker, independent agencies are already losing confidence in this government in a mere 5 months in office and raising concerns about where their disastrous economic policies will take us. Mr. Speaker, they will take us to decades back to their origin, to the infamous NAR government, which caused so much pain that they were reduced from 33 seats to 2 in a merely 5 years. Ask any qualified independent economist, what is the true state of our economy and where these policies, if sustained for a few years, will lead us, and they will tell you unequivocally to the International Monetary Fund. Mr. Speaker, I use this budget response to issue a stark warning to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. These policies of the UNC government are an economic crisis in the making, the likes of which we have not seen in the last 40 years. The collection of promises made by this government is the single greatest conjured perpetrated upon the people of Trinidad and Tobago in history. Mr. Speaker, before I get into the substantive portion of discussion on the budget and highlighting the major areas, I want to address a common theme which the Minister of Finance tries to weave into all his presentations in this Parliament. He continues, Mr. Speaker, to claim that the PNM crashed the economy, when he knows that this is simply untrue and that all international agencies have a completely different view. Mr. Speaker, in my presentation on the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2025, I was at length to quote the Central Bank, which published growth data for Trinidad and Tobago for the years 2022 to 2024 and into 2025. I quoted independent international agencies such as the IMF, which also confirmed 3 years of consecutive economic growth from 2022 to 2024. And prior to the arrival of this disastrous government, had projected growth of 2.3% for Trinidad and Tobago in its World Economic Outlook for 2025. Mr. Speaker, the most recent Standard & Poor's report also confirms growth in our economy under the PNM for 3 consecutive years. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, if you examine the economic data presented in the UNC's own review of the economy for 2025, you will see the minister's own documents points to economic growth under the PNM for years 2020 to 2024. So where is this alleged economic crash under the PNM? Mr. Speaker, the records prove that the claim of economic mismanagement by the PNM is absolutely not true, which is why the minister's 2026 budget statement is fake and fraudulent. As a matter of fact, the review of the economy 2025 laid in the Parliament by the Minister of Finance clearly illustrates that this UNC government has reversed the economic recovery this country enjoyed and maintained up to 2024, which would have continued in 2025 if the PNM was still in government. The UNC has caused an almost irreversible shock to this economy, sent the country into a recession, created an economic downturn, and reversed years of painstaking work done by the PNM in rebuilding the economy after the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, at a time when energy prices are declining and projected to fall further and production is falling, this government saw it fit to damage our revenue base. They repealed the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act for political reasons, even though all they said in their 2025 manifesto about the TTRA is that they would amend the act to make the PSA the bargaining agent for the employees in the TTRA, which was not something the PNM would have objected to. As we pointed out during the debate in the TTRA bill, the Revenue Authority would not only enhance revenue and make tax collection more efficient by capturing within the tax net, but it would also have dealt with many businesses and high-wealth individuals who have been avoiding and evading tax for many years. Mr. Speaker, did the government repeal the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act to protect their tax-evading financiers?
Mr. Speaker, I know the Leader of the Opposition is reading a prepared text by our handlers, but I raise a standing order 48-6.
Leader of the Opposition, it plainly...
I didn't hear the standing order.
Mr. Speaker, standing order 48-6.
Yes, I was just about to point it out. That plainly offends 48.6. So you could rephrase it somewhat. That intention of passing the Revenue Authority bill to protect the tax evaders, it plainly... Do I need... All right, I don't need any help with that. I don't think I need to remind you of the contents of that standing order, do I? So just rephrase it somewhat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Did the government repeal the Tax and Revenue Authority to protect those who have been evading taxes? But I didn't even mention a name who are evading taxes.
Use somewhat more anodyne language.
Mr. Speaker, I will just simply not go down, continue in that way. Mr. Speaker, if I can indicate that the TTRA stood to collect some 5 billion annually in additional revenues. However, in one ill-advised fell swoop, the government scrapped this critical revenue-generating tool along with others. What will happen, Mr. Speaker, when these unrealistic revenue estimates are not met? Either significant borrowing will have to be undertaken or they will have to cut expenditure. If the entire premise of this budget, which is a revenue estimate, is unrealistic, then the entire budget presented here is a fairy tale and a figment of their imagination. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this budget is fake and fraudulent. Mr. Speaker, the fact remains that this government is triggering a fiscal crisis in this country, stemming from a lack of revenue and common sense. On the campaign trail, we warned the country, and especially the UNC, that the financiers or the finances of this country cannot sustain the fairy tale plans, programs, and policies which they want to put in place. Mr. Speaker, we warned about the dangers of cutting revenue sources. We warned about the dangers of increasing expenditure, and we warned about a potential devaluation as their only option. We red flagged that state enterprises and some of the jewels of the crown of the state would be at risk of being privatized just to keep the government afloat. We cautioned that this government policies will throw us into a cash flow and fiscal crisis and force them to search for cash balances wherever they can. Now, we are in a mad search to raid state enterprises such as NGC, UTC, NIB, First Citizens Republic Bank, and other entities where the state has an interest just to pay wages and salaries. Mr. Speaker, I'm sounding a warning again and telling the government, leave cash balances at Unit Trust Corporation and NIB alone. They do not belong to you. Mr. Speaker, after repealing the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act, which would have brought large, medium, and small businesses into a reasonable tax net, the opposition is getting regular reports of BIR showing up at a small business asking for VAT registration and if they have made their payments. Because of the government's incompetence and total botched fiscal management, the small man has to pay, while others laugh all their way to the bank. Mr. Speaker, apart from the fiscal crisis we have found ourselves in, this government has also thrust us into a liquidity crisis. This is a very concerning development for every citizen because not only does it affect and impact day-to-day lives of the people of this country, it also explains for late payments of salaries, the late check for social services and pensioners, and the spending freezes in the public sector. Without saying it publicly, Mr. Speaker, this government has imposed spending freezes on most areas of the public expenditure, especially goods and services, which also compromise contract employment. Mr. Speaker, apart from the revenue element of the delicate Financial Balancing Act, government has to be concerned with liquidity and cash flow, and while both are related, they are not the same. Mr. Speaker, when the UNC took office, they admitted that the overdraft at the central bank had funds which could be utilized. The overdraft stood at 70% when they assumed office, versus the almost 100% overdraft level that we discovered when the PNM took office in 2015. They were also able to utilize unused balances withdrawn from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, as well as loans that were left in escrow for capital expenditure purposes, all sources of liquidity left by the PNM government. Mr. Speaker, the same loans they criticize the PNM for taking, they repurpose them to use for recurrent expenditure, thus stalling economic activity. Mr. Speaker, loans meant for road upgrade projects, HEC, HVIP housing, land development, for the Petrotrin workers, school construction, water supply, and many other development works were used to pay salaries. That is the state of desperation they descended into. Mr. Speaker, how did this government find themselves in this position in only 5 months? They spent the first 3 months attacking big businesses, banks, and other financial institutions. They labeled them as cartels and eroded confidence in the financial system. Mr. Speaker, excess liquidity has declined sharply from 7.3 billion in March 2025 to 3.8 billion in August of 2025, and who knows where it will go. They have drained the liquidity in the system, and there simply isn't any more for the banks to lend. Repurposing the 1.3 billion in loans for the productive sector has further drained liquidity, taking its level not seen in over a decade. Mr. Speaker, if liquidity dries up, payment of salaries is the least of our worries. We have debt service payments to make, which are critical and timed across the year. Missing one payment can lead to default, which can see the government impose even more severe austerity measures on the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, even in the forex markets, the increased rates for accessing forex through credit card purchases can translate to increased prices for consumers. Mr. Speaker, the investment grade rating BBB by Standard & Poor's is all due to the good work of the People's National Movement. Mr. Speaker, I want the country to note that the negative outlook for our economy issued by Standard & Poor's is a forward-looking factor which is based on the future policies and plans of the UNC and whatever the Minister of Finance told Standard & Poor's. Let me repeat, the retention of our investment-grade credit rating is all due to the PNM, and the downgrade to a negative outlook is all due to the UNC. Mr. Speaker, I say this without fear of contradiction, that this government has declared war on the lower-income workers of this country. Out of vindictiveness, this government began putting workers on the breadline. It started with a trickle at first, but now, Mr. Speaker, some 50,000 workers have either been terminated or lost their job as a direct result of the hand of this government. The UNC firing squad celebrates and gets sinister pleasure in firing people who they perceive as PNM and therefore undeserving of a livelihood in this country. They are not concerned that they are affecting families, breadwinners, children, and impacting real people and the lives of this country. Mr. Speaker, there is currently a humanitarian crisis in this country caused by the termination of thousands of workers by this uncaring government. Not surprisingly, not a single word was mentioned of this crisis at the UN General Assembly. They say they love you, yet they pound you down with a hammer of vengeance. And it is clear that the UNC does not care about the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, over 10,000 CPEC workers, 4,000 forestry workers, 400 workers in WASA from CEOs to janitors, and thousands more have suffered under the hands of this callous government. Mr. Speaker, not even the state enterprises and ministries escaped their firing squad. People have been dismissed from CAL, RDC, TNTech, NIDCO, FCB, WASA, NEDCO, Heritage, HDC, TSTT, PARIA, various ministries and other constituency offices at Kamuto, Manzanilla. UNC firing squad is in full effect. Citizens have been made to suffer and beg for a small change for groceries and line up for social services which this government cannot even pay on time. Imagine this, Mr. Speaker, having been fired from your job and then having to suffer the indignity of being told by a government minister to apply for social services and your public assistance checks cannot even arrive on time. Meanwhile, a senior minister tells the people, stay home and cook. Cook with what? Mr. Speaker, threats by this government have left thousands of workers in this country fearful of victimization and fearful of their future. Mr. Speaker, incomes are lost, spending in the economy will decline, families will be affected. This will have a negative economic impact, but more so create a human and social crisis. Mr. Speaker, this conservative estimates from our analysis show that the cumulative impact of these mass terminations can result in as much as a 1.5 to 2 billion decline in GDP over the next year. But this is not just the leader of the opposition or the PNM saying this. Trinidad Guardian, Mr. Speaker, September the 14th, 2025, URP CPEP job cuts may harm economy, communities, and economists. Economist Professor Carl Theodore was blunt. Whenever you interfere with the incomes of low-income people, you are interfering with the very life of the economy. Theodore pointed out to the well-worn but seldom measured principle of marginal propensity to consume, the idea that those who earn the least spend the most proportionally on local goods and services. Poor people don't sit on money, they spend it on food, transport, small shops and books for their children. That keeps the economy ticking, he said. Mr. Speaker, you cannot shock an economy with termination of 50,000 workers and not have a drastic economic impact. But this is much more than an economic shock. This is a people issue. This is a humanitarian crisis. These people will not flock to our social services to seek reprieve. These people will now flock to our social services to seek reprieve. Mr. Speaker, in true UNC firing squad style, this government, upon assuming office, proceeded to fire state board members, senior management, persons who were serving, who had given off their time and effort as professionals. The Prime Minister herself attacked them in a most vicious manner, calling them shameless for not resigning. Mr. Speaker, the state enterprises sector plays a vital role in this economy, providing vital services, acting as implementing agencies and acting as pillars in critical sectors. They also facilitate investment in our economy through the relevant investment programs. Mr. Speaker, there are 141 state entities and boards impacting every sector in our economy, which plays differing roles, some critically pivotal and some less so, but this sector also contributes significantly to economic growth. Dismantling boards, some of which belong to publicly traded companies, disrupt the governance of these entities, their strategic direction and management in most cases, its operations as well, because they cannot enter into contracts, gain higher level of approvals for operational activities, and in some cases, even conduct financial transactions. Mr. Speaker, this government has removed boards of the state enterprises sector and has ground this vital part of our economy to a practical halt, or at least stymied their operations. How many of these boards have been reappointed in the last 5 months? What this government has done is slow down economic growth and impact this sector. Mr. Speaker, only one has to look at the disruption of the operations of the Exim Bank, essential forex window, as a result of government incompetence in its transaction. The window provides a facility for the importation of essential goods like food and pharmaceuticals. This window was created by the PNM administration during the height of COVID pandemic to allow this country to have access to these essential items. Mr. Speaker, the government has created major problems by the mishandling of their transition, and I quote, Trinidad Express, July 16, 2025, Exim Bank Forex disruption hits SMEs. Small and medium-sized businesses in the country are facing growing strain amid a sudden halt in foreign exchange allocations from the state-owned Export-Import Bank, the Express confirmed. According to a source directly affected by the situation, the Exim Bank has not allocated US dollars to any of its clients in recent weeks, citing bureaucratic delays caused by a shift in ministerial oversight and the absence of a functioning board. It is irresponsible management of the economy on the part of this government, and this has potential to reverse the growth recovery trend I discussed earlier. Mr. Speaker, look at NGC. A chairman was appointed, and a month later his appointment was revoked. And an attorney who has questions to answer in the court was appointed.
Wow.
How could we be serious when we make decisions like these about an entity as critical as NGC, which is a linchpin in our energy industry? As it relates to FCB, Mr. Speaker, as if it wasn't enough, we have this government interfering in our delicate financial sector. First Citizens Bank was founded in Trinidad and Tobago in 1993 under a PNM government through the strategic merger of 3 existing financial institutions, NCB, Workers Bank, and the Trinidad and Tobago Cooperative Bank. This merger aimed to create a stronger and more competitive local financial institution. Mr. Speaker, FCB has become a highly successful financial institution in Trinidad and Tobago. It's a publicly traded company which allows citizens to own shares in the bank. It falls under the regulation of the central bank. An exchange commission, and among other things, is governed and regulated by the Companies Act. But despite all of this, there's a serious issue of the government's interference in FCB. I was urged to call upon the government to come clean on the matter of the CEO when we were receiving conflicting reports. Some were stating she resigned, some reports stated she was on vacation, and others suggested she was about to retire. Mr. Speaker, you cannot have this level of uncertainty regarding the head of one of our pillars of our financial sector, a publicly traded company. It shatters confidence. Why, therefore, are government ministers getting involved in the management of a publicly traded financial institution? Mr. Speaker, that is not good governance. This can be called a political hijack of a public bank. Mr. Speaker, what message does this send to the people of Trinidad and Tobago? What message does it send to investors, to the international community, to every citizen who entrusts their savings, their mortgages, and their future at FCB? I want to warn the nation to keep a close eye on the government's dealing with First Citizens Bank. Your savings could very well be at risk. Mr. Speaker, this government is making a habit of attacking big business in this country, including some of the largest non-energy contributors to the economy, employment, and government revenue. They have gone out of their way to collect and divulge private information from the central bank, something that is clearly illegal. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance have continued the false narrative of the existence of a forex cartel and threatened to expose the so-called cartel. But, Mr. Speaker, this turned out to be totally fabricated and another distraction of this government. Fortunately, the central bank governor, in a presentation to the media on September 5, 2025, stated clearly for the record that he had no evidence of any forex cartel. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to a serious injustice which has been inflicted on the people of this country. I speak of the heartless mass terminations of a non-renewal of contract of workers across the country by this UMC firing squad. Mr. Speaker, I was shocked to hear a minister a former trade unionists say that sending home workers is collateral damage. Mr. Speaker, our single mothers and school children being described as collateral damage, and this from a government who supposedly cares. Obviously, no Prime Minister, no government, if they honestly believe this, loves you. For almost 10 years, the PNM government kept the unemployment rate down. Even though the worst COVID-19 pandemic, we ensured that salaries, grants, and other facilities stayed in place so that affected people in this country, many of whom formed the most vulnerable, had the ability to feed themselves. Critically important, no public servants on the establishment were sent home. Mr. Speaker, as I said, after April 28th, 50,000 persons have been fired in a mere 5 months. Mr. Speaker, if we think about it, the scorched earth strategy, the UNC has impacted on almost 200,000 citizens. How can that be an economic policy to deliberately put such a large number of people on the breadline? Mr. Speaker, apart from the social impact, there's also the economic impact. The loss of 50,000 incomes will negatively affect this economy, both directly and indirectly. The shops, the groceries, the parlors will feel it. The markets and vendors are already feeling the pinch. The roadside food vendors are telling us that business is slow and people are buying less. Clear signs that a recession is at hand. This is a self-induced economic contraction. We see this reflected in the negative economic growth for 2025 in the review of the economy presented by this government. For the first time, our economy has shrunk in 4 years. Mr. Speaker, I heard the Honourable Prime Minister say that the government would provide income support grants for those who lost their jobs. So let us get this straight. We fire workers who are doing something productive and then promise them grants. Obviously, the Prime Minister doesn't think so because to her, as she mentioned, are lowly grass cutters. However, they were maintaining our environment and improving the health, safety, and security of our citizens. To add insult to injury, the government is consistently, as I said, late in their payments of their salaries and grants. That is what happens when you have no plan and only operate based on hate and vindictiveness. They have pushed this unemployment rate to the worst levels in decades and worse among regional counterparts. Mr. Speaker, youth employment has always been a high figure than the national average, but the PNM government had taken deliberate steps to empower young people and provide sustainable and viable alternative employment opportunities. Mr. Speaker, we created an entire Ministry of Youth Development and National Services and developed over 50 programs where young people were being trained in various fields, from agriculture to mechanics and air condition repair, to heavy equipment operators and technicians, and to take advantage of available opportunities and anchor their own lives and futures. Mr. Speaker, they were being trained to acquire highly skilled jobs in the energy sector, such as operators, riggers, and technicians. We are all familiar with the successes of these programs. In the middle of this training and transition for young people, these programs have been abruptly halted and dismantled. I repeat to our young people, please take notice. The UNC definitely is anti-youth. Mr. Speaker, I turn to the issue of monetary policy. I cannot discuss the issue of monetary policy without discussing the central bank, which is the institution responsible for executing such a policy. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that this government has absolutely derailed and shaken confidence in the central bank. They tried to intervene in the operations of the bank, forcing the then governor to do something which he knew was wrong and which they ought to have known was illegal. Mr. Speaker, in their misdiagnosis of the forex problem, they sought to sell the narrative that the reason for the forex shortage lay in the distribution of the foreign currency. In so doing, they launched a vicious attack on some of the largest businesses in this country that pay taxes, contribute to revenue, GDP growth, foreign exchange, earnings, and employment. What did they call them? A foreign cartel, a forex cartel. Demonizing the main users of forex in this country. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that we have large conglomerates in this country. We have businesses in the food distribution sector operating supermarket chains. Our food import bill is over US $1 billion. Of course, these will be some of the large users of foreign exchange, Mr. Speaker, but this reflects a deeper problem regarding the tastes and preferences of the population. A major part of the forex issue lies in a demand problem, and unless we can curb our appetite for imported goods, especially food, we will continue to face problems like this. Mr. Speaker, this government, in demonizing these businesses, does not only erode business confidence, but also places the central bank, and particularly their governor, in a very difficult position. Mr. Speaker, I quote from the Trinidad Guardian, June 6, 2025, entitled PM, Central Bank Refusing to Divulge Forex Information. Getting back to the topic of the forex cartel, Prime Minister Prasad Bisesa said, the blocker the government is getting from the central bank in its failure to provide information. She said the central bank is using certain provisions of the law, saying they don't have a duty and that they are not under any obligation to disclose information. Mr. Speaker, end of quote. The regulations are quite clear on this matter. Section 56 of the Central Bank Act states, and I quote, except insofar as may be necessary for the due performance of its objects, and subject to Section 8 of the Financial Institution Act, every director, officer, and employee of the bank shall preserve and aid in preserving secrecy with regard to all matters relating to the affairs of the bank and financial institutions or persons registered under the Insurance Act or any customers thereof that may come to the knowledge in the course of his duties, unquote. Mr. Speaker, this government was therefore asking the governor of the central bank to do something that was in breach of the law, to disclose the private banking information of top users of foreign exchange. Why did they need this? To demonize our business community? To go on a political platform, as they would say from time to time on Bossama? Mr. Speaker, this is the law we are speaking about. But more than that, this is a business confidence. This is business interests which was being attacked. As an admission to what the Honourable Prime Minister was asking the central bank governor to do was wrong. The Prime Minister announced that the government will bring legislation to allow for the disclosure of private banking information. Which country in the world does that? Expect confidence. Which country does that and expects confidence in the banking sector to be maintained? Mr. Speaker, the budget statement should have been an opportunity to stabilize the economy, to rebuild confidence, and set a credible plan to restore our foreign exchange position. Instead, what we have been given is an exercise in economic recklessness by a government that has neither the understanding nor competence to manage one of the most delicate systems of our economy. Our foreign exchange framework is like a delicately balanced house of cards. It is not perfect, but it definitely promotes stability. And yet, this government is prepared to collapse those cards without understanding the consequences, not because they have a sound plan, but because it seems their friends and family are whispering in their ears. If you pull the wrong card, Mr. Speaker, then the entire thing will collapse. When it collapses, it will not be the cabinet that suffers. It will be the shopkeeper all over Trinidad and Tobago who cannot pay their suppliers. It will be the manufacturer from Couva to Matlot who can't get materials. It will be families from Diego Martin to Mayaro who suddenly faces soaring prices for basic goods. And yes, there will be people on the streets angry and no doubt seeking answers and solutions. Mr. Speaker, I want the government to know that sound economic management is not public relations, marketing, or populism. It is rooted in facts, research, and a deep understanding of the economic realities which we face as a country. It is not about sound bites or politics. The government's central mistake is that they believe the foreign exchange problem is about allocation. They believe that if they tinkered with who gets forex and when, the problem would be solved. Mr. Speaker, they continue to attack the businesses which form fundamental pillars in our economy. Developing famous terms from time to time, like 1%, forex cartels, they would have you believe that forex allocation was the problem and that some were being favored over others. They misled the population into thinking that all they had to do was to change the way forex was reallocated and the problem will be solved. How quickly they went quiet, and they have since faced the reality. What became all of the talk about forex shortage and unfair allocations? Did the forex suddenly free up in the country? Mr. Speaker, is the problem solved? Of course not. In fact, in the few months of the government's tenure, it has worsened. The government needs to explain the rapid, precipitous decline in net international reserves over US $600 million in their first 5 months of office, and this is after withdrawing over US $200 million from HSF after April 28th. The UNC's mismanagement of our foreign reserves has led to our import cover shrinking to just 5 months by the end of August 2025, the lowest in several decades. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that during the debate in the mid-year review, the Minister of Finance expressed his feigned shock and dismay at discovering that the PNM government left the country with 7.5 months of import cover. I wonder how the Honourable Minister feels now in less than 6 months. He has caused our import cover to drop to a barely 5 months. Mr. Speaker, the system of allocation is not the disease, it is only a symptom. The disease is our inability to earn foreign exchange at the levels our economy requires, and that ability is tied fundamentally to our energy sector's performance and our capacity to export competitively. Simply, it is an issue of demand and supply. Mr. Speaker, not one single reference was made to the refinery. As a result, we will wait to see if the Prime Minister will make another 180 degrees turn as it relates to issues of the dragon gas. When the People's National Movement demitted office in April, we were at a point where we had a preferred bidder for the GORTT refinery. Mr. Speaker, on the campaign trail, the government promised the people of Trinidad and Tobago that the UNC would reopen the GORTT refinery, yet this Minister of Finance was conspicuously silent last Monday on that issue. They painted the false and fake picture of jobs restored, foreign exchange earned, and prosperity revived. 5 months later, that promise remains only a platform stage. Promise made, promise broken. PNM government didn't just make promises, they acted. The process to restart the refinery was advanced through a competitive evaluation exercise. After extensive technical and financial assessment, Wando PLC of Nigeria was selected as the preferred bidder to lease and operate the refinery. That represented real progress. A private sector operator was identified. Taxpayers would not bear any cost of restarting the loss-making facility. A framework existed for moving from mothballing to operation in a structured way. The public could see a path forward. What has this government done since coming to office? They scrapped that process, as is their right. Instead of building on the groundwork laid, they appointed a 12-member refinery restart committee in July 2025, and that committee was given 4 months. We are told that the committee will report soon, but Mr. Speaker, the fact is no concrete plan has been presented to the population. We wait to see what the strategy that this committee was given that time to prepare. We wait to see exactly what is that strategy. In fact, even the committee itself admitted to little progress on a restart plan, citing the enormous capital costs of refurbishing the refinery and uncertainty about financial partners. In fact, what we have is a video of the minister in the Ministry of Energy shaking like a leaf as he said, he has the report and refinery is ready to go, except for the financial. Mr. Speaker, let me warn this government and point out to the people of this country that given the Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act, the government cannot simply hand over the refinery to any entity without following a proper procurement process. It would be a breach of the provisions of the Procurement Act. We will be monitoring the evolution of this situation closely. I want to remind the people involved that the Procurement Act involves hefty fines and jail terms. So, Mr. Speaker, therefore, the idea of reverting the Exim Bank to simply providing loans and insurance guarantees will be detrimental to our exporters since the facilities to provide them with forex will no longer exist. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to tariffs, the current global environment has made it even more difficult to implement these strategies. Mr. Speaker, whilst this government was firing workers and attacking financial institutions and businesses and undermining independent institutions, they were not doing their jobs. At this time, the US, our largest trading partner, had imposed a 10% reciprocal tariff on exports coming out of this country. This government did nothing to have this tariff removed or negotiated. Or it may be possible that the Honourable Prime Minister in her contribution may indicate to us whether that was a discussion that was held during her visit to the United States. Having done nothing while the rest of the world was feverishly trying to negotiate away these tariffs, the US imposed another round of tariffs and this time went up to 15%. Mr. Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago has been and will be impacted by this new tariff, which will also impact on foreign exchange earnings. Now that the government is scrambling with economic realities, all we hear is political rhetoric, but no solid economic plans and actions. The Minister of Finance is totally out of his depth and will surely lead the country in economic disaster. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister of Finance, in his contribution, indicated that he does not understand that if we run out of foreign exchange, we cannot import, pay our foreign debt, and make simple foreign exchange transfers. Then it would be our job to make him understand where he is taking us. Mr. Speaker, this role will inevitably lead us to harsh realities of potentially defaulting on our foreign debt which will cause us to default on most of our debt obligations, which will become immediately due for payment as well. Another significant consequence, because we operate a managed floating exchange rate regime, is our reserves are still required to defend the exchange rate of our TT dollar. If we run dangerously low on reserves, we will be unable to maintain our 6.79 rate against the US dollar. You know what would happen, Mr. Speaker. Guess, I suggest. We all know. The Minister of Finance, of course, is smiling because he knows the dreaded D word. Mr. Speaker, we warned the country that given their promises, the UNC threatened to crash the economy and trigger a possible devaluation. It was the only way they could pay for all these promises. How can they manage all that they promised while operating on such diminished revenues? Mr. Speaker, debt and devaluation will be the order of the day, and more this government seems likely to, in the near future, come to this country looking, of course, as usual, to blame the PNM again for forcing their hand to devalue the dollar. But we shall take absolutely no responsibility for this fraudulent and fake budget of this incompetent government. We have nothing to do with this nonsense. We warn, Mr. Speaker, about the irresponsibility of their promises and the expectations they were creating. We specifically warn the country that the only way they can do this would be if they devalue the dollar, almost 10 to 1. Mr. Speaker, watch them carefully because this is where they are taking us. And remember, we warned you, and we are warning you again. If they continue down this road, we will face a full-blown foreign exchange crisis. It will not be academic. It will not be abstract. It will mean empty shelves, shut businesses, job losses, and a cost of living explosion. When that happens, it will be because this government misdiagnosed the problem, ignored the warnings, and played politics with economic lifeblood of this nation. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to the energy sector, which contributes 40 to 45% to our GDP and has traditionally been the largest earner of foreign exchange for Trinidad and Tobago, it is also responsible for approximately 80% of our country's export revenue. It is widely accepted that our country's energy sector is the foundation of our economy, and it has traditionally provided governments with the ability to fund its initiatives. Accordingly, I, like many citizens, was looking to the Minister of Finance budget speech to see what this government's plans and initiatives are for the energy sector. Unfortunately, like many, I'm disappointed but not surprised, as the budget speech said very little about the energy sector, and then, out of the little that was said, there was not a single new initiative. Not one, Mr. Speaker. Nothing. Mr. Speaker, it has become clear and patently obvious to everyone that the government is lost when it comes to the energy sector, but the whole population can see it. The stakeholders must be salivating when preparing to negotiate against this government, as it is obvious that they are unsophisticated out of their depth, and I fear that Trinidad and Tobago will be taken advantage of. Under the heading of what was delivered in the first 150 days in office, the new Minister of Finance stated with much aplomb that we secured landmark energy deals. He then goes on, and quite ashamedly, to claim for the government that they signed the historic agreement with ExxonMobil. Mr. Speaker, it was the former PNM government under the distinguished Minister of Energy at the time, the Honorable Stuart Young, and the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, then Prime Minister, that secured the interests of the ExxonMobil for our ultra-deep water block. It was the former PNM government that took a cabinet decision in 2024 to negotiate with ExxonMobil for the ultra-deep water blocks. It was the former PNM government that oversaw the negotiations of the production sharing contract with Exxon. This was all the work of the People's National Movement. It was the first time in Trinidad and Tobago history that the government secured interest in our ultra-deep water acreage. This government turned that work into a signing ceremony and now wishes to claim it as an achievement. But I'm calling on the Honorable Prime Minister to tell this country what are the terms of the production sharing contract. Did you secure a signing bonus? If so, how much was it? If there was none, then why was there none? What are the terms that you claim that you agreed to with Exxon? Is it true that you gave these blocks away? What are the shares of profit for the people of Trinidad and Tobago? The Honourable Minister of Energy and the Honourable Prime Minister must tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago what is the cost recovery. What concessions did the government make? The next landmark energy deal that the new Minister of Finance claimed is that on October 8, 2025, they obtained the Office of Foreign Assets Control, OFAC license, from the United States Treasury Department to pursue development of gas and Dragon field. The hollow boast reeks of hypocrisy. The UNC government is absolutely shameless. Mr. Speaker, is this not the same Dragon gas field that the UNC opposition spent 9 years attacking the PNM government about? The government needs to be honest. The work that was done to secure the Dragon gas deal was done by the People's National Movement. It was the PNM in December 2023 that secured and delivered a 30-year exploration and production license from the government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela to develop the Dragon field and to export gas to Trinidad and Tobago. It was the UNC opposition that did everything possible to try and scuttle that deal. It was the UNC, in an unpatriotic manner, called for the former Prime Minister, Dr. Rowley, and the Honourable Member of Parliament, Stuart Young, for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West to be sanctioned by the US state government. Mr. Speaker, hypocrites. The number of times that we sat in this parliament over the past 9 years and heard the UNC attack the Dragon and attack us for pursuing the gas from the Dragon. Well, I want to remind the population today that the gas belongs to Venezuela, and I want to ask the Honourable Prime Minister what does she recognize, or who does she recognize as the President of Venezuela? It was the PNM government that acknowledged the need to try and secure gas from an alternative source. It was the PNM that identified the Dragon gas field and negotiated with Shell, with the government of Venezuela and the government of the United States to secure and pursue this. And the UNC will not be allowed to pretend that they have the ability and foresight to secure Dragon. Mr. Speaker, let me make it abundantly clear. We on this side want Dragon gas for Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, it was the Honourable Prime Minister who, on her assumption of office, immediately said and boasted, the Dragon is dead. It was the Honourable Prime Minister who said that they will get gas from Grenada, Guyana, and Suriname. They then rushed off after being rejected by Guyana.
Chased away. They were chased away.
And that there are no proven gas reserves in Grenada. and been out of debt in Suriname and ended right back to Dragon. Today, the question Trinidad and Tobago has for the Prime Minister is, what do you promise in exchange for the 6-month provisional OFAC license?
Tell us.
Mr. Speaker, every single energy project that the Minister of Finance mentions in his budget speech that is holding our gas production steady at 2.7 BCF per day is the work of the former PNM administration. Mentos PNM, SIP PNM, Parenco taking over Woodside and DPTT shallow water assets PNM. The deep water bid round they want to claim is a success was started and opened and launched by the PNM. We wait to see if they manage to award any blocks, and if so, on what terms, as they are notorious for giving Trinidad and Tobago away cheaply at a loss. Even the restarting of the steel production, the Minister of Finance wants to try and claim was started, negotiated and done by the PNM. Shamelessly, the UNC is trying to claim progress in the solar energy sector. A 92.2 megawatt Brechin Castle solar project is again all the work of the PNM. It was the PNM that secured the deal, negotiated the deal, and began construction of the largest solar power plant in the Caribbean. The green hydrogen they want to claim is also work of the PNM. It was the PNM cabinet that took the decision and approved the building of a green hydrogen facility in Trinidad and Tobago, and all the wind-generated projects that they are claiming are the policy and decisions of the People's National Government. Mr. Speaker, there is not a single energy project that is commenced by this Minister of Energy, who unfortunately was not invited to attend with the Honourable Minister when discussions were held, historic discussions were held by the Honourable Prime Minister and the Secretary of State.
Uninvited guests.
But I took note of the fact that the Honourable Minister of Energy has indicated that he would be going to Venezuela to continue the
By a boat.
Mr. Speaker,
A fishing
the
boat.
National Gas Company, and of course, Mr.
Go by a
Speaker,
fishing boat.
we on this side wish the Honourable Minister well in those negotiations.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, the National Gas Company is critical to the energy economy of this country. It engages in midstream transmission of gas from upstream to downstream and is the centerpiece of all elements of our gas sector. But under the UNC, Mr. Speaker, the NGC has been highly politicized and utilized almost like a piggy bank to be smashed and raided and utilized for political purposes. You may recall, Mr. Speaker, in the period 2010 to 2015, this vital and highly profitable state enterprise held some 16 billion in cash balances. Over that period, every single cent was drained, extracted through special dividends and spent at that time by the UNC government. Mr. Speaker, this was equivalent to 10% of the GDP at the time, an amount larger than this year's already massive fiscal deficit emptied from the NGC. To be spent on what? The highly dubious and overpriced Betham wastewater treatment plant, costing over $1 billion, which was a total waste and squandering of taxpayers' funds. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the Honourable House, this was the fraudulent UNC government that used 700 million of taxpayers' money while the owner of SIS fled to Panama after the UNC lost the elections in 2015. Under the PNM, NGC fought SIS in an arbitration and won and the government and the chairman of NGC have refused to tell the population what the decision of the arbitration was. I call on the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Energy to tell us, did NGC win the Beetham wastewater arbitration, and does SIS have to pay NGC over $350 million, and what is the government and NGC doing to collect the said money? Mr. Speaker, I now wish to raise some matters as it relates to social development. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of People and Social Development is the conscience of the state. What is being presented to the country is an innovation, is in fact a systematic weakening of the institution that safeguard the poor, elderly, and vulnerable. It is important to remind the nation that the solid foundation of this ministry was laid by the People's National Movement. It was under the PNM that a comprehensive partnership was forged with the World Bank to assess and modernize the country's entire social protection system. That work produced a detailed framework for reform focused on accountability, data integrity, and efficiency. The system, policies, and digitization projects that the current administration boasts about were conceived and built and implemented by the PNM leadership. The present government has therefore inherited those efforts, rebranded them, and now parades them as their own. Adding to this function is the creation of the National Payment and Innovation Company of Trinidad and Tobago. It has been promoted as a new digital mechanism for government transactions, but in practice, it centralizes control of social grants payment under the Ministry of Finance. This move strips the Social Development Ministry of its operational independence and places the welfare of citizens under political management. It is a consideration of power disguised as modernization, one that risks turning social assistance into a political tool. This is the broader truth of the budget before us. It is not about empowering people. It is about controlling them. It is not about continuity. It is about dismantling what is. When the PNM was in office, the Ministry of Social Development operated with accountability, purpose, and humanity. In the budget, the UNC tried to take credit for the work already completed by the PNM, another example of a fake and fraudulent budget. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to housing, the government has signaled that its target is 20,000 houses in 2 years, using public-private partnerships and innovative mechanism. This objective is a carbon copy of the PNM's Vision 2030. The UNC is shameless and bereft of ideas, stealing without imagination. The objective in the way in which they have submitted is unachievable for the following reasons. Based on the Honourable Minister's statement during his budget contribution, there is a lack of availability of suitable lands, there is a reluctance by banks and contractors to engage in a genuine PPP, and there is a lack of suitable contractors for the skill and know-how to carry out such a program. The use of the PPP to achieve this target is flawed. Affordable housing does not provide large margins of profit and hence would not generate the rate of return to appeal to investors and financial institutions. To redress this is likely to be the state supplementing the shortfall. In addition, PPPs are notorious for the private partner defaulting and the government having to acquire the debt. The entire allocation for the Ministry of Housing is $668 million, with $200 million earmarked for the HDC. Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to turn to the sporting sector. The sporting sector has been left visionless, untouched, and directionless under this UNC government. Again, the Minister of Finance took credit for the work of the PNM. The government has no plan for sport and youth, no plan, no new programs, and no plan for the development of youth. Mr. Speaker, why do I say so? If it is that youth and sport was a priority for this government, then it would not have been a case where precious little would have been said about it in the budget. Mr. Speaker, PNM government would have expanded our partnership with the GC Foster College of Jamaica, enhanced the utilization of the Elite Athlete Program facilities, and expanded the July-August vacation program and the extension of the community cricket program. This, plus many other sporting programs, were all started under the People's National Anthem. Mr. Speaker, they are also telling us that notwithstanding the fact that the Honourable Minister of Sport has been in office for 5 months, that he has not been able to meet the stakeholders. We are waiting patiently for the Minister's contribution to get an indication as to what is this situation. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the major sporting bodies in the country, and the first fundamental duty of the Minister has not been completed. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to youth, this budget has tragically gutted the youth agenda in our development program. Under the PNM, we created the Ministry of Youth Development to specifically promote holistic youth development by producing over 50 youth-centered policies. And programs for the largest demographic in the country. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has said little or nothing on youth development simply because the budget is bereft of any real youth development initiative. Half a page with nothing of substance was dedicated to youth in their public sector investment program. Mr. Speaker, we allocated 50 million to the development for youth in the last fiscal year, while they have proposed a measly 10 million, and 8 million of which is to repair indoor arenas and the rest for IT services. In summary, Mr. Speaker, the youth of this nation have received $0 for their development. Mr. Speaker, when a new member of Lauketa won, the young people of Trinidad and Tobago lost everything. I implore the young people to take notice. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to turn to the allocation of local government. Local government is critical to the development and maintenance of our major cities, boroughs, towns, and villages. Local government accounts for more than 80% of our roadway, drainage, systems, and streets, and primarily acts as the first responder to disasters in our communities. Mr. Speaker, what we have seen by this government in relation to local government is political victimization coupled with regressive policies crowned with a lack of vision. Mr. Speaker, the PNM-led corporations, which account for more than 50% of the population, saw drastic reductions in their recurrent and development plans allocations. However, the UNC corporations received a greater share for themselves. This is very draconian, discriminative, and very vindictive. I, Mr. Speaker, will give a few examples. The 2026 Development Program allocation for the borough of Arima has been cut by 12.6 million when compared to 2025. The development program for the allocation of the borough of Diego Martin has been cut by 6.3 million. The development program of the Port of Spain City Corporation has been cut by 15.6 million, and so on. Every single PNM corporation has had its 2026 development program allocation drastically reduced. But when we look at the UNC corporations, Chaguanas, Princeton, Pinal Debe have seen huge increases in their 2026 allocations in excess of 20 million, making their development program allocations for 2026 more than 6 times as large as the PNM corporations. Imagine the development program allocation for Princeton Corporation is now twice as large as the allocation for the capital city and the second city, San Fernando. Mr. Speaker, to compound this inexplicable and cruel allocation, they have failed to release money for the PNM controlled corporations for the development program, which includes money for the repair and clearing of roads and drains. Mr. Speaker, it is utterly disappointing to see a minister who has once served at the helm of local government allow this administration to stymie the ability of some corporations to provide for the basic needs of their communities. The PNM must be credited as the only government that has been serious on the policy of local government reform, allowing for greater autonomy in law, executive management, and increased resources for our communities to advance real and progressive development. Mr. Speaker, the agriculture sector that this UNC government inherited in April 2025 was rebuilt, modernized, and strengthened through a decade of structured investment and innovation under the stewardship of the PNM and the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. When the PNM assumed office in 2015, agriculture was on the decline, plagued by poor infrastructure, lack of access roads, and weak institutional support. By 2025, through deliberate policy and partnership, the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries delivered tangible, measurable results across all public sectors. The 2026 budget conveniently rebrands these achievements by calling them, Mr. Speaker, new plans, while failing to acknowledge the existing framework that made them possible. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture spoke of a 3-year priority commodities program for 15 high-demand products with annual focus on 3 crops and 1 livestock category as if they were new areas of focus. I want to remind the Honourable Minister, the truth is that these initiatives were launched and implemented under the People's National Congress. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, on May 18, 2025, 3 weeks into this government tenure, they executed a PNM policy by distributing an additional 100 tons of high-quality rice seeds procured from Guyana under the same Memorandum of Agreement arrangements for the 2025 rice growing season. Not at least even willing to give the People's National Movement, not even 1% vote. The seeds are expected to support the commercial planting of approximately 2,000 acres of land across Trinidad and Tobago. This strategic intervention was part of the PNM government commitment to reducing the National Food Import Bill, improving local agricultural resilience, and increasing rice self-sufficiency. Again, Mr. Speaker, sound PNM policy. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget's promise new agricultural roads and irrigation project mirrors exactly what the PNM completed over the last decade. These works build the foundation for food security and rural economic growth. Yes, this administration now speaks of starting where the PNM already succeeded. The budget claims of regularizing farmers and granting leases again rest on groundwork completed under the PNM. In addition, while the 2026 budget highlights digital transformation, the records show that it was the PNM government that modernized the sector. Fully digitalization of the import permitting via TT-Biz links, Grow Trinbago platform, drone mapping, and LIDR surveys for land management, digitalization of all state land paper records, online farmer training via Moodle and youth-focused 4-H programs reaching over 33,000 participants in 10 years. Under the PNM, agro-processing was greatly expanded. In fact, under the PNM, the Moruga Agro-Processing and Light Industrial Park was opened in 2020. NAMDEFCO's e-market platform and farmers' market expansion strengthened farm-to-market linkages and increased monthly consumer reach to over 21,000 shoppers. Mr. Speaker, the Minister reported in agriculture, India donated agro-processing machinery valued at US $1 million to NAMDEFCO and extended technical support for natural farming systems. Mr. Speaker, what he didn't say is the India-Trinidad and Tobago collaboration for the provision of grant funding of $1 million US agro-processing equipment designated for NAMDEFCO was negotiated by the PNM administration. These negotiations began in June 2023. These are the kinds of structural transformations that the UNC now attempts to claim as new projects under their government. Mr. Speaker, the PNM ensured access to agricultural credit through the ADB, approving over $1 billion in loans. Mr. Speaker, as agro-processing, agriculture, hydroponics, aeroponic, indoor farming, and poultry production are categorized as commercial customers, they will now experience a rise in their cost of production since the government proposes the introduction of an electricity surcharge as a targeted fiscal measure. This could lead to increased prices for consumer agricultural products. Mr. Speaker, the full implementation of the tax-free concessions for the agricultural sector is PNM policy, and all steps were initiated already to review the various pieces of legislation that cause ambiguity in the system. It must also be noted that the most agricultural machinery and equipment are already free of VAT and duties, and existing provisions provide for farmers to apply to the Ministry of Agriculture on a case-by-case basis for duty-free concessions and relief on any input they wish to procure for their operations. Provisions were also made under the existing agricultural incentive program for rebates of up to 50% of the cost of many inputs for various subsectors in agriculture. Mr. Speaker, going further, it was sound PNM policy that led to an additional line item for funding at the Ministry of Finance for agro-incentive grant funding of up to $100,000 per person or entities wishing to upgrade their farms into climate-smart systems, move primary productions to agro-processing, and add value to their operations. This government came in, met checks prepared by the Ministry of Agriculture, and blatantly refused to distribute them, allowing those checks to go stale-dated. Most of the farmers affected are, in many instances, their own constituents, and certainly be the judges of their actions. Mr. Speaker, in relation to tourism, this budget failed to sustain and continue policies already in place, failed to maintain investor confidence, and has failed to articulate its vision for the tourism industry. This budget offers only empty slogans, ambiguity, and vagueness. Mr. Speaker, this government inherited the foundation of a tourism sector positioned for takeoff. What we expected and what the country deserved was a budget that would consolidate and build upon that momentum. Instead, what we have is a document full of re-announcement, contradictions, and vague plans. Mr. Speaker, the Minister declares that tourism remains a high-growth sector and lists accommodation projects such as 4 Points, Hampton Inn, Maracas Bay and Tobago Marriott, and the Elephant Tree Resorts. He conveniently omitted, hopefully not by accident, to mention the already approved 125 Hilton Garden Inn, the planned operationalization of the Napa Hotel, where a hotel operator was already chosen. While these projects are expected to bring jobs and economic generation, they are not new, as they were already on the way. Mr. Speaker, they were in opposition for almost 10 years, and for the 10 years, they claim to have all the answer. Yet today, in their first budget statement, there are no new initiatives, no policy direction, no capital allocation to support Trinidad and Tobago to tourism's diversification. Mr. Speaker, the government speaks of tourism as a high-growth sector, but the fiscal measures announced by the Minister of Finance will achieve the exact opposite. The budget introduced new taxes, surcharges, and fee increases that will undoubtedly drive operating costs for hotels, for restaurants, tour operators, and every small business connected with tourism. What this government has done under the guise of broadening the tax base is to broaden the burden, placing it squarely on the backs of those who are trying to grow the non-energy sector. Mr. Speaker, you cannot speak about diversifying the economy on the one hand and then impose higher costs of doing business on the other. You cannot declare tourism as a high-growth sector while simultaneously draining its livelihood through higher operating expenses. This budget punishes participation in tourism rather than encouraging it. How can you speak about Tobago competitive while increasing the operating costs of every hotel and guest house on the island? Mr. Speaker, the Minister proudly announced that the A&R Robinson Airport will be fully operational in the second quarter of 2026, which is 9 months after the date that the PNM has scheduled for the said operationalization. Let us be clear, this project was virtually complete before the UNC government took office. Further, an airport terminal is simply infrastructure. What is needed is a complete tourism ecosystem, such as what was planned and envisioned by the PNM government with international flagship hotels, airline partnerships, and world-class marinas. While the new minister spoke about the airport, he said nothing about airlines. There were no mention of Caribbean Airlines and its strategic routes, no mention of new partnerships, no plan for increased airlift, no destination marketing, no route incentives, and no international promotion of Tobago as a world-class destination. Equally troubling, the minister announced no initiative to attract a new international flagship hotel since they chased away Sandals, those global brands and anchor destinations, and create a pull factor for airlift. Mr. Speaker, it is astonishing that the word cruise ship does not appear anywhere in this budget statement. The cruise industry, which has brought thousands of visitors and millions of foreign exchange, is now being completely ignored. The sector faces serious challenges due to the International Maritime Organization's net zero framework, which compels cruise lines to reduce their carbon footprint and shorten itineraries. As a result, many now operate 5-day cruises that exclude Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, we wait patiently to hear what is the government's policy to address this particular issue. The new reality jeopardizes tourism jobs, foreign exchange earnings, and our cruise sector, yet there is no mention in the incentives to attract cruise liners, no intent to negotiate, and no plan to mitigate the effects of this shift. While the other Caribbean countries are adapting to remain relevant and competitive, the government has chosen to remain silent. The budget boldly claims that the marine and yachting sector will attract some US $3 billion in 2 years and US $9 billion in 5. Yet, the minister provided no policy, no plan, no feasibility study, no legislative framework, and no PPP agreement. These are not projections, they are fantasies in this fake and fraudulent budget. Mr. Speaker, the minister also spoke of an orange economy and the creation of a carnival city, but no details. Where is this to be located? How will it operate given the government's policy to limit noise in urban areas? What will happen to this sector in the huge increase in the price of alcoholic beverages? Where is the funding and business plan? Cultural tourism requires investment in people and experience, not vague declaration. Mr. Speaker, our creative industries are living assets. They need structure and support, not speeches. Mr. Speaker, having listened to the Minister, that is the most I heard during his contribution as it relates to culture. We know that culture is the heart and soul of Trinidad and Tobago, yet absolutely no plans and projects were submitted by the Honourable Minister as it relates to this area. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to turn to Tobago. Mr. Speaker, like most Tobagonians, I welcome any increase in allocation to Tobago. We on this side will never oppose more for Tobago. However, we will always insist on truth for Tobago. Mr. Speaker, what is being sold to the public is a record spend of over $3.7 billion, made up of 5% of the budget allocation and an additional $763 million in the central government expenditure is quite frankly deceitful, deceptive, and dishonest. Mr. Speaker, the government has blurred the lines between two very different types of expenditure. Direct THA allocations, which the Assembly can actually use to manage Tobago affairs, and central government expenditures in Tobago, such as oil spill response payments, WASA upgrades, TNTech works, and other national programs. These, Mr. Speaker, are not the same. Mr. Speaker, central government projects in Tobago cannot be substituted for the THA's development funds. They do not build Tobago's autonomy, nor do they expand the Assembly's fiscal authority. Mr. Speaker, it was the People's National Movement, both in Trinidad and Tobago, that voted to guarantee Tobago a minimum of 6.8% through the Tobago Island. It was the UNC, aided and abetted by their ally in Tobago, the current Chief Secretary, who derailed and rejected that constitutional amendment. Mr. Speaker, the result is that instead of receiving 6.8%, roughly $4 billion, Tobago is now getting only 5%, $2.96 billion. So let the record show. The UNC did not give Tobago $1 billion more. They cost Tobago $1 billion less. Mr. Speaker, this is not the highest percentage the THA has ever received. In 2018, under the PNM administration, Tobago combined allocation, including both direct THA funding and central government spend, represented approximately 6.4% of the national budget. So what is being implemented, trumpeted today as historic, is in truth a record-breaking spin. When UNC spins, everybody spins. Mr. Speaker, the development allocation, which funds Tobago's road construction investment, actually decreased by $4.5 million from the $205 million to $201.4 million. Mr. Speaker, and this government will have you believe that the People's National Movement over the years has not supported projects and plans for Tobago. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that with the partnership of the Tobago House of Assembly, a People's National Movement assisted in the acquisition of Cove Estate and its establishment as an eco-industrial hub for economic diversification. The landing of a $1 billion natural gas pipeline and natural gas processing facilities in collaboration with the natural gas company done by the People's National Movement. The construction of a dual-powered electricity generation plant at Cove. the designation of the Cove Industrial Estate Park as a special economic zone with a view towards accelerating the transformation and diversification of the Tobago economy, financial support for the acquisition and expansion of the Assembly's land bank, construction of the Scarborough and Roxborough hospitals, construction of the Roxborough and Sherburne police station, construction of the Roxborough fire station, construction of the Speyside Secondary, Mason Hall and Goodwood High Schools, introduction of the Inter-Island Fast Ferry Service, and the recent acquisition of 3 new fast ferries, APT James, the Boca Reef, and the Galleons Passage, resulting in the potential growth of the Tobago economy by 25% or 500 million, providing valuable foreign exchange, create direct employment for approximately 1,400 persons. So, Mr. Speaker, let me make it abundantly clear. I want to state emphatically that the opposition is in full support of sustainable tourism development in Tobago. We support the construction of complementary infrastructure in the tourism sector in Tobago, such as a marina, and we are also in support of the Rocky Point Marriott Hotel Development Project, which commenced through the joint efforts of the previous THA administration and the central government. We hope that the current government will reconsider their policy stance on tourism investment in Tobago, given that the leaders of the UNC and the PDP took full responsibility for throwing the Sandals projects out. So, Mr. Speaker, let me make it abundantly clear that the Tobagonians are not asking for any favors, they are asking for value. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that when we look at URP and CPEP, 2 programs that sustain hundreds of Tobago households, we cannot find any clear allocation. So I ask, is it that CPEP and URP will be shut down in Tobago after the next THA election, just as they are being dismantled in Trinidad? Mr. Speaker, since 2021, the THA administration has received over 11 billion, averaging 2.7 billion per year, more than any administration in the history of the Assembly. Yet our people are asking what has improved under their lives. My information is that over 300 million in development spend has been awarded to contractors outside of Tobago for works that were done in Tobago. The economic effects is devastating. Tobago contractors who previously executed these services now face cash flow crises, and banks are moving to foreclose on long-standing local folks. Mr. Speaker, tourism should be Tobago's economic engine, yet we see real signs of collapse. According to the Tobago Hotel and Tourism Association, international tourist arrivals have dropped, Mr. Speaker, by some 70%, with only 24,500 foreign visitors recorded last year. This decline, confirmed by the THTA president in August 2025, represents an economic and social crisis for the island. Mr. Speaker, we should also be honest about investments in Tobago. The PNM initiated both the Marriott and the Elephant Tree projects. After spending over 25 million on overseas travel, what new bankable investment has the THA secured? To those who once ran Sandals out of Tobago to the IC, as the region embraces similar models, look at St. Vincent, see the opportunities that they have chased away. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the greatest insult of this budget is the complete silence on Tobago's autonomy. It is clear that the UNC's name is a misnomer. Mr. Speaker, there is no national in the United National Congress, and soon there will be no united. Could you be a national party and say not one word, not one line, and not one promise in a budget about the autonomy for Tobago? The Chief Secretary, who once declared Tobago's autonomy his life's mission, who led marches and accused others of betrayal, was ignored by this Congress. Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to address some issues as it relates to national security. Mr. Speaker, the budget statement was eerily silent about the crime and criminality. The visionless government did not present any workable anti-crime plan, but boasted that murders were done. Another fraudulent and false statement. In the face of 10 murders in a 24-hour period, and all within a state of emergency. Since my appointment as leader of the opposition, I gave the country an undertaking that this people's national movement will do as it has always done in the national interest, cooperate with the government on all initiatives and legislation that will advance the national good of the country. Crime and criminality have been in this country's Achilles heel for decades. From legislative interventions and social programs, criminal justice, and policy reforms, the challenge remains pervasive and the landscape remains fluid. A sustained national effort is the only way to fight this menace, and the petty blame game will take us nowhere very fast. As a matter of fact, we have seen political obstructionist behavior by the UNC when the PNM brought legislation to reform our justice system and to give law enforcement the upper hand in the fight against crime. Today, many of key spokespersons in the government speak with a level of brazen hypocrisy on this matter that even the criminals probably hold their heads in astonishment. The UNC has played petty politics with crime and on many occasions has refused to cooperate with the previous PNM governments in our efforts. From the cancellation of the purchase of the offshore patrol vessels to protect our national borders, the dismantling of the special anti-crime unit, the misuse and abuse of the assets of national security, the appointment of a telephone operator to lead the country's premier national intelligence agency, the dismantling of the country's facial recognition system are just a few examples of political misbehavior and wickedness that work towards protecting criminals and giving them the upper hand to wreak havoc on our citizens. The country must never forget that it was the Honorable Prime Minister who once said, "The war against the criminals is not the war on the seas, but is on the streets." To justify her government's reckless and irresponsible cancellation of a contract for the purchase of high-powered and high-speed naval vessels to protect and secure our nation's porous borders. We must ask ourselves the sobering question, how many lives this has cost the people of Trinidad and our esteemed Caribbean neighbors. In case citizens are asking why they need to remind the country about this, it is because our circumstances today are as direct results of uncooperative, undermining, and destructive politics, practiced by many in the past 15 years who now sit in the government and who today are still on the stage pretending that they are now the champions and defenders of the people against the scourge of crime. Mr. Speaker, fast forward to today. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to officially welcome you and to say that we are very pleased that you have the opportunity to preside. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, Fast forward to today, since assuming office in April 29th, the government and its ministers, Homeland Security and Defense, have not articulated anything that inspires confidence. As a matter of fact, their presence and utterances in this government has caused more to fear and consternation in the national psyche than crime itself. Within a state of emergency called by this government to address a specific national threat, this is the present state of affairs. Approximately 230 murders since this government assumed office. Approximately 85 committed since the state of emergency was declared. 30 murders already recorded in the month of October. Removal of the prisons commissioner from his position. Sending the commanding officer of the regiment on leave and rescinding this decision within 48 hours. Termination of the appointment of the Chief of Defense Staff. Minister of Homeland Security in a recent passing out parade at the Police Academy pleading with senior executive to stop infighting. To add insult to injury, this unpatriotic government cancelled our National Independence Day parade because of a fear of attack by criminal elements. However, several ministers have been seen in very public spaces without fear of criminals. The nation remains in the dark as to whether these threats were credible. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is clear to the national community that the UNC has once again fooled the population. Madam Deputy Speaker, they have no obvious plans to tackle crime from its root causes and are unable to demonstrate that it will do so differently from the previous PNM government. Madam Deputy Speaker, so far, what the country has gotten from the ministers in charge of national security is nothing but astonishing, bizarre examples, calling for the trying of child offenders as adults, asking for the public to be patient, advising that attorneys stop drinking milk from their clients. Invoking Standing Orders 27-1 to evade answering questions on serious national security issues. All they can offer us is plastic bags of hot air. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are certainly frightening times and the road ahead will be bumpy and rough. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd now like to turn to public utilities. The Honourable Minister of Finance boldly mentioned and boasts about projects completed during the UNC's 5 months in office in the water sector. Madam Deputy Speaker, as Minister of Planning and Development in the last PNM government, I worked closely with my colleague, the then Honourable Marvin Gonzalez, Minister of Public Utilities and Member of Parliament for Aruka Lopino in the transformation agenda for the water and sewage sector. As part of this transformation roadmap, we secured funding from the Ministry of Finance through the development programs and the Inter-American Development Bank for a suite of projects that saw water flowing in communities for the first time. Madam Deputy Speaker, the People's National Movement was successful in completing over 400 small, medium and large projects that brought relief to many rural communities through the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago. Over 600,000 people experienced an improvement in their water supply, and no amount of UNC misinformation will erase our stellar achievement in the water sector. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are aware that there is still work to be done in the water sector, but the foundation has been laid. I urge the government to continue the work that was done and the plans and programs put in place by technocrats and professionals that place Trinidad and Tobago on the path towards achieving water security for all. Madam Deputy Speaker, those of us who were in this parliament in the year 2000 would recall that the then UNC government said that there would be water for all by the year 2000. Projects that started, and I could name a few: Guanapo, North Oropouche, Carapal, Freeport, Goldsboro, Santa Cruz, and the Chatham water treatment plants. These projects started under a visionary PNM government with bring relief to the citizens, and we expect to hear that this UNC government will carry through with them for the good of all. The undermining and demonizing of the transformation agenda for narrow political gains has already reversed years of hard work by true patriots in the sector, and the country has already started paying the political price. Mr. Speaker, no amount of press releases to fool the people will bring about water relief. It was hard work, fairness, and a commitment by the PNM to take on difficult decisions and undertakings will secure our water future. Madam Deputy Speaker, although the budget was silent on climate change and any matters relating to the environment, its impact on the water surface and groundwater resources is already bearing down on our citizens, and the government has said nothing that points towards a direction that inspires hope. Madam Deputy Speaker, the announced electricity rate increase for commercial and industrial customers came like a shock to many customers. This is the same government that campaigned and promised that there will be no electricity rate increase in Trinidad and Tobago. And in August this year, the Minister of Public Utility boasted that the government has rejected the last RIC report, which was submitted to the last PNM cabinet and was under consideration. The PNM government gave no undertaking save to say that whatever decision may be taken, the poor and the vulnerable will be insulated. Madam Deputy Speaker, in true UNC fashion, the country got a 6 for a 9, with massive increases in the price of electricity, with these increases to be borne by all consumers in our supermarkets, small businesses, hair salons, shops, malls, and variety stores. The government has failed to put in place systems or policies to safeguard the poor and vulnerable in societies against these shocks. Yet another example of a fake and fraudulent As it relates to education, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, my apologies. Under the People's National Movement, education stood as a pillar of employment and opportunity. We invested in our students, protected the vulnerable, and built a system that worked for every child. Under this government, that legacy has been destroyed. Our education system has been gutted, neglected, and left visionless. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget exposes a government without compassion, without foresight, and without a plan for the young people of Trinidad and Tobago. Under the PNM, no child was left behind. We funded the remedial education program, the book grant, and the school feeding program. Under the UNC, those very programs have been cut. The remedial education program was reduced by $4.4 million. The book grant was completely removed, leaving 20,000 students without help. The school feeding program was cut by $10 million. And for the first time in years, no vacation revision program was held to help the struggling SEA students. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not policy, this is punishment.
Wickedness.
Under the PNM, we provided consistent funding for primary, secondary, and special schools. Under this government, there have been no increases, only deception. The minister boasted that 13 partner schools received $11 million in support, pretending it was a new initiative. However, that same amount was allocated under the People's National Movement in 2024. Once again, the UNC has taken P&M projects, rebranded them, and claimed them as their own. When we look at the school repairs, the picture is even worse. Under the P&M, $98 million was spent on repairing and upgrading schools. Under this government, they were given $192 million and spent only 26, less than 15%. Then even received an additional $83 million in the mid-year and still failed to use it. Madam Deputy Speaker, schools had to turn to the regional corporations for help to reopen. One school was forced into a shift system because there was no furniture even after the Ministry of Education delayed opening by a week. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is incompetence and failure. Madam Deputy Speaker, under the P&M, we modernized education with e-classroom project and the Educational Technology Unit, bringing digital learning to life. Under this UN, you will speak during your time, don't worry. Under this UNC government, that project was simply renamed Next Class and presented as something new. The UNC recycles P&M achievements and pretends it is their innovation. In the youth sector, the pattern continues. New funding was cut by $45 million. That's right. There are no new programs at UTT, NESC, National Training Agency, Accreditation Council, YTEP, or MIC. The provision for contract employment across both ministries of education and tertiary education was reduced by $30 million, putting the jobs of hundreds of professionals at risk. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has not only cut funding, but it has also cut hope. Under the P&M, we built educational opportunities. Under the UNC government, they built excuses. They have dismantled what worked, silenced what mattered, and betrayed the young people of this country. This budget is not about building a nation, it is about breaking one. It is a budget of broken promises, misplaced priorities, and fake deliveries. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget was empty on substance, short on delivery, and I maintain false and fraudulent. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish now to address some issues as it relates to sales tax. The only new source of revenue suggested by this government is the sales tax, which is intended, they say, to replace VAT. However, this new dispensation will take a minimum of 5 years to be fully implemented, and not a cent of revenue will be derived in this financial year. Madam Deputy Speaker, I now want to deal with some issues relating to wage negotiations. I noticed, and I think the whole country noticed, that the PSA is celebrating what they perceive to be a done deal with an increase of 10% of their salary. However, while they celebrate, it's interesting to note that nowhere, absolutely nowhere, in the estimates of expenditure can the allocation for the back pay of $5 billion for an increase in annual recurrent expenditure of over $500 million, which is just for the civil service. Absolutely nowhere can it be found. It's not there. Did they forget? Was it $1 billion oversight? And what about the other workers, the other trade unions? Will they also get a 10% increase? Or is the UNC playing favorites? If they deprive the other trade unions of a similar 10% increase, which they simply cannot finance without devaluing the dollar, they will create massive unrest. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister, as it relates to contract employment, outlined a policy of transition of fixed-term contracts to the permanent establishment, but let slip that only 40% of existing contract positions are targeted for this transition. Apart from the fact that creating permanent positions on the civil service establishment is a complex undertaking that can take years to complete, what will happen, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the other 60% of contract workers? Will they be terminated and sent home? This will be another 10,000 workers who can lose their jobs. In this context, I say to workers, watch out. Your contract positions will now be filled. Of course, as they said, when UNC wins, everybody wins. But just wait to see, yes, just wait to see who will fill those positions. Whether it be friend or family. Because we know very well, we just have to look. On the one hand, they tell us that CPEP and URP has been closed. But yet still, we know that they have already hired certain persons to management positions in those programs. So let us wait and see, because the evidence is going to be made public, whether in truth and in fact, those URP programs have really been closed. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd now like to talk about the development program. The development program, or PSIP, is estimated at 4.1 billion, or 6% of total expenditure. Is it enough? Can all those promises be fulfilled? Will the population be given full disclosure on the areas of new revenue streams, as bandied about boastfully during the election campaign? What are these new revenue streams? Are they part of the development program? Are they part of the recurrent expenditure? Or are they a figment of somebody's fertile imagination? While destroying the TTRA, no mention was made of any new significant streams. As we all know, Madam Deputy Speaker, the PSIP is designed to promote growth, to generate employment, and of course to attract investment. No mention of how the PSIP will be used. Madam Deputy Speaker, and I therefore want to return to certain matters as it relates to URP and CPEP. And I want to say that after mistreating and brutalizing the CPEP and URP workers for months, the Minister of Finance on Monday finally killed those programs and indicated that the Prime Minister will perform the final rites. This is the ultimate betrayal of workers who have been told that they would be getting back their jobs in a short space of time. As a matter of fact, on the one hand, they spoke about an audit, and on the other hand, they spoke about opening a new company. Now, I hope that the CPEP and URP workers are very clear what was always the intention of this government. These workers who the government put on the breadline with an expectation that this would be temporary have found out that there is no prospect of being rehired. Another fake and fraudulent promise. What therefore is their consolation? An unemployment fund, and I must ask, where will this fund reside and who will administer it? Will we now see the political patronage in exchange for employment? Who will workers now have to grovel in order to gain employment to this fund? Another plan to suit their UNC friends and family? We wait patiently. As it relates, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the issue of revenue, this Minister of Finance predicated the budget on an oil price of $73.25 per barrel, and oil and US 4.25 per MMBTU for natural gas. He has severely overestimated the energy prices on which this budget is based, therefore overestimating his revenue and severely underestimating the deficit. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I speak yesterday, West Texas Intermediate Oil Price, a benchmark used by Trinidad and Tobago for decades, was just over $57 per barrel. Shockingly, The U.S. Energy Information Administration, a source used by the Ministry of Finance for decades, for its forecast is currently estimating a WTI price of US $48.50 per barrel in 2026. This is almost US $25 below the minister's estimate of 73.25, indicating that the minister has grossly and probably deliberately overestimated the price of oil in 2026 in order to inflate his estimate of revenues from petroleum, thereby giving himself the ability to withdraw funds from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund when his bogus oil prices is demonstrated to be false. Fitch Ratings, another source used by the Ministry of Finance, in recent years, just last month, lowered its oil price forecast to $60 per barrel based on the increasing global oversupply of oil. When we expose the ridiculous oil price estimate quoted by the minister on Monday, one of his inexperienced but talkative colleagues claimed that the UNC had looked at various scenarios, but optimistic and pessimistic, to arrive at the dubious 73.25 oil price for 2026. Madam Deputy Speaker, the International Monetary Fund is similarly forecasting oil price below $60 a barrel for Brent oil in 2026, and oil from Trinidad and Tobago fetches much lower prices than Brent on international markets. The World Bank is also estimating similar declines. In an effort to avoid any form of doubt, there is no credible source in the world that is currently predicting an oil price above $60 per barrel of oil in 2026. That 73.25 price was pulled out of a hat and is as fake and fraudulent as the rest of the budget, and only has one purpose: that is to falsely inflate the estimates of energy revenues in order to meet the HSF rules for withdrawal of billions of dollars from the HSF. Madam Deputy Speaker, as it relates to the analysis of fiscal measures, after inheriting an economy that was growing year on year, this government successfully flattened and brought our economy into stagnation in 5 months.
5 months.
The review of the economy 2025 produced by this Minister of Finance is estimating a minus 0.8% contraction in the economy in 2025, a complete reversal of the growth curve of previous years. This is after growth of 0.9% in 2022, 1.5% in 2023, 2.5% in 2024 under the People's National Movement. Madam Deputy Speaker, nothing in this budget is designed to address our stagnating economy, stimulate growth over the next year, and provide the groundwork for an economic recovery. This is purely a budget of delusion. But it is worse. The Minister of Finance has brought fiscal policies which are contractionary, inflationary, and arbitrary, a fantasy designed to fool the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Deputy Speaker, while this government congratulates itself, businesses will be reeling from increased taxes, surcharges, fees, price, and double cost at the port. In haste to extract revenue, this government has put the business sector under immense pressure, sent up costs, and has set the stage for stagnation to turn into a full-blown recession. And these new draconian and punitive taxes are so hypocritical. In 2020, the Prime Minister, who was then the leader of the opposition, proudly declared, "You cannot tax a nation into prosperity. For a nation to tax itself into prosperity, it is like a man standing in a bucket and trying to lift himself up by the handle of the bucket." A UNC government will lower tax and put money back into the pockets of citizens. Yes, that is lowering taxes. Look at the said UNC government and the said Prime Minister, tax after tax after tax.
Hypocrite.
Who do you think will bear the brunt of these increased costs for businesses? The increase in electricity rates, the industrial and commercial users will be certainly transferred to consumers. People will feel the pinch in every purchase, increase in every freight, will increase in every price of all imported goods. LPG increase will impact restaurants and small food businesses alike. But then, stay home and cook. Stay home and cook. Madam Deputy Speaker, the banks have already stated that it is the customers who will pay the increased taxes charged to them. With alcohol taxes doubled, we'll probably, in many communities, see bars closing down. This country, as persons now curtail their consumption, the UNC, the Grinch that killed Christmas, limes and a killer of carnival, Very interesting, Madam Deputy Speaker, the price of the cheapest locally produced bottle of rum has increased from $110 to $160, a whooping 45% increase. A bottle of Stag or Carib will now cost $13. And to add salt to the wound, not factory salt, yes? As his colleagues banged their desks and shouted that this punishment for our citizens was a win for everyone, the minister described these huge increases ranging from 30 to 50% as small. So out of touch are these elitists with ordinary man in the street. It is clear an analysis of these measures indicates it will only stymie business growth and investment and increase prices for consumers. These are clear examples of the contractionary and inflationary fiscal policies in an economy that is stagnating. These policies are not the recommended approach. But the new Minister of Finance will not even admit under his tenure the economy has taken a turn for the worse. So he is obviously in denial. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd now like to deal with some fiscal measures. Let me briefly review some of the fiscal measures and their implications. Levy on banks and insurance companies. 0.25% asset levy on total assets of commercial banks and insurance companies. This will automatically and immediately increase all bank fees to customers. Commercial banks do not have a history of absorbing costs and will pass it on immediately to customers. The Prime Minister said the government will intervene to avoid this possible scenario. The question now becomes how and through what mechanism, and I think every Trinidadian and Tobagonian is waiting eagerly for the intervention and the solution. As it relates to the landlord business surcharge, new registration and requirement for all landlords with the Board of Inland Revenue. This will lead to an immediate increase in rents through the country of all tenants. In addition, since it is going into the consolidated fund, this new tax deprives local government corporations of badly needed funds to maintain local infrastructure and amenities. Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, the dreaded word property tax, which we have not heard about. And we know that of the 55 Commonwealth countries, 49 have some form of property tax. It is considered an essential mechanism for collecting taxes to fund local government bodies. So notwithstanding the fanfare, the Honourable Minister of Finance was clear. He only halted the implementation of the property tax. It is important for all citizens to know that that piece of legislation is not repealed and therefore still stands as part of the legislative framework. Where, therefore, does he leave property holders, especially those who are selling property, and giving an undertaking to ensure that their property is properly conveyed? And what is the surcharge on property owners who rent their properties? It is not calculated on the net income derived from the rental of property, net of expenses. It is calculated on the gross value of the rental, which is penal. What about the corporations and or individuals that currently rent properties and already tax their income? They too are landlords and now are subjected to another tax at the same income. Similarly, many retirees rent out their properties to supplement their retirement income if they have any and must now pay surcharge too. Madam Deputy Speaker, what hypocrisy. As it relates to the electricity surcharge, a fixed of 0.05 per kilowatt hour surcharge on commercial and industrial users. The increase in electricity rates will be passed on to consumers through food, groceries, manufactured products and services. Our manufacturers stand the risk of losing their competitiveness in the CARICOM market and further abroad. As it relates to the increase in excise duties, fees and charges, alcohol and tobacco-related industries will face difficult times. This will have serious negative effects on the tourism industry in this country, since with this move, alcohol is now much cheaper in all the Caribbean islands than that of Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago was already struggling to compete with other countries that have a much better tourism product. Several bars and restaurants could very well be facing imminent closure. As it relates to the new National Investment Fund bond, when the first NIF bond was issued under the PNM, the Honourable Prime Minister and then Leader of the Opposition described the NIF as a dangerous and risky fraud and told her supporters to resist it because, according to her, it was a Ponzi scheme. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is yet another 360 degrees turn, similar to the dragon gas. Let them say what they want. NIF 1 and NIF 2 are major success stories of the People's National Movement. And are two of the most successful investment vehicles and gifts to the citizens in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Deputy Speaker, as it relates to higher penalties for traffic offences, the government has virtually scrapped the demerit system introduced by the People's National Movement, which had reduced rate fatalities and road accidents significantly, but now, in yet another flip-flop, wants to implement huge penalties for traffic offences as a revenue-generating mechanism. Yes. Some of these offences are very subjective, such as careless driving, and when left to the interpretation of a police officer, could mean anything while you face a fine of $15,000. We wait patiently to see how this is going to be implemented. Removal of motor vehicles tax consenters for returning nationals. Just last week, the Honourable Minister of Finance was quoted as calling on the diaspora to return to the motherland of Trinidad and Tobago now that the UNC is in power. But within hours, the Minister of Finance is de-incentivizing the process by removing the incentive for returning nationals. In other words, they want nationals living overseas to return to live in Trinidad and Tobago, but they cannot bring their personal effects and vehicles without imposition of punitive taxation. Madam Deputy Speaker, it could simply be a case where it could be a system that is not working well. So you revisit it. But to totally eliminate it, that shows the continued level of insensitivity of this government. As it relates to the adjustment of the LPG subsidy, Madam Deputy Speaker, this will have an immediate impact on small businesses who sell food like Doubles, Corn Soup, Bacon Shack, all the fast food outlets, restaurants, parlors, cafes, roti shops, and a myriad of caterers who sell food to the working people, which must lead to an increase in the price of these food items. The Honourable Prime Minister, who has a habit of making spontaneous statements, was quoted as saying that not many people use the £100 cooking gas cylinder for business purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is absolutely false. As it relates to the National Insurance System reform, again, the Honourable Prime Minister, when in opposition, as opposition leader, stated on the campaign trail, any discussions about changing the retirement age, and I'm quoting, any discussions about changing the retirement age would need serious consultations and should be the option preferred by the majority. And should that be the option preferred by the majority, it should be the one by choice. That is to say, those who wish to go home by 60, fine. Those who wish to go home by 65, fine. But you can't tell a man, work his entire life, put his savings in the NIS every week, every month, and you come to tell him now, sorry sir, you can't get it. You have to wait until 65. You cannot continue like that. That's right. In actuality, this measure will add 3% to the national insurance contributions in 2026 and another 3% in 2027, thereby increasing the NIS contribution rate from the present, increasing the NIS contribution rate from the present 13.2% to insurable income to 19.2% of the insurable income by 2027. Is double what was discussed by the PNM and would lead to a 45% increase of the NIS contributions. And of course, if that is not true, Honourable Minister of Finance, you can say that in your winding up. Okay. For the average worker earning $7,500 per month, this will increase their monthly contributions from $350 per month, $350 to $500 per month. Wow. This wiping out an illusionary win, as stated by the UNC. Further, the Prime Minister, as leader of the opposition, said emphatically that before any increases in the retirement rate is implemented, consultations must be conducted with the population. I want to ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether any consultations was done.
None.
However, no consultation on increasing the retirement age and reducing NIS pensions with any affected stakeholder or any working person. Notably, the trade unions like the PSA, who screamed outrage when the PNM publicly discussed this exact measure with them in 2021 and 2023. They are now quiet as a mouse. Wow. And we know at that time there was no trade union that was supportive of that measure. That's right. And what is the case now? Quiet. To use the exact words of the PSA, in June 2021, still on the website. Still on their website. If you go today, it is there. No to retirement age at 65.
Wow.
Government ministers, shame on them for suggesting an increase in the retirement age.
Bunch of hypocrites. Right. Misleaders.
As a matter of fact, the words of former UNC Member of Parliament for Couva South at the time, April 2023, speaking on behalf of the UNC, also reveals the sheer hypocrisy of this government. At the time, the Honorable Mr. Indar Singh, at that time, now Judge of the Industrial Court and Shadow Minister of Labour, on April the 5th, 2023, just over 2 years ago, and Madam Deputy Speaker, if I can quote, the recent announcement by the Minister of Finance, Colm Imbert, that the Rowley-led government is seeking to increase contributions to the National Insurance Fund is one of the most oppressive, anti-worker, deceitful stabs in the back of workers across the country.
Deceivers.
The People's National Movement has made mention of a consideration to increase the retirement age, another measure which I vehemently and totally reject.
Wow.
He continued, between the increase in the retirement age to 65
That is the devil.
and this new dictatorial move to increase NIS rates, it is clear that this government continues to pick the pockets of the workers of this country. More so, an increase in contribution rates means that all businesses have to pay more to the NIS fund. Given the increases in utilities, property tax, and other related inputs, can this be afforded by small and medium businesses? Increased expenses will lead to businesses closures, which will lead to unemployment. Madam Deputy Speaker, at that time, the People's National Movement had started the discussions and started the consultations. And these statements were in response to mere discussions on the discussions initiated by the PNM years ago, are all now ironically applicable to this UNC government, which according to Mr. Honorable Indar Singh's logic in 2023 has now come in 2025 like a thief in the night, to use his word to oppress workers and pick their pockets, increase their NIS contributions by almost 50%, reduce workers' disposable income significantly, and damage the livelihood of small businesses without any consultation whatsoever with the public. And then they want to market to you when UNC wins, workers win. Totally misleading,
Pickpocketers win.
fraudulent.
Pickpocketers.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I now want to turn to agricultural incentives. The Honourable Minister of Finance made a loud boast about removing VAT on agricultural equipment. However, because of the PNM's policy on the agriculture sector, this sector is already a VAT-free sector. Something the minister should know. This is just smoke and mirrors, garbage, and by the Honourable Minister of Finance. As it relates to one of their big marketing strategies, VAT removal on basic food items. They promised to give the population another UNC win by removing VAT on vegetables like cucumber,
Cabbage,
lettuce,
and
tomatoes,
salt.
coconut water, cabbage. Is absurd, and it shows that somebody clearly misled the Minister of Finance. The items that he mentioned fall into the first category of zero-rated items published by the People's National Movement government in 2016.
Wow.
That is
Wow.
unprocessed food of a type for human consumption.
Drinking
It
yogurt.
appears that the UNC ministers have become accustomed in the short space of 5 months
Drunk on Moby. Sorry.
of going to places where they do not have a clue that all of these items that they're boasting about already have VAT removals.
Wow.
Clearly, I am very suspicious as to whether they go to the grocery or they go to the market. Because once you go to those places and you get your receipt, you will be able to tell whether when you purchase cucumber, when you purchase tomatoes, when you purchase lettuce in the grocery, you could see what is the situation. I strongly suspect that they are not going to the market and have been going there for years. Ironically, as it relates to possibly the exception of salt, and ironically, the removal of VAT from salt is a clear indication that the UNC now wants the thousands of dismissed workers in CPEP URP to suck salt.
Suck salt. Suck salt. Drink Moby. Salt suckers.
Madam Deputy Speaker, before I conclude, as the first female leader of the People's National Movement, and as an accomplished professional woman in my own right, I must speak on the complete absence of gender equity in this budget. Madam Deputy Speaker, I currently hold the position of President of the Women's Parliamentarians of Trinidad and Tobago. I take note of the fact that a lot of my colleagues on the other side, for whatever reason, has refused to participate in this organization, which is a strong advocate for gender-based budgeting, which is a process that utilizes fiscal policies to promote gender equality. Madam Deputy Speaker, many parliaments all over the world have taken decision to establish women parliamentarians on both sides of the divide. And I hope that it is something that this government will reconsider. Because it does not mean that you have to change your policy on any of your issues. All it means is that women on both sides of the aisle can discuss matters that impact positively on women. Gender-based budgeting, through gender-based budgeting, the gender gap in government policy can be better addressed to serve the specific needs of men and women alike. In consideration of this gender-based approach, I am compelled to ask, what is the gender impact of these allocations, and is there a gender equity component in this budget? With women facing additional barriers in the workplace, the creation and support for childcare centers and homework centers could increase female labor force participation. Why isn't this mentioned in the budget statement? Given the drive towards digitization and the underrepresentation of women and girls in STEM, where are the policies to channel girls towards these higher paying fields without good opportunities? These are just a few policy considerations I would like to raise, Madam Deputy Speaker. The budget made no mention at all of that word gender. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the last couple of minutes that I have, I want to use the opportunity to deal with some matters relating to my constituency. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to continue to thank the people of Arima for the opportunity that they have given me to serve them. I heard the Honourable Minister speak about the fact that a water project was done in Arima, and when the UNC wins, the people of Arima win. If they get that market, it is because the plans have already been completed. And like all the other projects, you all simply take it and then take the credit. All right, don't get too excited. I want to say that I know the Honourable Member for St. Augustine gets a little excited every time she hears Arima. I just want to remind you that it's a different A. Arima, not Augustine, right? So let's stick to it. I just want to say that it is very important that, and I want to ask the Honourable Minister of Social Development to look very closely at the facility that was completed in Arima some time ago and is yet to officially open. I made representations to your ministry, the Ministry of Social Development, and at that time, the Honourable Minister Donna Cox, because the people of Arima, Blanchisseuse, Monlacqua, Paria, and many places go all the way to Tunapuna. So that I am aware from information received that there was everything put in place for that facility to open, and it's now almost 5 months. So I ask you to kindly look into that issue so that the people of Arima can have the benefit of the use of that facility. I want to also say that under the People's National Movement, the constituency of Arima became the first smart city in the Caribbean, implemented through the Ministry of Housing and the Inter-American Development Bank. And my hope, of course, is that project continues together with the Arima Connect project, which is the one patient, one record. Thanks to the PNM administration, and I know the Honourable Member for St. Augustine doesn't agree with me, but we have delivered the state-of-the-art Arima Public Hospital. We also opened the Blanchisseuse Health Center, which now includes an incident response unit, a conference center, and a non-communicable disease service. And I say thanks to my former colleague, former Member of Parliament for St. Joseph, the Honourable Terence Dial Singh. In 2025, the centre received a portable ultrasound machine, improving the diagnostic care of rural residents. And I'm sure all of you agree that challenges exist from time to time for rural communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to report as well that the People's National Movement has upgraded the Blanchisseuse and the Lafayette fishing facilities. I have not seen any further allocation in the budget to complete the Blanchisseuse facility, but I will be writing to the Honourable Minister to ensure that that facility is completed. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to raise the issue of the youth for those issues of Blanchisseuse, Lafayette, Brasseau, Avocat, Monlacroix, Temple Village, and so on, just to indicate that the closure of the youth agricultural programs, the closure of the reforestation project, the closure of CPEP has resulted in hundreds of persons from those areas not being employed. And I have said to my many constituents who, in some instances, as the Member of Parliament for St. Augustine said, voted for the UNC, they now realize that a vote for the UNC was not a vote for many people who live in the constituency of Arima. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to urge this government to continue to do the upgrade of works in the rural communities. Some of those projects have stopped, particularly in Aripo, Monlacroix, and Brasseau. As it relates to the Santa Rosa First Peoples, who receive 25 acres of land on the Arima Blanchisseuse Road, and under the last government was able to receive electricity and pipe-borne water. Our First Peoples, the contract, the CPEP contract, the reforestation contract for the First Peoples has now ended. I took note of the fact that no member of this government attended the conference organized by the First Peoples or their normal ceremony that takes place outside of the Red House, for whatever reason. I just want to remind all of us that the First Peoples were here long before any of us came to Trinidad and Tobago. I want to, notwithstanding, I have a feeling the Member of Parliament for St. Augustine wants to come and live in Arima, you know. I just want to record my thanks and appreciation. I want to record my thanks and appreciation to the former Member of Parliament, the former Minister of Public Utilities, the Honourable Marvin Gonzalez, for the improvement of water supply in the constituency of Arima. The Aripo Water Treatment Plant, the Gonapo Water Treatment Plant, and the Community Water Improvement Program. I also want to acknowledge, because when I looked in the PSIP, I saw works to begin on the public library, the velodrome upgrades, and I wait, of course, very patiently for the start of those projects. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that in this very 5 short months, this government has lost the trust and confidence of the people, and now that the mask is unveiled, and the true plan is at hand, the people are realizing they are taking us to a place where no one wants to go. That's right. Madam Deputy Speaker, in 5 months, the government has attempted the following: to completely destroy our National Independence Day celebrations, to completely destroy our nation's achievement of independence, to completely destroy our Republican status, to destroy relations with our CARICOM neighbors, to destroy our Caribbean region as a zone of peace. And in 5 months, the government has fired the board of directors of every state enterprise and every statutory body. In 5 months, the government has tried its best to destroy our racial and ethnic harmony. They have tried to promote...
Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Standing Order 48-6.
Member for Rima, I suggest that we move on, please.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Speaker, we will not support a social crisis brought about by targeting the poor and the vulnerable. We will not support forced austerity in this country and hardship it is causing. The PNM will not support attacking small, medium, and big businesses. The PNM will not support fiscal incompetence and clueless ministers. The PNM will not support the depletion of our forex reserves while misleading the population about cartels. The PNM will not support a devaluation of our dollar. The PNM will not support the government taking the country into a debt trap, and will not support the destruction of a very fabric of our society while the UNC seeks to rewrite our history. The PNM will not support the diplomatic and national security crisis being perpetrated by this government on innocent citizens who now live in fear of being targets in a greater geopolitical game. The PNM will defend the rights and freedoms of all our citizens while the government abuses its constitutional majority. The PNM will defend our independent institutions, which we hold sacred and dear, and which the UNC is determined to destroy. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget is one of deception, treachery, and betrayal. We warned the nation, and it is sad to say it is coming to pass. This is a government that is so caught up with the limelight of the dance with powers greater than itself that it has forgotten the people and has become tyrannical in its governance. Madam Deputy Speaker, the hope lies in people who refuse to forget who they are and in an inherent pride in ourselves and our struggles. They have demonstrated as the masses congregated to celebrate our independence despite our actions of a wicked government to deny us our patriotic rights. And we made sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we were present. The people of Trinidad and Tobago will always prevail, and we are coming together under the banner of unity. They have totally rejected the divisiveness perpetuated by this government and are ready for a safe, steady, and competent hand of the People's National Movement. Madam Deputy Speaker, after they have destroyed all that has been built over the 63 years of independence and beyond, it will fall to this side to rebuild, and we are prepared to do so hand in hand with the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Rima, I thank you for your contribution and your response to the 2026 budget reading. Honorable members, I have an announcement to make. On Monday, 13th October 2025, I received a matter of privilege from the member for Couva South in accordance with Standing Order 32-2. The member for Couva South sought leave to raise the following matter. During the sitting of the House of Representatives on Friday, 10th October 2025, members of the opposition bench staged a parliamentary walkout, which was followed by a subsequent statement on their actions by the leader of the opposition and member for Arima. The member for Couva South submitted that under the letterhead of the leader of the opposition on 10th October 2025, the following public statement was issued, and I quote, "After months of enduring bias and prejudicial behavior from the presiding officer of the lower house, all members of parliament on the opposition bench were left with no choice but to leave today's sitting. The pattern of unfair treatment and rulings has continued unchecked and unaddressed. It is now beyond question to unbiased observers that the current Speaker of the House has failed in his duty to act impartially and to uphold the Constitution and the standing orders of Parliament. Since assuming the chair, the Speaker has consistently rejected the majority of urgent questions and the Prime Minister's questions filed by the opposition. His refusal to maintain established precedent on supplemental questions is a direct challenge to accountability and transparency in the conduct of the people's business. Another constant feature of recent sittings has been the uneven and unbiased application of the standing orders. The Speaker routinely overlooks inappropriate behavior from members of the government, including disorderly conduct and offensive remarks, yet is quick to silence members on the opposition bench." End quote. The Member of Parliament for Couva South has raised the matter of privilege based on the submission that the member for Arima attempted to bring into disrepute the independent democratic work of the House of Representatives in the eyes of the public for political gain by questioning the independence of the presiding officer. The member for Couva South submitted that this was an act of, and I quote, "constructive contempt against the House of Representatives, breaching the privilege of the House as the member's actions seek to obstruct and tarnish the democratic as well as independent management, presiding and rulings of the presiding officer. Members, since receiving this on Monday the 13th, I have undertaken significant research and analysis. Members, today I am prepared to rule on this critical matter. Members, the House of Representatives and the Parliament as an institution represent the foundation of democracy. Democracy, whether what side of the aisles we stand, must always be preserved. Preserving democracy means protecting the independence of our Parliament in the public eyes, as well as the operations of its duties. It has always been a precedent of our republic and past parliaments to never bring the presiding officer into the realm of political attacks or aspersions, based on the foundation of protecting the dignity of our parliamentary institutions. Erskine May's parliamentary practice on page 138 speaks to constructive contempt, as it states, and I quote, "Indignities offered to the House by words spoken or writings published reflecting on its character or proceedings have been published by both the Lords and the Commons upon the principle and that such act of abuse tend to obstruct the Houses in the performance of their functions by diminishing the respect due to them." End quote. So, honorable members, in deciding whether a prima facie case of contempt has been made out, the chair must carefully consider the facts alleged and all the information placed before her. I have done just that and find that a prima facie case of contempt has indeed been made out. I so rule and refer this matter to the Committee of Privileges for consideration and report. Members, I now suggest that we postpone the House until 2:17 p.m. Suspend Yes, we suspend the House for the lunch break and we return at 2:17 p.m.
And in 5
Poppy show, Melda. You making yourself a bloody clown. Up and down the country looking for obia. And your perspiration smells so strong. Well, girl, you only wasting time. Obia wedding bells don't chime. And you can't trap me with negromancy. Melda, oh, you making wedding plan, carrying me name to Obia man. All you do, yeah. So much different color candles that you light, rubbing red lavender in your face. Well, nastiness will cause your death. You're no man can stand your breath. You're too damn nasty. Get away from me. Nelda, oh, you making wedding plan, carrying me name to Obiaman. All you do can't get through. I still am gonna marry to you. If you really want a wedding ring, Melda, there are many other ways and means, like scrubbing your teeth and bathing regular. Soap and water keeps you fresh and clean, yes. Dress up in the latest style. Always wear a charming smile. Some kunu bound to say I do. Nelda, oh, you making wedding plan, carrying me name to Obiaman. All you do can't get through. I still ain't gonna marry to you.
sportsman, a real heavy dude, all the girls like normal. Then he left and went away to a next country. And when he came back, it was a different story. He walking and shaking hips, wearing earrings and rouge on lips. What he did to himself, I don't know, but he really changed up to. Wearing a tight pants and a handbag in his hand. I say no, this ain't true. And he wearing makeup too. I say, no man, is that true? Tell me, no man, is that true? I want to know, no man, is that true? We both went to school together. From small we was always partners. Breaking beach and pitching marbles in the yard. No Lord, what is this? Like my partner gone mad. When he passing, all the boys just looked at him. And if you see how Norman does be blushing, whatever he do it so plain, he believe that he's not a man again. And here he even gone so far to change his name to Norman. Wearing a tight pants and a handbag in his hand. I say no, this ain't true. And he wearing makeup too. I ask him, Norman, is that you? Tell me, Norman, is that you? I want to know, Norman, is that you? This morning I walk up to him. I say, Norman, boy, what happening? He watch me cut eye, he stoops and he walk up. People was watching, so he start to show up. I say, Norman, boy, it's me, your good old partner. He says, sorry, my dear, but I can't remember. Mister, please don't waste your time. I suggest from now that you change your mind. Tackle some other woman. I am not running my husband. When you call, he's selling kiss. Oh my goodness, what is this? Looking more real than the girls. With his hair always in curls. I say, Norman, is that you? Tell me, Norman, is that you? I want to know, Norman, is that you? Norman,
the ocean to find it. Won't let no mountain get in the way. Hey. We come across the water, been through the fire. I know that my heart will show me the way. Everywhere you turn, you see people smiling. We don't see no creed and race. Don't want nobody tell we about leaving. We fight for we thing and this is we place. Take me home. Take me home. Take me to a place where my heart don't feel no pain. Take me home. Take me home. Take me home. Well, everybody shouting up right there. It have a rhythm deep down inside there. And if you're looking for me, you go find me right there, right there. A ribidi bim 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 right there. It have a rhythm deep down inside there. Take me home, take me home, take me home. Wake me up before I fall asleep. Take me to a place where lovers meet. Marry me to the heart of water space. So if I ever leave, I'm bound to come again. All around is fire and flames. All this world is so crazy, yes. Protect we island, Father, we pray. Until the very end of we days. Take me home. Take me home. Take me to a place where my heart don't feel no pain. Take me home, take me home, take me home. Well, everybody shouting up right there. It have a rhythm deep down inside there. And if you're looking for me, you go find me right there, right there. A ribidi bim 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 right there. It have a rhythm deep down inside there. Take me home, take me home, take me home. Whoa, 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 yeah. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na. You've got to soar on your own, soar on your own, soar on your own. No, you've got to seek out the sky, yeah, seek out the sky, oh, seek out the sky. Well, then you've got to see for yourself now, see for yourself now, wow, 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 see for yourself. If you want to learn how to, I said learn. Wings don't get strong, no, 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 until they're tested. You still don't know, you don't know what your best is. Bye, bye, bye. You can't touch your dreams now if you don't take flight. Can you hear me now? Sometimes in this la 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 life you've got to fight, 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 fight for what's right. Come on and soar on your own, soar on your own, soar on your own. No, you've got to seek out the sky, yeah. Seek out the sky, oh, 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 yeah. Seek out the sky, yeah. Well then you've got to see for yourself now, see for yourself now, oh, oh, oh. See for yourself. children, they roll. They roll into oven, and so you can't touch a flower, no, without trouble in a star. Can you hear me now? Sometimes in this la life, you've got to stand up straight and just say who you are. Come on, and so on your own, so on your own, so on your own. Now you've got to seek out the sky, yeah. Seek out the sky, whoa. Seek out the sky. Well, then you've got to see for you, see for you, see for you, see for you. If you want to learn how to fly, I said learn how to fly, learn how to fly. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na. Come louder, everybody. Alright, it's sweet now, boy. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na.
KMR Sounds.
I don't study horn, I don't study the maths. If you want to mind both are we, nothing wrong with that. I don't study horn, I don't study the maths. Leave him lay, spend him money, nothing wrong with that. All of you who say me woman horn in me, all of you who say she take a man on me, all of you who sit down minding my business, and you always know everything, but I sure you don't know this. I don't study horn, I don't study the maths. If you want to mind both are we, nothing wrong with that. I don't study horn, I don't study the maths. Leave him there, he spend his money, nothing wrong with that. The man on you see it, is he contributed? When it's time for groceries, he pushing the trolley. He feel like the hand and bucket, but are we minded? All you leave me and the wife, that jokey man are we living nice. All of you who say me woman horn in me, all of you who say she take a man on me, all of you who sit down minding my business, and you always know everything, but I sure you don't know this. I don't study horn, I don't study the maths. If you want to mind both are we, nothing wrong with that. I don't study horn, I don't study the maths. Leave him there, he spend his money, nothing wrong with that. The man on you see it, is he car we driving? When it's time for market, he took in the basket. He feel like the hand and bucket, but are we minded? All you leave me and my wife, that jokey man are we living nice. All of you who say me woman horn in me, all of you who say she take a man on me, all of you who sit down minding my business, and you always know everything, but I sure you don't know this. I don't study horn, I don't study the maths. If you want to mind both are we, nothing wrong with that. I don't study horn, I don't study the maths. Leave him there, he spend his money, nothing wrong with that. I don't study horn, I don't study the maths. If you want to mind both are we, nothing wrong.
Don't mind my arrangement. You hear what it is I'm telling you? I just study the maths.
KMR Sounds.
Vote for we and we will set you free. Anywhere you turn, somebody chanting to we. Somebody promising jobs for all. Some renting fun to make other people ball. But somebody promising more police cars. Somebody going to take the country far. Somebody putting all the bandits away. He said, if they do the
Stems. Yes, I can hear them saying, boy, stop living in the past. Where can I find that energy, the raw magic that comes down from the grassroots? Yes, I'm from a place where soca, the resounding power. You could feel anytime, any hour, sunshine or shower. You will feel it anywhere you look, and it reads like a storybook. I come from when ground used to carry it. We used to carry it when the ground used to carry it. We used to carry it when the ground used to carry it. We used to carry it when the ground used to carry it. We used to carry it when Arima had it, Maturita had it, Santa Rosa had it, Donyaruka had it, in Mofa had it, in Sawa had it, Soparia had it, look all over. Downtown set was the vibes when West people leave from Lincoln, John and Beaton to head to the playground. And who they link inside, Arima and Central, Tobago and Southside. The traffic and insomnia, morning down the by West Morning, have cars parking like a garage. Me drinks bottle long like ruler in a cooler and we chipping up the mouse to for Canada. Young time did the ground used to carry it. We used to carry it when the ground used to carry it. We used to carry it and the flag to the carry it. We used to carry it and the cooler to the carry it. We used to carry it when Central had it, Korea had it, Columbia had it, Dipping Penal had it, 500 had it, and Enterprise had it, Hoover had it, they full of vibes. Downtown set was a safe space. 30,000 people of different background, confusion, PSA ground shaking like an earthquake. But everyone was fine, it was when hotel wine. We used to say the downtown massive and the uptown massive with no fences to separate. And it was like a rite of passage when your clothes get damaged, so you start sweating by the gate. Then time did the ground, we used to carry it. We used to carry it up and down, we did carry it. We used to carry it when the flag to the carry it. We used to carry it when the band to the carry it. We used to carry it, Marabella had it, and Santa Cruz had it, Pinto had it, Palo Seco had it, and Shishe had it, Chola File had it, and Maraca had it, and everywhere hands in the air now. Hand up in the air, hand up in the air, hands in the air now. Hand up in the air, hand up in the air, hands in the air now. Hand up in the air, hand up in the air, hands in the air now. Hand up in the air, hand up in the air. Them come the love of the ghetto, they say make sure nothing else ain't take over sound. Big CEO and management team used to live to make sure that they touch ground. Big flag fluffing all over like wind. Chocolate baby jumping with live stream. Them time a man jump a tune 2 weeks in the carnival and take away everything. Them time did the ground used to carry it. We used to carry it to the ground used to carry it. We used to carry it, come strong when we carry it. We used to carry it up and down when we carry it. Yeah, when we carry it, when Wallafield had it, Komoto had it, Malaba had it, Lakita had it, Maloney had it, Point 14 had it, Diego Martin had it, Martin had it.
I dressing up in my red, white, and black. I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done day. Plus I know all artists and only mass man. Them say I'm a than a man. I'm telling you where I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. I'm a Trini, I'm Trini, I'm a Trini, I'm Trini, Popo Trini, I'm Trini. Yeah, 'cause they know what Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk. And they like Trini woman walk. And we make good company. a Trini. Oh, cause they love how Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk. And they love Trini woman walk. And we make good company. And we make good company. And we make good company. Some of them, boy, a party until it rain. I'm dressing up in my red, white and black. I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done there. Plus I know all artists and only mass minds. Them say I'm mad and I'm mad. I'm telling you where I'm from. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. I's a Trini. Popo Trini. Oh, cause they love how Trini does look. And they love how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk. And they love Trini woman walk. And we make good company. And we make good company. And we make good company. We don't dictate all the pace, but now some of them we don't represent for we so now. Some of them we don't sell out all the strong liquor now. We don't represent for we so now. Some of
With the flick of my wrist, here comes a new musical disc that will make you jump and twist. The network, disco, rap show. From payday to payday, you day. I say, you dally up a discotheque, man, you're sweating to that same way. Bad girls and punky boys, masquerading, some parading, shaking up the disco body, as they boogie on down to the ground. And they now give a damn for the culture. But tell us, say you now give a damn for your culture. How will you do? See you like Travolta, hot with night fever. But when the good times are over, you're still scrunting. I see you in your glass heel shoe and ting. I see you in your three-piece suit and ting. I see you when you boogie on the uptown swing. I see you like a robot. I see you like a robot. And you nah give a damn for your culture. Tell us say you nah give a damn for your culture. How will you do? Go on to the disco. moving this mean machine. No slamming of doors. Alright. Chocolate City people, while you relax and take in the heavy sounds of network rhythm band. No smoking of cigarettes. Alright. You wanna funk? You wanna funk? You wanna F-F-U-F-U-N-K today? Funk you. Say it's the hardest, say it's the baddest, say it's the greatest dancer. Say where you want, brother. I know it's madness, madness. I know it's sadness, sadness. Cause you not give a damn for your culture. You not give a damn for your culture. Tell us say you not give a damn for your culture. You not give a damn for your culture. What you do? Put on your dancing shoes. Put it on, put it on, put it on, and I tell you. Disco time. Char. I see you. Bing bang di dum di dum. Put it on, put it on, put it on, and I tell you. Member for Barrett Area, San Juan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, it is my great privilege for the first time as a member of Cabinet in the government led by the member of Superior to rise in this debate and contribute to Budget 2026. As a young man, I'm very proud to boast that this is the 9th budget that I'm contributing to in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. 8 in opposition, 1 in government, and many more in government again, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the great people of Barrett Area San Juan for reposing the confidence in me as the elected member of parliament to represent their interests in this very sacred chamber. Additionally, we would also like to thank the hundreds of citizens who would have attended our budget consultations that were conducted by all of the members of parliament on this side, and who attended those consultations, and also those persons who have submitted their suggestions, their questions, and their concerns. And then the ministry and the minister responsible for taking the will of the people through those consultations and placing it into this budget document, I would like to congratulate the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development and their respective teams, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to congratulate and thank our hard-working Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for Siparia, for the critical role in guiding government policy and her meticulous examination of the policies and allocations that are before this sacred house to be debated by members here, Mr. Speaker. And I also would like to thank all of my cabinet colleagues for the work that they have put in the last 6 months in government, the tremendous amount of work to ensure that we are at this moment here today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Arima is not here, but I would just like to tell her in her absence, Mr. Speaker, that the member looked very beautiful this morning, and I want to congratulate her on her maiden budget response as the opposition leader. But as our good leader said, Mr. Speaker, is that you must not only look good, you have to sound good. And I think that is where the member for Arima fell down, Mr. Speaker. That is where she fell down. Because I want to know, Mr. Speaker, who really wrote that speech for the member for Arima? It was disjointed, it was inconsistent, it lacked substance, it was intellectually bankrupt, Mr. Speaker, and it was simply boring. Boring.
It was a bad novel.
The member for Arima flip-flop all over the place. The member said that we are engaging in populist decisions and policies, but at the same time say that we are attacking the ordinary man and woman in Trinidad and Tobago. The member then said, listen, you all, this is not a small man budget, this is for the big people, but say that we are attacking the banks and all of the commercial institutions in Trinidad and Tobago. Make up your mind. They are eternally confused, Mr. Speaker. That is probably the weakest opposition they have in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. And then the member said that we came into office because of populist measures and decisions. We didn't come into power because of populist measures, Mr. Speaker. We took hard decisions as our first government here, Mr. Speaker, but they were voted out because of their corruption, inept, and... Mr. Speaker, you see, the member said that the alternative to the PNM is what, chaos? I think the 310 ex-Caroni workers who received leases under the last 6 months will not think so, Mr. Speaker. They will not think so. They will not think so at all. And then the member said what? That in 6 months it have pothole in this country. 6 months it have pothole in this country. They are blaming us for their incompetence, Mr. Speaker. They forgot who their Minister of Works and Transport was, Mr. Sinanan. Mr. Speaker, they fixed nothing and they want to come and blame us. We are not taking that. That is clear hypocrisy. Clear hypocrisy. For God's sake, have a little shame. Have some shame. Have some shame, Mr. Speaker. And the member, I would have thought, because when I sat in opposition, Mr. Speaker, I always listened to what the member for Siparia said as the opposition leader. There was an intellectually analyzed contribution. You heard about the macroeconomics, the microeconomics. You heard about plans to take our country forward, Mr. Speaker. I listened for about 3 hours to the member for Arima, and all I heard, Mr. Speaker, was rum too expensive. That rum is too expensive. That is all I heard, Mr. Speaker. And then complain that we increase the price of rum. But, Mr. Speaker, history and record will bear us out today. Do you know that the member for Diego Martin Northeast, when he was the Minister of Finance in fiscal 2017, said this: over 3 million deaths occur every year because of the harmful use of alcohol. So he proposes to increase with effect from October 20, 2016, the excise duty on locally manufactured tobacco by 15%, as well as on alcoholic products by 20%. This is expected to yield $60 million. Sheer hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker. Sheer hypocrisy. But we're not taking that, Mr. Speaker, because we here are about delivery. We make promises, we make the promises, and we keep the promises, Mr. Speaker. We make them and we keep them. That is what we do. Because what did the member for Arima do in the last 5 years or so as Minister of Planning? What did the member plan? The member planned nothing, but what they left the country is penniless. You know, the member had PIP for the last 10 years, but want to give us mouth here today, Mr. Speaker. They had PIP. Where was the member's voice when over 610 persons died in 1 year and they kept a sleeping Minister of National Security? Where was the member when people could not get water in their pipelines, Mr. Speaker? Where was the member's voice when they raised gas not 1, 2, or 3 times, Mr. Speaker? Where was their voice? Where was the member's voice? But I can tell you that this compassionate, caring government led by Siparia lowered the price of super gasoline by $1. While the member for Faizabad was speaking on Monday, and people were filling their gas, they were getting cheaper gas at the pump. That is performance, Mr. Speaker. That is performance. That is performance. And then the member had the goal to say what, we are anti-youth and so on. You know they had a 65-year-old pension as a youth officer of the PNM? You know that, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, they have the goal to tell us about unemployment. Under the PNM, 70,600 jobs were lost under the PNM. Take that in your pipe and smoke it. And then talking about Dragon and talking about Venezuela and so on, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that Prime Minister Prasad Bisesa will not be in any conga line. She will be sitting in the boardroom, Mr. Speaker, making decisions in the best interest of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. That is where she will be, Mr. Speaker. So we are not going to be distracted by them and their nonsense, Mr. Speaker. But what I will tell you is that they have been making some noise in the public domain since Monday because they don't know what to say about this budget again. Because this is one of the best budgets I've ever heard, Mr. Speaker. It is a fair budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is an equitable budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a budget that is people-centered. That is what it is. So this nonsense about fake and fraud, but I'll get to the fake and fraud soon. Mr. Speaker, they talk about this NIS issue. I want to make it very clear to the population that these are not measures that will be implemented overnight. This will take a 10-year rollout period, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the retirement age, because 2 things are being done. 1, the increase of the retirement age, and 2, the increase of the contributions and so on. But this is not instant. It is a way, Mr. Speaker, that we are easing into the population. It takes us 10 years for the increase of the retirement age to be done. But I want to tell you something, Mr. Speaker, because I heard the member for Arima quote all kind of speech and narrative about the retirement age. But I want to quote too, Mr. Speaker. The House of Representatives Hansard, Mr. Speaker, dated the 9th of October 2023, Budget Debate 2023, the member for San Fernando East had this to say. He said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm quoting Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me explain to the national community just how important of an issue this increased retirement age is. I can say here today that without an increase in the retirement age, there may not be a public pension fund to benefit future generations of this country going forward. That is what the member for San Fernando East had to say about the increase in the retirement age, Mr. Speaker. That is what he had to say. Why did the member for Arima not quote the member for San Fernando East? Why? Why did you not quote him? And this is not a mandatory thing, Mr. Speaker. If someone wants to retire at age 60, they can retire and they will still be entitled to a pension, but it will not be the full amount. And Mr. Speaker, this, as I said, it's a 10-year rollout period. But Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that when the UNC wins, the public servants will win because the minister already indicated that the 10% is on the table, Mr. Speaker. It's on the table. And Mr. Speaker, let me tell you the burden that they're talking about. The NIS provided some information for us. And with the increase, the 3% increase in the contribution rate, we looked at three categories, the lowest, middle, and the highest. The lowest category, Mr. Speaker, where someone earns a salary, a monthly salary of about $1,472, Mr. Speaker, their average monthly increase will be $11.70. $11.70. A person with a salary of about $6,400, Mr. Speaker, their average monthly increase will be $60.24, less than $100. Where someone's salary increases or goes over $13,000, Mr. Speaker, the employee will have to contribute $136.05. Mr. Speaker, we are a caring, compassionate government, Mr. Speaker. We are easing these matters. So, Mr. Speaker, we do not buy that narrative of the opposition. And then they had the gall to talk about the HSF and foreign exchange reserves and what they left us with and how many months cover we had now, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a report in my hand, and I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They dipped their grubby hands in the HSF 12 times, Mr. Speaker. 12 times. From the period June 30, 2016 to 30 November 2024, Mr. Speaker. Taking out, Mr. Speaker, taking out $3 billion USD. $3 billion. And then you all have the goal to tell us about import cover and HSF. When you had your hands in the cookie jar for 12 different times, Mr. Speaker, taking out $3 billion and there is no benefit to the citizens. What benefit? What benefit to the citizens? There was absolutely none. There was absolutely none, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the tune changer. Yeah, of course. Before they came into the parliament on Monday, I heard the opposition leader being interviewed outside, and she said, well, I don't know where the government will get the revenue from. Well, when the Minister of Finance finishes budget presentation, they say, well, it's fake. Yeah. So they're going on that new narrative from they can't make it to now it's fake, Mr. Speaker. But I'll tell you where we will find the money. We will find the money by cutting out all of the ghost gangs and ghost employees that they had employed, Mr. Speaker. We will cut it out by cutting out the corruption, waste, and mismanagement over the last 10 years. We will find the money through the NIF $1 billion bonds, Mr. Speaker. We will find it through the $40 million in terms of the taxes for luxury vehicles. The $1 billion in the alcohol and tobacco tax, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will find the money, but at the same time, we will balance the budget to ensure that we can afford for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. That is what we will do. And they're making a song and dance, and they're misleading the population, Mr. Speaker, about this landlord surcharge. It is not a property tax. Let me repeat that for those who were closing their fridge door and did not hear me. The landlord surcharge is not a property tax. It is an income tax, Mr. Speaker. The surcharge is based on the income, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and let me explain. When they were trying to implement the property tax, a man who have a residential house who don't rent it, they were putting a fake rental value on that house and then assessing your property tax on that, That is what they were doing. What we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is a man who actually renting his house, he is going to have to pay the surcharge. But you see, Mr. Speaker, they are so accustomed dealing with ghosts that they are thinking about ghost rentals, Mr. Speaker. We are dealing with real people, real jobs, and real lives, Mr. Speaker. That is what we're dealing with. And we did not pull this landlord surcharge out of our hat. This took a lot of research. It took a lot of deliberation, Mr. Speaker. And are we the only jurisdiction to do this? The answer is no. We have Malta. Malta does this landlord surcharge. You have the jurisdiction of Singapore. You have various states in the European Union. Barbados, our neighbors. New York, Mr. Speaker. So there are examples from other jurisdictions with respect to this landlord surcharge. And what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister is very clear that there are people who are renting their properties in Trinidad and Tobago, having to pay tax, and they're not paying the tax. It is time they also contribute to the national development of Trinidad and Tobago. Everyone has to pay their fair share of the pie, Mr. Speaker. And what is wrong with that? What is wrong with that? So I want to encourage my friends opposite to be responsible in your narrative when you go out to the population. Stop misleading the population with political propaganda. And another thing, Mr. Speaker, is that the Minister of Finance, and I must say the Minister is very creative when it comes to all his fiscal policies and so on, and his team that is behind him, Mr. Speaker. Because this was one of the most creative budgets. Mr. Speaker, for the last week, I have been receiving calls on my phone that this was one of the best budgets that they ever heard being presented in the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, with respect to this bank assets levy, Mr. Speaker, again, this is not only in Trinidad and Tobago. There are other jurisdictions that do this, Mr. Speaker. With respect to Jamaica, United Kingdom, Hungary, Sweden, there are other jurisdictions that we learn from this. The U.S. also has some other, the U.S. also, Mr. Speaker, have measures such as this. And also, while they say that the banks will have to increase fees and so on, Mr. Speaker, the citizens have to stand up for their rights because our policies, you must also stand your ground. Because, Mr. Speaker, the banks also benefit, you know. The banks also have incentives: cybersecurity, investment tax allowance, wear and tear allowance, training allowance, carry forward of losses, capital gain taxes, Mr. Speaker. So it is not that we are imposing any heavy burden, but, Mr. Speaker, we are asking everybody to contribute the fair share to the national pie so that we can provide for goods and services for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Nothing is wrong with that, Mr. Speaker. Nothing is wrong. And, Mr. Speaker, I also saw that the member for Diego Martin Northeast, as usual, got himself in a lot of problems this week, posting and tweeting rubbish. Normal. With respect to the wage negotiations for public servants, Mr. Speaker. The member come out boldly and said that he offered 9%. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be unparliamentary in here, but you're here. That is. Mr. Speaker, look, I have the letter in my hand here, 17th of June 2022, written to Mr. Leroy Batiste, now Senator Batiste. Salary for the period January 1, 2014 to 31 December 2016. For 2014, 0%. For 2015, 0%. For 2016, 2%. The other period, 2017 to 2019. 2017, 0%. 2018, 0%. 2019, 2%. So 2 plus 2 gives you what? 4 or 9? And if he thinks 2 plus 2 means 9, Mr. Speaker, we now understand why the country is in this place, you know, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what calculator he using, Mr. Speaker, but he should pelt it away. Mr. Speaker, but that is why when the UNC wins, the public servants will win, because the 10%, Mr. Speaker, is on the table. The 10% is on the table. That is where it is. And, Mr. Speaker, as I told you, people are saying that this is one of the best budgets that we have. One of the best budgets, because you know why, Mr. Speaker? We made promises and we are keeping those promises, Mr. Speaker. With respect to foreign use vehicles, you will now be able to import a vehicle that is 6 years old from 3 years old, Mr. Speaker, making it cheaper for the ordinary man to have a vehicle, Mr. Speaker. Affordable. And when this takes effect, 1st January 2026. Promise made. Thank you very much. I heard, Mr. Speaker, that the member was crying about crime. Where was the member voice in the last 10 years? Where was the member voice?
Right here.
When Ashanti Riley was murdered. You remember that? Where was her voice, Mr. Speaker? I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, murders are down by 40% under this new Commissioner of Police. We are bringing home invasion laws in this parliament, and we hope we get the support of our colleagues next door, Mr. Speaker. We hope we get the support of our colleagues, because they are accustomed, Mr. Speaker, voting against grandchildren and voting against children in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, we are going to expand 6,400 senior grants. We increased the illnesses covered under the Children's Life Fund, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a caring, compassionate government. My friend from San Fernando West, a real member of parliament, is going to deliver 18,000 laptops nationwide for our students. I believe 279 schools were repaired in the vacation program, and all schools were able to open on time, Mr. Speaker. That is achievement. And Mr. Speaker, coming soon, the UA Debe campus will open its doors. It will open its doors. Mr. Speaker, the member for St. Anne's East couldn't open St. George's College. They bring big ribbon, Mr. Speaker. They roll out ribbon from the car to by the gate, Mr. Speaker. And when we went in the classroom, they don't have desk, they don't have board, they don't have chair, Mr. Speaker. Where they were going to put the children? Mr. Speaker, in the last few months, when they were in government, ribbon run out, you know. They were cutting ribbon for anything. And nothing open. Imagine they open the central block and they had no hospital bed.
No elevator.
They open the airport in Tobago and a plane can't fly. They opened St. George's College and had no desk and chair. Mr. Speaker, they were running a government where you had a Coast Guard without boat, you had an Air Guard without plane, and a police service without vehicles, Mr. Speaker. That is their legacy. But, Mr. Speaker, I can give you the guarantee that this UNC government will fix it. We will fix it. We will fix it. Mr. Speaker, another thing I heard the opposition leader said, and I have to address this, because the opposition leader is making incorrect statements in this parliament by talking about the PSIP projects and the developmental program. Mr. Speaker, when we looked at the record, the last revised estimate of 2025 for the PSIP program is $3.9 billion. The member said we cut it by $1 billion. Do you know what is the 2026 estimate, Mr. Speaker? $4 billion. I don't know what calculator they're using next door. The math's not mathsing. The math's not mathsing. I don't know if they went to school at the member for St. Anne's East Open. Mr. Speaker, they keep making high allocations for PSIP projects, and they're not able to receive it because they don't do the work. There was a level of laziness across here, Mr. Speaker, that they just could not have gotten the work done. They could not have gotten it done. And trying to make a mockery of this issue with the VAT exemption on foods and stuff, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance will address this, Mr. Speaker, but I want to take the opportunity also to look at it. In the case of local produce, Mr. Speaker, let us be absolutely clear here. In the case of local produce, it should be noted that the food items that are currently only zero rated if they are unprocessed. You understand? It is unprocessed. I don't know if my friends opposite can understand that, but it's unprocessed food, Mr. Speaker. We are now going to create VAT exemptions to where the food is also processed. How hard is that to understand? So you will not be paying VAT on the processed items now, Mr. Speaker. How hard is that for my friends opposite to understand? But the car count and the car read, Mr. Speaker. And the car process that. The car process that. The car process that, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, and I am very proud today to say, Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Land and Legal Affairs, in just under 6 months, Mr. Speaker, we were able to distribute over 310 leases to ex-Carney workers who are waiting 22 years now for their title, Mr. Speaker. And the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker, they, through spite, malice, and ill will, refuse to give justice to those ex-Carney workers. But, Mr. Speaker, promise made, promise kept, Mr. Speaker. Promise made, promise kept. And we are also, when you look at the budget items and the allocations, we are going to accelerate this project to ensure that we give justice to those who gave this country a lot of their time, their effort, their sweat, their blood, and their tears, Mr. Speaker. It is time we give those ex-colony workers their just due, what was promised to them over 22 years ago. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to get to some other matters that I think are very important to this debate. Mr. Speaker, in local parlance, they have something called hotbacks.
What?
Hotbacks.
Spell that. Hot backs.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
That sounds very seductive.
And, Mr. Speaker, I have in my possession certain records and documents with respect to some bacchanal.
Oh, bacchanal.
Bacchanal, yeah. Hotbacks mean bacchanal, right? Hot bacchanal. From emanating from the Ministry of Finance.
Hot backs.
Not under the member for Faizabad,
No.
under the member for Diego Martin Northeast. Under his watch, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have been able to access, analyze some hotbacks in relation to the contractual employment and engagement of one Ms. Rhoda Barrett.
No, take your time.
Trading as
Take your time. Take your time.
Type 1 Media and Research Solutions with respect to successive awards, payment discrepancies, and procurement practices that was taking place at the Ministry of Finance. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to give you the source. The news source. Mr. Speaker, I am told that there were contracts emanating from the Ministry of Finance for the period 1st December 2017 to the 1st of May 2025 as a communications consultant. And during this period, Ms. Barrett was paid $3,027,735 from the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Rhoda Barrett, Mr. Speaker, collected $3,027,735 from the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this individual runs a social media page called News Source, Mr. Speaker. Public funds were being used by that woman, Mr. Speaker, to denigrate persons, Mr. Speaker, use racist remarks, Mr. Speaker, and ensure, Mr. Speaker, today we are going to expose what was taking place. And, Mr. Speaker, I am not afraid of any of them, Mr. Speaker. I am not afraid. Because all of us on this side, Mr. Speaker, were victims of her venom, Mr. Speaker. Were victims. And, Mr. Speaker, it's not me alone on this side that was a victim, Mr. Speaker. Some of my friends opposite were victims of her, Mr. Speaker. Some of my friends opposite.
Who on that side?
My friends opposite.
Who she didn't like? Not sure. Not sure.
You see, Mr. Speaker, and while she was engaged at the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Speaker, she was also collecting money from the NLCB, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, she collected $300,000 from the NLCB, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, you want to know something? When she submitted invoices, you know what the NLCB had to say about that? On perusal of her file, Rhoda Barrett, I noted that no evaluation performance review was prepared. Therefore, I am unable to state if she met her contractual duties. So they don't even know what they were paying her for. So in total, Mr. Speaker, under the watch of Diego Martin Northeast, Mr. Speaker, Rhoda Barrett collected $3.3 million worth of taxpayers' dollars as a paid blogger, Mr. Speaker. As a paid blogger to spew, Mr. Speaker, xenophobic, racist, Mr. Speaker, and venom. Racist remarks. Mr. Speaker, we on this side will expose them for that, Mr. Speaker. But I want to go more into this, and I'll give you examples of what she was paid for. Do you understand? She did a 45-second advertisement, 45 seconds for the NIF, and that cost the taxpayers $80,000.
45 seconds. 45 seconds.
There was an item called services rendered for December 2020. Nobody know what the service is. She was paid $82,000 for this, Mr. Speaker. Loan by loan advertisement, she was paid $168,000, Mr. Speaker. And then when you think it will get worse, Mr. Speaker, she's a communications consultant. I see an item here called purchase of Christmas tokens. She was a paid shopper for the member for Diego Martin Northeast.
Like coffee.
I don't know if she was buying Elf,
Coffee.
Dwen, or stockings.
Coffee.
I don't know what she was buying. But she was buying Christmas tokens in the sum of $56,300. Mr. Speaker, this is the nonsense that we found here. And Mr. Speaker, I want to give you something else. So in 2017, Ms. Barrett Company was formed. In around October 2017, the 31st of October 2017.
A company.
In a matter of a few weeks, Mr. Speaker, she was able to get a contract with the Ministry of Finance on the 1st of December 2017 and said, here is the fraud they want to talk about. Here the fraud. The company presented itself as having over 25 years experience in communications and media consultancy, being about 3 weeks old.
The math do math.
That is fraud. That is fake, Mr. Speaker. That is the budget that they want to talk about. You want to know who signed off on this contract? Yes. One Vishnu Dan Paul. Yeah, that is who signed off on the contract. One Vishnu Dan Paul. Wow. Mr. Speaker, it gets worse, you know, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it gets worse. Do you know what process was used to hire Ms. Barrett? Single source selection. Mr. Speaker, I need to get that extra additional time.
Single source or new source?
Single source selection. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? She was handpicked by the minister, the former Minister of Finance. Handpicked.
There are two former.
The member for Diego Martin Northeast. The former. That is why I understand why when the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's were speaking Prime Minister, he removed him as the Minister of Finance. I now understand. Forthwith,
Well done there, sir.
Yeah.
Good call there, sir.
Mr. Speaker. Yes, Diego Martin, they were using, yes. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I said some of my friends opposite were victims of Rhoda Barrett. And Mr. Speaker, you know what she did? She gave, Mr. Speaker, a profile of the sole trader. But she had workers, right, Mr. Speaker? She had workers. And Mr. Speaker, there's one of the workers there, and I want to tell you, his name is called, hold on. Yes, she had workers. There's one worker named Leslie Grandison. And when you watch Leslie's resume, Mr. Speaker, this is what it says. He works for Rhoda Barrett. I am one of the primary photographers to the Trinidad and Tobago Minister of Finance and Member for Parliament for Diego Martin Northeast, the Honorable Colin Burt. I am responsible for obtaining images for him in his constituency, capturing his likeness for portraits, press conferences, meetings and events. I am also responsible for photographing him with fellow members of Parliament and his interaction with his constituents, colleagues and staff, with some related to the office of the Prime Minister and local newspapers. Mr. Speaker, I have a next one called Anthony Sullivan. This is where Anthony Sullivan experience is. He said he's a videographer, editor, and content director for Type 1 Media Limited. His clients are Ministry of Finance, MP for Diego Martin Northeast, and News Source. This is your resume, Mr. Speaker. Your resume said that he works for News Source and the member for Diego Martin Northeast, Mr. Speaker. That is what it says. Paid for, Mr. Speaker, by the Ministry of Finance.
None of them pictures come out good.
But, Mr. Speaker, it gets even more curious, sir. The man who first retained Ms. Barrett when he was a permanent secretary,
Who signed the
Mr.
contract?
Vishnu Dan Paul.
Signed the contract.
When he became the Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, he decided to ask, well, how much you pay this woman? So when they told her that they paid her $3 million, this is what the note says. In March 2025, following the transition from one Minister of Finance to another, and subsequent to the discussions with the incoming minister, the PS requested advice from the Treasury Solicitor on the process for termination of the consultancy services of Type 1 Media and Research Solutions. Mr. Speaker, when Senator Dan Paul became the Minister of Finance, he fired Rhoda Barrett. We didn't fire she. We didn't fire her. So whatever bacchanal or hot backs them have in the PNM, Mr. Speaker, we're staying out of it. But Mr. Speaker, you see this bundle of documents in my hand I have here? This will be transmitted to the Honorable Attorney General, Mr. Speaker. Because we don't understand what the...
She paid taxes
what
on that?
the Attorney General said he has a copy. We don't understand, Mr. Speaker, what they paid $3 million for.
I know you want to see.
3.3 million.
Your name calling that?
Member for Port of Spain Northeast Sentence. Member for Port of Spain North Sentence West. I have an additional copy. I can hand it to you. You know, they spent $3.3 million to make the member for Diego Martin Northeast look good, and that couldn't help. It still couldn't help.
You work with a ladder. I hope you
Mr. Speaker, that is what was taking place at the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to also make a point, and today I call upon the University of the West Indies, because this woman is still employed at the UE teaching our nation's students. Mr. Speaker, under the Code of Ethics for instructors at the UE, because she's an instructor there, where persons, Mr. Speaker, are guilty or they make remarks that are or they engage in activities calculated to endanger the peace and security of the community or otherwise engages in religious, political, or racial propaganda of an inflammatory nature, that is misconduct. And Mr. Speaker, nothing she says is truth. We cannot take anything for her word, Mr. Speaker, because the member for Orpuch East was also a victim, but he took her to court, Mr. Speaker, and got a judgment of about $100,000 in defamation against her. So, Mr. Speaker, the member for Orpuch East knows that she have $3.3 million that she can pay you. Right? She can pay him, Mr. Speaker. She can pay him. She can pay the member for Diego Martin Northeast, Mr. Speaker.
You know what time your name calling this? Sure. How much time your name calling this?
Mr. Speaker, so those were the hot backs for the evening, right? That is from the source and the sorceress or whatever she calls herself, Mr. Speaker. Take that in your pipe and smoke it. I am not afraid of you. And Mr. Speaker, I know I will be featured on the UNC Cabal or the News Source for whatever days ahead. Whatever they say about me, Mr. Speaker, I have nothing else that they could say, Mr. Speaker. Nothing else. Because my hands are clean, Mr. Speaker. My hands are clean. But what, Mr. Speaker, is upsetting about this entire situation is that they were paying a racist blogger $3.3 million, Mr. Speaker, out of taxpayers' money, Mr. Speaker, to run these online pages like News Source and UNC Cabal and so on, Mr. Speaker. But we will expose what they were doing with taxpayers' money. We will do that. My young colleagues on this side of the chamber, Mr. Speaker, you all should hang your heads in shame to defend the PNM. You all may be decent, decent young men, but you have to understand what your senior colleagues were engaged in. And I don't want to hear nothing from San Fernando North, from San Fernando East, because he was in the Ministry of Finance and he should have said something.
Let me check and see if I see
I don't want to hear anything from you.
The contract oh, Lord.
But Mr. Speaker, it gets worse, you know.
Sure. Surely it's right.
It gets worse.
That's what your name is.
You see, I want to move to my portfolio because I deal with lands. And Mr. Speaker, I deal with lands. And at the last cabinet meeting, by the last administration, on the 17th of April, 2025, Mr. Speaker, they rushed the approval of a particular note to give a lease that particular water company in Orange Grove, Mr. Speaker. In Orange Grove. Mr. Speaker, the note was passed on the 17th of April 2025 with respect to issuing a lease for that water company. Mr. Speaker, would you believe the night before the election, the 27th of April 2025, a WhatsApp voice note was sent by one Solange D'Souza. You all remember who is Solange D'Souza? She was a former PNM candidate in Faizabad. But she happens to be the chamber's manager at the AG's office in the last administration. And she sent a voice note, Mr. Speaker, and this is what she says. Good night. So this is for the Blue Waters file. If it is that you get, you will proceed with the instructions before you get the file. So she's telling the person, proceed with the instructions before I get the file. I just said, let me take the picture, as AG not too long did it. Right? Well, send me the picture. So if I said, let me know if it will take a little longer to get the file to you. Basically what she's saying, Mr. Speaker, in the voice note is that the AG just gave the instruction, the file can't reach by you as yet. Proceed with the lease. Proceed with the lease. Do you know who was the AG at the time, Mr. Speaker? The honourable member for Trinity, Maloney, Mr. Speaker. And there's a note. Reference is made to folio 10. Thing happening fast there, you know. On April, this is the 25th now. This is what day? This is the Friday before the general election. Thing happening fast. Note writing up fast. Please be advised that the Civil Law Department is hereby instructed to prepare the requisite leases to give effect to the cabinet decision. But, Mr. Speaker, do you want to know what's the issue with that cabinet decision? You want to know what's the issue? There are two commercial leases to be granted to this water company, C1 and C2. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, two offers were made by the state to the company. And, Mr. Speaker, for C2, which is commercial piece 2, the value that was attributed to the land at that time was 32. It was offered, Mr. Speaker, I want to be very careful what I say here. The COSL returned to the cabinet, and by cabinet minute listed at 5, obtained approval of an offer to OCC2 at a premium of $32.2 million, with a difference of approximately $17.9 million from the 2019 offer of $14.3 million. Mr. Speaker, understand what happened there, you know? They cut the lease price by half in 2019, you know. That's a one. With regard to C1, the approved premium was $50 million, but the offer made was $22.1 billion. You understand what is happening there, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, when the public servants got wind of this, no lease was prepared in 2019 to 2022. Thing hold up. Mr. Speaker, do you know what is the lease price that the last cabinet approved for that water company? They're using a 2015 valuation to grant a lease in 2025, a 10-year-old valuation. And Mr. Speaker, what is strange about this is that they were hurrying this thing to the end, Mr. Speaker, that the night before the general election, you have man from the AG office calling public servants to tell them, hey, prepare that lease, you know. Because you know why, Mr. Speaker? They got wind that they were going to lose the general election. That is what was happening. That is what was happening. And also, I think my honorable colleague, the Attorney General, has a copy of this file. Yes. And AG, I ask, and I plead with you that advice and direction be given on this matter, because we are not going to allow these things to sit silently, Mr. Speaker. We are not going to allow it to sit silently. But, Mr. Speaker,
you given the AG, you might have to get another AG.
Mr. Speaker,
AG1 and AG2.
with respect to what was taking place at the ministries and so on, I know I gave some instances of what was taking place in the last administration of corruption, of mismanagement, of waste, Mr. Speaker. We understand what was taking place there. We have a mandate. We will fix it, Mr. Speaker. We will fix it. Mr. Speaker, I want to give some of the achievements from my ministry over the last 5.5 months. Mr. Speaker, as soon as I went into that ministry, I understood that there were members of the business community whose companies were struck out and so on. we immediately instituted an amnesty for the companies registry, benefiting tens of thousands of companies, Mr. Speaker. Tens of thousands of companies. Mr. Speaker, there's another file at my desk when I went in there. The public servants were telling me that it was like pulling teeth in the last administration. One, because I don't think that the minister understood what was taking place. This is in the Ministry of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet approved the new forms for the issuance of state grants. So now over 500 state grants that were waiting to be prepared at the Commissioner's office will now be ready for delivery in a matter of weeks, Mr. Speaker. 500. So that means 500 people will have their title. And Mr. Speaker, you want to know what the issue was? The issue was the type of paper that they were using was archaic and they didn't have a printer to align with the paper. Could you imagine that, Mr. Speaker? Simple fixes like that, we were able to do in a matter of weeks, Mr. Speaker. Take it to Cabinet, get the new form, update the language, and ensure that these state grants are issued to these persons who have already paid for their leases, and it will be done in a matter of weeks, Mr. Speaker. We give you our assurance. Mr. Speaker, we understand what the issues were with respect to land management, land tenure in this country, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister, in her wisdom, decided to now place all of the ministries in charge of land or touch and concern land. One being the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries, the other being the Ministry of Legal Affairs, and the other being the Ministry of Finance. You had the Valuation Division doing one thing. You had the Ministry of Legal Affairs registering the title. You had the Commissioner of State Lands doing surveys and the repository of state lands. Mr. Speaker, we placed all under one ministry as a common sense approach, as a one-stop shop to streamline regularization, to streamline management, Mr. Speaker. So that what we are going to do, Mr. Speaker, we have a vision. We are going to integrate the land registry with the surveys and mapping. Because do you know, Mr. Speaker, that officers, public officers, have to physically walk from Richmond Street across the street with original documents to go to the post office building where surveys and mapping vault is, Mr. Speaker, and physically bring files to and fro. We are now going to integrate that, Mr. Speaker. Do you know that building that is housing all of the survey records in this country was placed there, I believe, in 2022? That building is now deemed to be unfit, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, they took away the building from surveys and mapping and gave it to Panther and Vigo.
Oh, yes. What are the headquarters?
Yeah. All the original records for survey plans are housed in that building. Mr. Speaker, the LIDAR survey, I heard the member for Arima talk about, LIDAR, she called it. It's a LIDAR survey. Mr. Speaker, do you know when was the last time that was done in this country? That was done in 2014, and we are going to do it again, Mr. Speaker. It always takes a UNC government to ensure that there's progress in this country, to ensure that there was progress. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you had all of these ministries working separately, what was happening is that there was a lot of siloing and duplication of resources. Because the LSA was telling me that they are going to do a LIDAR survey, and then the Director of Surveys was saying that she's going to do a LIDAR survey, both spending taxpayers' money separately, when we could spend the same money for one resource, Mr. Speaker, and everyone shares it. Everyone shares it. That is a streamlined, modern-day approach. We are going to integrate laws, technologies, processes, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we get the job done. To ensure that we get it done, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another one is with respect to the registration of births. We are now engaging, and I want to thank my friend, the Minister of Health, and also the Minister in the Ministry of Health. We had a meeting. It's advanced, Mr. Speaker. You will see it in the PSIP project, that we will now have bedside registration for births. Bedside registration. And Mr. Speaker, we are testing the software so that when the child is registered, Mr. Speaker, with the click of a button, you can apply for the birth certificate and the first copy is delivered free at your doorsteps. Mr. Speaker, that is ensuring that we break down the walls of bureaucracy and red tape, Mr. Speaker. We break down the walls of bureaucracy and red tape. Those are some of the few projects that we are doing at the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Land and Legal Affairs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have so much more issues, so much more plans, policies to discuss, Mr. Speaker. I can spend my entire evening entertaining you and telling the population what we are going to do with our allocation, Mr. Speaker, because we have so much plans. I can tell you what was happening too if the member of the San Fernando East want to hear. I don't want to get into the LSA because that will be another day. What was taking place at the LSA, Mr. Speaker. But you see the same contractors that were appearing in the RDC about who was bid rigging and so on, and who was bringing engineers' estimate within 1 to 3% of award, Mr. Speaker. Those same contractors were appearing at the LSA also. America's Marketing, Zorina's Maintenance, all of them close to, I believe, San Fernando West. All of them, not the San Fernando West, you know, the previous one. Right? All of them, Mr. Speaker. There were a consortium of them. But I understand my sorrows from the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. I understand what they were doing to him, Mr. Speaker. When you see the documents now and you see the evidence, you understand what was taking place on that side. But I'm sorry you have to remain there for some time. We will be here for a lot of time.
They like him. They really like him.
And Mr. Speaker, also, I want to get to my constituency, Mr. Speaker. The good people of Barataria San Juan, Mr. Speaker, when I was 29 years old, they reposed their trust and confidence in me, Mr. Speaker, in order to become their member of parliament. I hold that duty sacred to my heart, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister of Public Utilities. For years, the people of Barataria San Juan have been complaining about water supply. We now have a better water supply in Barataria San Juan. Mr. Speaker, lanes such as Bhutan Lane, Ibis Lane, Ali's Drive, and so on, if you look at it, Mr. Speaker, you had long pipelines running from the road to each house. No separate pipelines. We are now going to install mains on those streets, Mr. Speaker, so that everyone will have individual taps and connections to their houses, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the Minister of Public Utilities to ensure that the Don Miguel ground have lights, to ensure that the St. George's grounds have lights. I can't thank the member of the St. Anne's for that. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank thank the Minister of Works for coming into my constituency. When she saw the neglect at my constituency, she arrived there, Mr. Speaker. We are going to ensure that those pumps in El Socorro South, the minister has given me the assurance that we are going to ensure that we treat with the pumps in El Socorro South, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I gave some of the promises that were made, the promises that were kept. And, Mr. Speaker, when the UNC wins, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much, and I thank the people of Barataria San Juan.
Member for Port of Spain South.
Mr. Speaker, if I did not know better, I would say that the honourable member for Barataria San Juan did not have a portfolio. He spoke for 55 minutes, and he spent 3 minutes on his ministry. That is governance? Boy, you real winning. He winning. Mr. Speaker, what happened was that there was just fluff and just plain lack of substance from this honourable member. It really means that hot air rises, Tanapuna. Hot air rises. He has hot air enteritis because he claims to be able to balance the budget on a projected oil price at $73.25 per barrel. In which world that is happening, Mr. Speaker? He speaks and he boasts about giving ex-Carney workers their just due. What about the CPEP workers and their just due? What about the URP workers and their just due? What about the forestry workers and their just due? The former governor of Central Bank and his just due? The CEO of TSTT and his just due? The CEO of Carl and his just due? The CEO of WASA and his just due? It's just due for a few. What happened? They don't have blood, sweat, and tears? Because he spoke of blood, sweat, and tears. Well, the CPEP workers, they put their blood, sweat, and tears for this country. And you know what they deem them? Collateral damage. When you examine the track record of this government over the last 5 months, Mr. Speaker, and you look at the facts, the cancellation of the staple, which is the Independence Day parade, the unbalanced and perceived nepotism and nepotistic appointments to state boards, the unexplained drop in foreign reserves by $600,000 between April 2025 and August, Mr. Speaker, the unexplained drop by $600 million of foreign reserves in 5 months. Mr. Speaker, the key firing of senior management and replacement with friends and families, incompetent as they are, the continuous late payments of public servants and the most vulnerable, the old age pensioners, and the unkindest cut of all, the firing of those 50,000 people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my new mantra. When UNC win, Trinidad and Tobago lost. We lost because, Mr. Speaker, when you understand the state of this country and the economy, I want to speak the facts for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. What is the actual state of the economy, not that fluff and nonsense that I just heard. Mr. Speaker, in September 2024, Standard & Poor's, the international credit rating agency, affirmed Trinidad and Tobago's credit rating at BBB, an investment grade rating reflective of the country's credit strength, and Standard & Poor's maintained a stable outlook for the economy of Trinidad and Tobago under a PNM government. Moody's, on the 16th of December 2024, affirmed Trinidad and Tobago's rating at BA2 with a stable outlook. This affirmation underpinned the country's return to sustained growth, primarily driven by the non-energy sector under a PNM government. The rating agency of Moody's acknowledged that the potential fiscal risk to Trinidad and Tobago was mitigated by significant buffers such as the Heritage and Stabilization Fund and certain cash reserves amounting to more than 40% of the GDP. This happened, Mr. Speaker, under a PNM government. It goes on. In March, and particularly March the 14th, 2025, the Caribbean Information and Credit Rating Services Limited, the regional credit rating agency, reaffirmed Trinidad and Tobago's investment-grade credit rating of CARI AA with a stable outlook. The rating agency acknowledged the government's ongoing commitment, and I quote, to responsible policies to diversify the economy and transition towards renewable energy. TNT continues efforts to achieving 30% of energy usage from renewable sources by 2030. They cited, Mr. Speaker, stronger investor interest from international gas companies under a PNM government. The agency highlighted the country's resilience to economic shock, stating that the country had a diversified energy export base, thereby mitigating to some extent the risk of over-dependence on one energy commodity. Mr. Speaker, that is the state of the economy that was inherited by this incompetent government on the 28th of April 2025. And these are the facts, not from the central bank. These are the international rating agencies. So let's now deal with this budget. The Honorable Minister of Finance delivered a $59.2 billion budget under a budgetary theme, TNT First, building economic fairness through accountable fiscal policies. That was the budgetary theme, and that is what we are here to discuss. Not who get contract where and who work in there and I said in a file here. We're here to discuss that. They can't help it, they could only campaign, they can't govern. But the content of the budget reveals fairness as only a slogan, not a practice. Accountability is promised, but not demonstrated. Mr. Speaker, behind all that thumping of desks and bravado and the chanting of slogans, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago are being saddled with a slew of taxes, levies, surcharges that will choke rather than uplift the working class, the small business owner, and the vulnerable. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, on a totally different level, the budget and the policies of this government engenders a fear in me and the constituency that I represent for the delicate balance of this country that is Trinidad and Tobago, where every creed and race is supposed to find an equal place. A national budget is supposed to be both a political document, but most importantly, an economic plan. This government is in its sole purpose of electioneering, and in so doing fails to manage the scales and balance the scales of governing and electioneering. They are not managing the nation's affairs in a balanced and equitable manner. It is beyond a shadow of a doubt that they are consistently peddling cheap politics, political sloganism, and that overrides the national economic interests. And in fact, by doing so, Trinidad and Tobago lost. One example is when you look at the lack of planning for small, medium enterprises. The 2026 budget, and maybe in his rebuttal, the Honorable Minister of Finance could show us where in that budget he has accounted and a plan that will grow small and medium enterprises. Economic growth is a key indicator for this country, Mr. Speaker, to prosper. It is key in creating jobs, self-sustenance, and increasing the standard of living. Where is that in the budget? If I am shown, I will get up in this parliament and say, mea culpa. Let us look at the policies in this budget. The electricity surcharges. This electricity surcharge, the new excise taxes on alcohol and luxury vehicles, Mr. Speaker, a 5% kilowatt hour will not remain in the boardrooms. This charge will be passed down to the consumers, and it will lead to a higher price for goods and services. That is how the maths will maths. A 5% kilowatt hour surcharge on commercial and industrial users may not target households directly, but it will impact households directly through higher prices for essential goods and services. Bakeries, salons, restaurants, laundromats, among them. No mechanism has been put in place by this government to prevent this cost transfer. It will be widespread inflation through the back door. So, to the bakeries, to the salons, to the laundromats, you lost. Let's look at the landlord surcharge. They call it a surcharge, not a tax. So let's examine it on the gross rental income. Mr. Speaker, let's be real. What is a surcharge? It's an additional charge on cost on top of a usual one. It's a tax. They can't be honest with that. I mean, you feel we're so gullible that you use the word surcharge? And we don't know, sir, that it's a charge, a tax, you're taxing us? I mean, we are so unsophisticated. And the Honorable Member for Barataria was said it with a straight face. Trinidad and Tobago, tape that, you know. And had the goal to say, you hear, that is... What he should have said was, don't show him the man, he tailor his class. Just show him the corner where the fella passed. What is this surcharge? Trinidad and Tobago, it's a tax. And this tax will result in higher rents, especially as landlords already juggle mortgages and maintenance costs. Who do you think that surcharge will be passed on to? And it will affect low, middle-income families who do not own their own homes. This may very well have the potential to destabilize housing security. Was any thought put into that so-called surcharge and the repercussions and consequences of that surcharge? The surcharge also, when you do a comparison with the proposed property tax by the People's National Movement, let's do the figures. The proposed property tax, let's take away households and let's just deal with taxes on business. The proposed property tax was at 2%. This surcharge is 3.5%. If my math is correct, it is 1.5% higher than what was proposed by the People's National Movement in its property tax. Juxtapose this unconscionable and heartless surcharge with the fact that tenants have been given no mechanism for rent monitoring or protection. What do we have? What are we left with? We are left with a cause for alarm because landlords will pass these burdens on to the tenants. The government removed the property tax but replaced it with a higher surcharge of 3.5%. That is scaring. So middle and low income earners who do not have their own property, you lost. Let us look at the asset levy on financial institutions of 0.25%. This is a tax on banks and insurers, and it may seem to their mind as a hit. But history tells us that the cost, and the Bankers Association didn't wait, you know. They have said that the cost will be passed on. So what will it do? It will include an increase banking fees, loan interest rates, insurance premiums. Without regulatory enforcement, ordinary citizens will feel the pain and brunt of these increases. Where are the safeguard measures? What incentive has been put in this budget to encourage persons to save? A 0.25% levy on the assets of commercial banks and insurance companies is another hidden tax, but I suppose they will call it a surcharge. The banks will not absorb the cost. They have said so already. So the banking sector and the public who do business with the bank, you lost. Let's look at the increased customs and administrative fees and NIS contribution. Mr. Speaker, let me...
Whoever has that cell phone on, turn it off now, please.
The doubling of container processing fees and customs charges will only raise import costs, meaning higher consumer prices. This will result in more financial challenges for the businesses, whether small, medium, or large. When this is compounded, Mr. Speaker, with the 10 or 15% US tariffs, this measure by this so-called caring government, who they thumb the desk and they say everybody winning, it will negatively impact the manufacturing sector. I have not heard one iota of analysis of the effect of this increased customs administrative fees and NIS contributions. The sector will be even more challenged to be competitive on a global and national market. The sector will also have problems with the increase in their outlay of being competitive and keeping people in jobs. At the end of the day, all these increases in administrative fees will be a cost borne by the consumer. And at the end of the day, the cost of living could only rise. The NIS contribution hike, it raises payroll costs without any parallel measures to support wage growth or job creation. So you increase the contribution, but you do nothing to see where the wages may be increased or a job creation. Raising it by 3%, let me do some figures now, because the Honourable Member for Barataria San Juan for once quoted figures, but I don't trust those figures. Here is what my calculations say. For an employee earning $4,000 a month, that added 16 to 20, that will add $16 to $20 monthly. For the employer, an extra $60 per employee, that will be the additional cost. Therefore, a large enterprise hiring over 3,000 employees would have to pay $180,000 extra monthly, or over $2 million more annually. Mr. Speaker, who will absorb that cost at the end of the day? It means, Mr. Speaker, also for the employee, less take-home pay in an already struggling worker situation. The burden doesn't rest at this point. These added costs will be passed on through higher consumer prices, lower wages, and inevitably more firings. When combined with rising input costs, increased overheads, and the squeeze on consumer, this does not signal prosperity for all. To my mind, simple as it is, it signals crisis for all. We lost. The cumulative impact of these policies, Mr. Speaker, they win. They increase or they decreased premium gas by $1 per liter. Super. They decrease super by $1 per liter. Let me say it one more time. They decrease super by $1 per liter. What is the cumulative effect of this, though, when you look at the budget? Do not look at that increase in isolation. We gave it to them 3 times. The combined weight of higher electricity charges, higher rents, increased fees, payroll costs, how does that balance with a decrease in super for $1? That is UNC Mama Guy. That is what it is. Because, Mr. Speaker, what you save by that $45, by the time by the time you buy 1 Carib, you lose. You lose. Now, the new price. Let's look at the lack of safeguards. Mr. Speaker, with that now, you can't, listen, with that savings now, you can't even buy a bottle of puncheon, you know, when you look at how the prices have gone up. Let's look at the lack of safeguards. There's a consistent failure to include protective buffers for vulnerable citizens in this budget. And that, I don't know if it's a major oversight or if they just don't care. Maybe they don't know. There's overestimation, overborrowing, and overpromising. And that is why this government has to now put a theoretically impossible projected price for oil at $73.25 per barrel, and gas at $4.35 per MMBTU. Let us look at what the independent organizations who deal in natural gas and oil. Let's look at their forecasts. West Texas Intermediate crude is projected in 2026 to yield $48.50 per barrel. Juxtapose that with $73.25. Brent crude, which I think we are pegged to,
and is a discount.
And it's discounted, is estimated to fetch in 2026 $52 per barrel. And Henry Hub natural gas, $3.90 per unit. Thus, this government is overestimating by approximately $25 per barrel for oil and 35 cents MMBTU for gas. From that one distortion, everything else cascades, Mr. Speaker. Everything else falls down. Revenues are inflated. Deficits are artificially shrunk to $3 billion. And the burden we pass on to the public in taxes, levies, and higher costs is understated. Why is this done? Why was that deliberately done? You think that the Honorable Minister of Finance did not have the information from West Texas Intermediate and Brent crude when he pegged oil at $73.25 per barrel? That was done to hoodwink and fool the people of Trinidad and Tobago once again. I don't know anything about oil and gas. I went and I do my research because I'm coming for a serious parliamentary debate. Further, this government is banking on a nearly 300% increase on the year-on-year in profits and royalties from the non-financial state enterprises. At the same time, they propose adding $8.3 billion in new borrowing and $9.5 billion in new foreign debt. If the underlying revenue assumptions are inaccurate, as the projections from the independent bodies seem to suggest, we are left with a dangerous cocktail of the following: massive borrowing, mounting debt servicing burden, and the inability to deliver on promises. Ask the question rhetorically, Mr. Speaker, who will have to bear the burden of this overborrowing? Generations will have to do that. People of Trinidad and Tobago, you will have to bear the burden. Your children will have to bear the burden, and your grandchildren will have to bear the burden. With this uncaring and just plain old incompetent government, when the UNC win, your children lose, your grandchildren lose, and now your great-great-grandchildren losing. With the UNC government, is losses from generation to generation. But, Mr. Speaker, I come to the one that is the most mind-blowing, and I am saddened that the honourable member for Barataria Sanwan, who seems to know it all, he knows everybody's business. You know, I see he leaning a lot on the Honourable Attorney General, but he's not staying in his lane. But let me come to this. Let me come to this. The most alarming revelation in this budget, to me as a practitioner, is this. The government's explicit intent to collect an additional $180 million in revenue from penalties and fines. Honourable Minister of Finance, who advised you juridically on this? Not from production, not from innovation, not from export diversification, but peddling in potential death that occurs when people drink and drive drunk on the road. Kill them, but fine them. And raise 180, and nobody from this side ever kill anybody on the road. So hush. Hush your mouth. Leave me alone today. Here, Mr. Speaker. Here, Mr. Speaker. Let me repeat, Mr. Speaker. So they intend to raise 180 million in taxes from fines and penalties from people driving drunk on the road. What happens when people drive drunk on the road? People die. People die. Does it take a genius to do that? But let me examine it. What is really happening here? And I await the rebuttal. The budget proposes sharp increases in penalties. And I want to quote, I'm quoting directly from the Honourable Minister as I give him a lesson in law. Environmental tax, that is all right. But let's go to driving while disqualified. In his presentation, he said driving while disqualified, no fee. Proposed penalty, $5,000. Careless driving, no fee. Proposed penalty, $15,000. Driving over the alcohol limit, no fee. Proposed penalty, $15,000. The Honourable Minister must be careful what he puts on the Hansard. I wonder who writes his speeches. Certainly not the insufferable know-it-all from Barataria Sanwan. Because when you had no fee, did you consult the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850 of the laws of Trinidad and Tobago? Section 4.2 of the Act, sir, says, persons who is disqualified from holding or obtaining a valid driving permit, he may be arrested forthwith without a warrant, and he shall be liable to a fine of $1,500 or imprisonment for 1 year. So what is the no fee about? There's already a fine imposed for driving while disqualified. He now went to careless driving and said no fee. Did you consult Section 72 of the aforesaid Act? Section 72 of the Act under the rubric careless driving reads as follows. Any person who drives a motor vehicle on the road without due care and attention or without reasonable consideration for other road users is liable to a fine of $1,000. Where you getting no fee from? Then, driving over the alcohol limit. Did the Honourable Minister, before he delivered this speech on the Hansard record, consult Section 70A, subsection 1, subsection 2 of the said Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act? Driving or being in charge of a vehicle whilst blood alcohol levels exceed prescribed limit? And this is what it says. No person shall attempt to drive whilst you're above the prescribed limit. And in the case of a first conviction, to a fine of $12,000. But Mr. Speaker, here's the nub. In the case of a subsequent conviction, $22,000. So your proposal for the second offender, if it is about making money, it reduces the amount you would be allowed to charge. If it is, Mr. Speaker, you're a second offender, who advises you? I would have expected the member from Tobago who must know that these fines existed. But I want to ask the question, though, and this is the cognitive dissonance that I suffer from this proposal. At the end of the day, is this proposal going to mean, Mr. Speaker, that it's the police officer who determines what is careless driving? And do you get a ticket and you pay the fine and you never face a judicial officer? Because here's the problem. Driving under the influence of alcohol is a symptom, it's symptomatic of an ill. And when you go before a court, apart from a fine, there are other things that are put in place. Alcoholics Anonymous, going for EAP, going for treatment that will cure the alcoholism that allows you, that will enable you to drive whilst under the influence. Have they removed that? Where is the thinking behind this proposal? Now, Mr. Speaker, on this side, we are not opposed to stricter penalties for reckless and dangerous behavior. Drunk driving, careless driving, unlicensed pesticide use, these are serious offenses that endanger lives and public safety and the environment. But here is where we take fundamental issue with this government. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how much more time do I have? I'm just asking.
I think you have 12 minutes, well, 11 minutes of regular, and then your 10, if you'd like.
We have no issue with increased fines, but the government is introducing fines as, not as a deterrent, but as a source of revenue, Mr. Speaker. You're introducing a penalty not to deter, but to make money? Which lawyer advised you on this? What they have done, Mr. Speaker, in layman's term, they have budgeted for 180 million from fines, expecting or depending on people to break the law and kill people on the roads to make money. What if, from the top to bottom, people decide not to drink? From prime minister to lawyer, we're not drinking. We're being sober. What will happen to your revenue? It will go. It will go, sir. What you need is to liaise with people who know. Look to your left, look to your right, people who know, not the others. Get some real help. You have not here told us how you intend, what is the thinking behind relying, peddling on misfortune to raise $180 million. With the removal of the demerit point system, you are now encouraging people to drink and say, I will make money. It's a dangerous philosophy. It's a government that is budgeting for failure of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. It encourages misbehavior. It encourages broken laws. It turns governance and it turns jurisprudence on its head. A penalty should serve as a deterrent for misconduct. It should not serve as an encouragement for misconduct. This budget, the government is now financially incentivizing people. Drink more. Drive when you drink. Kill innocent people on the road. I'll make 180 million. Offer you. As a revenue stream. Mr. Speaker, let me turn now to issues of homeland security. Let me turn now to issues of homeland security. Mr. Speaker, let me give you a tale of two states of emergencies. The last state of emergency under the People's National Movement. And I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that my figures are to date. So there is still some time left for numbers to grow, but I must tell you what the figures are as we speak. Let us look at the number of operations conducted under the state of emergency that was done under the People's National Movement from January to March this year. There were 5,192 police operations that resulted in 4,038 arrests. In contrast, and that is the state of emergency, sorry, that happened now. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, there are 5,828 operations, but here's what, only 2,589 arrests. Further, when you look at priority offenders, we see a noticeable difference. In the state of emergency under the People's National Movement, 3,561 priority offenders were apprehended. In this current state of emergency, only 2,088 persons were apprehended. Let's look at a most important fact, the recovery of firearms, another key metric and indicator of the efficiency of the state of emergency. Under state of emergency imposed by the People's National Movement, 205 firearms were recovered. I know when I said to date that just flew over, but what to do? It rolls, hot air rises, cools, and condenses. That's not a geography term. In the current 154, I am coming to collateral clung just now, I'm coming to you. 154 firearms. Compare the seizure of ammunition and on the People's National Movement's state of emergency that was imposed, 4,364 rounds of ammunition, whereas the current numbers to date in La Dia, I don't know if that's correct, but 1,855 rounds. In drug seizures, under the People's National Movement state of emergency that was imposed, they seized 1,758 kilograms of cannabis and 186 kilograms of cocaine, along with other types of drugs. In contrast, this state of emergency has yielded 465 kilograms of cannabis and 8 grams of cocaine. All it means, Mr. Speaker, all it means is that in the state of emergency under the People's National Movement, it was far more effective in seizing firearms, apprehending priority offenders, and disrupting the criminal network. That is performance. And the statistics beat hot air every time. They speak about the reduction in murders, and I want a reduction in murders to continue. But here are the figures. In mid-October alone, 20 murders in just 7 days, and a staggering 7 murders within 24 hours last year. Mr. Speaker, I don't wish to dwell on murders because it is just not what I do. But the figures don't lie, and I really do wish the reduction in murders. The figures last year, it is too high. The figures now, although reduced, is still too high, and I want to move on. Let me deal with the reform of the justice system and the promises on paper coming from the Honorable Attorney General's office, reforming justice. One, there's been a Ministry of Justice that has been created for the last 5 months. Well, we have heard from one of the ministers, and here we go, 3 minutes. Home invasion and self-defense of property bill that is much touted. Mr. Speaker, my question to you as someone who practiced jurisprudence, what is the lacuna in the present state of the common law that would drive the creation of this bill? I don't know. So far, I've just heard load of the matic, etc., but I've not heard the substance and the juridical basis for this proposed change. I have seen the draft bill, and it quite frankly does not address my concerns about the adequacy of the common law as it stands. But here's the one that gets us. The proposal of the Judiciary Chancellor. It may sound innovative, but I ask, is it merely cosmetic? What about the backlog in cases that still exist that the PNM government tried to effect by introducing a JIPA, appointing more masters, and streamlining the system? First, there were only 3 criminal masters. There are now 13 criminal masters in Trinidad and Tobago. That is the PNM government trying to streamline the criminal justice system. The creation of the virtual rooms, the VAC, that is also another policy of the People's National Movement, so that people don't have to go into a courthouse and face people. They could go in the sanctity of a VAC, give their evidence, and go home after. No intimidation. That's a PNM government policy. What about this judiciary of the Chancellor? What is behind this? Let's look at it. Now what we have is there are 2 roles of a Chief Justice. There's an administrative role, and then there's a judicial role. The administrative role, Mr. Speaker, is filled by the court administrator, mind you, who is an attorney at law appointed under the GLSC. Doesn't that meet the criteria for what is being proposed? What is there to fix? In essence, we already have a judicial chancellor. We support the strengthening of the DPP's office and the Public Defender's office, but what we want to know is where, Honourable Minister, is the funding coming from for this? Where is the funding coming from? And then, Mr. Speaker, we have the other proposals, which are just proposals with no time frame for the reform of the justice system in Trinidad and Tobago. It is so vague that I cannot comment on it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now come to my pet peeve. The unconscionable, not in consonance with the principles and practices of good industrial relations, elimination of the CPEP, URP, and forestry workers and other workers. In a mere 6 months, over 50,000 persons lost their jobs. The minister had the boldfacity to speak about achievements, yet he failed to tell this parliament that since assuming office, they have failed to pay public sector salaries on time, month after month after month. Public sector workers, you all have been promised 10%. If you can't get whatever percent you're getting now on time, when you'll get that 10%, you may never get paid. And then, in order to assuage their conscience, they say, well, the CPEP workers were gangsters. They funded criminals. In my view, from the 9 CPEP contractors who I knew in Port-of-Spain South, and all the workers who I now know by heart, they were honest, hardworking, decent citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. The only crime they commit is that they look like PNM. That's the only crime they commit. That they look like, yes, there's a PNM look. They look like PNM. The only person these people try to gangster, Mr. Speaker, is the MP. When they want a donation, they don't gangster nobody else. They are law-abiding citizens. But in order to save face, you must stigmatize them. You must assuage your conscience. You must demonize them. You must say that. And here's what you do. You want to create now 8,000 jobs. How does 8,000 account for 50,000? Where's the maths in that? Is 8,000 US jobs you're creating before you devalue the dollar? Yeah? Which sectors will absorb these 8,000 jobs? What will be the recruitment process? Or will these jobs be, Mr. Speaker, I have a text on my phone that came on Monday. Dear MP, we get a call from Mr. So-and-so. He said, come down to the office for URP jobs. When we reach down, they say $200, go and march by the parliament, I'm giving you a jersey, but when you finish, we'll pay you the $200. That's how you treat people. That's how you treat poor people. I have it. I have it. So when they're outside parliament, it's because they get that. Come down for work. Now, Port-of-Spain South, we said, no. We said no to that, sir. I come into the butcher just now. I come into him. So, Mr. Speaker, I have it for everybody. Sir Butcher, please, wait your turn. You'll get it. Bambai Mimiasiam. What is deeply troubling is that these people were terminated in the midst of a school term. They were not ghosts. They were individuals who turned up for work every single day. They were not engaged in corrupt practices. They were simply trying to make a living. There was countrywide evidence of their presence, cleaning the drains, the roadsides, the highways, the cemeteries, beautifying the country. And in the midst of preparing for the children, they were summarily dismissed. I see union members sit there and did not raise one voice. Well, one did. Shame. These workers now face uncertainty, having to support their families and prepare their children for their future and their education. What is even more deeply troubling, Mr. Speaker, is that some of these workers are single mothers who have to juggle earning a living with caring and supervising their children. They depend on these jobs to make ends meet. What about that you all don't understand? They depend on it to make ends meet. They depend on these jobs to balance their lives. These workers are not just statistics. They are certainly not collateral damage. They are people, real people, struggling to pay rent, struggling to buy uniforms for their children, struggling to feed their children and to put food on the table for themselves. How have you treated them like that? Why have you treated them like that? Because they look and sound like the PNM? This government, you are always confused. A government adrift. You are always confused. A government for the first time in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. I have the report from Justice Sinclair Douglas. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Port of Spain South. There.
Sorry. But I have the report. Let me do constituency matters, Mr. Speaker. Let me do not Instagram, Facebook, and busted mark. I have it. I just ain't ready to release it. The road ahead for Port of Spain South. Port of Spain South, from Beverly Hills to Plaisance, from Palm Trace to Block 8, from Canada to Africa, Nelson Duncan, George Street, East Dry River, Sea Lots, from Woodbrook, Mango Rose, Plaisance, Sea Lots 1, 2, and 3, Production Drive, Pioneer Drive, the Engine Room, Woodbrook. I want to say to you all, wake up. This government don't care about we. Wake up. They don't care about we. Let us now start to care for ourselves. Let us put ourselves in a position where we have our natural instinct given to us by our ancestors. We were the best tradesmen. We were the best carpenters. We were the best shoemakers, the best seamstresses. We are still the best chefs and cooks. Let's get our own business and have a stake in the national pie. So that have a stake and have some small and medium, so when we discuss in budget, we part of the budget. Let us all now, so Mr. Speaker, have something so that when any self-styled bullion butcher come, he or she can't affect us. When any collateral clown come, he will not be able to refer to us in a derogatory way. Mr. Speaker, in constituency issues, I call on this government and the Minister of Sport, open up the Basilon Street Youth. Open it up. It has been ready and kept closed. Why is it closed? Because it's in a PNM area. Why is it closed? Because in a PNM area. Do not play with the young people of Trinidad and Tobago. Do not play with that. Come on. Come on. We opened the Basilon Street Youth Center. We opened it. Why is it remain closed? Why has it remained closed? Mr. Speaker, as I close.
Mr. Speaker, please.
Okay, Leader of Government. Right. Okay, I reminded all members when we started. Let us not descend into that. So, Member for Port of Spain South, you have 2.5 minutes. Let's just proceed with a measure of civility towards each other. There's no need to shout across. You address me. You stand in order, say you address me. Don't be distracted and address other people.
In this season of Diwali, the symbolism of light triumphing over darkness, it resonates deeply with all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago of every creed and race as we search for clarity in these times of uncertainty. The light that we celebrate does not belong to any one person, any one party, but it's a light that shines from the businessman in Port of Spain to the farmer in Chatham. And we operate not through smoke screens and political theatrics, but through truth. The budget hides what it cannot fix. It punishes what it perceives to be non-political supporters. It fluffs when it does not understand. But just as night cannot hold back the dawn, the truth always comes out about an incompetent and bankrupt government who made promises that they are unable to keep. This is a government of propaganda and self-praise. The true light of Diwali doesn't need self-praise. It shines all on its own. So at the end of the day, people of Trinidad and Tobago, we will see the light. They will see that in deep Pavali, which is the word for Diwali, it means rows and rows of lights. I ask that these rows and rows of light, Deepavali, shines in our community, in our homes, in our hearts, and hopefully in the minds of this wicked and uncaring government. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Point Fortin.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I rise on this very critical day to make a contribution to this debate. But before I do so, I want to thank the wonderful and beautiful people of the constituency of Point Fortin, who for the first time in 40 years, just as how today is the eve of Diwali, saw the light and voted out the People's National Movement.
Yes. We have representation now.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Prime Minister of this country, the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa, SC, MP, for showing and for reposing the confidence in the trade union and to ensuring that we have a coalition of interests. And to this, Madam Prime Minister, I thank you. Mr. Speaker, I am an example of what unity and solidarity means. Mr. Speaker, I am very restrained this evening because it's the first time I am in this house experiencing something that is very surreal. It is unbelievable, Mr. Speaker, that I am listening the people on that side, the honorable members on that side, and they are talking as if they have been in opposition or government or something. It's like they're confused, Mr. Speaker. Because I just heard the honorable member for Port of Spain South try to make an analogy. And when he realized that he went down a road, he tried to pull it back and kind of give it a little undertone kind of something there. Mr. Speaker, let me talk, before I go into, let me talk about just due. And I want to talk about why the Honorable Minister of Finance Minister Tanku, why we had to move away from a budget of arrogant technicality, a budget of scoffing and looking down and disdain and discontent, to a budget of the people. A budget that was devoid, a budget that was simple, that the average man could understand. That is why there's so much debate, because for the first time in probably ever, Trinidad and Tobago, the average man is paying attention right now as we speak to this debate. Yes. The average man, normally, Mr. Speaker, the average man does say, man, with them people, that has nothing to do with me. But for the first time in Trinidad and Tobago, the average simple person, the common man, is paying apt attention to what is going on. Mr. Speaker, let me first, before anything at all, I want to pay respect to the 14 workers that died on Berth 5, October 17, 1985, in the refinery, Petrotrin. I send to them and their family solidarity and continued honor, because I know this later this evening, that is a memorial that we continue to have as the labor movement. But while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I also would like to lend condolences for the Paria 4. And as I want to ask, as people across there expressing sentiments, Mr. Speaker, as we want to talk about just due, where was the just due for the Paria 5? Where was the just due when the same members across there sat by and said nothing, and they allowed the former Prime Minister and the former Prime Minister, as they stood by and allowed these 4 nationals to perish? Where was the just due, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, where's the just due for Pete Phillip? Where's the just due? Mr. Speaker, where's the just due for the 610 murders that took place in 2024? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this budget is a budget towards rebuilding, restoring, and to recenter Trinidad and Tobago away from the morass that it is currently in, that was caused by the People's National Movement. Mr. Speaker, where's the just due for the 5,943 Petrotrin workers, multiplied by the 10,349 contract workers, multiplied by average of 5? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, where's the just due? 2018 still lives on in the minds of all these workers. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as I humbly say, the truth has hurt. That's why they're responding. The truth hurts. The truth hurts, Mr. Speaker. The truth hurts. But Mr. Speaker, where is the just due for the metal workers? Where is it just due for the TSTT workers? You see, Mr. Speaker, it was just reported by the Honourable Member for Sama Barataria, the amount 70,000 workers lost their jobs under the People's National Movement. Right? Mr. Speaker, the revenue, if I were to refer, Mr. Speaker, oil production in 2015 was 78,630. In 2024, 50,892 barrels per day. Natural gas production, 3.8 MMCFD to 2.5 MMCFD. Mr. Speaker, labor force participation in 2015 was 60.6%. In 2024, 55.4%. Mr. Speaker, the refinery throughput in 2015 was 125,308. In 2024, 0. But let me explain why I'm raising that point, Mr. Speaker. This government is attempting or will correct or will fix what those esteemed people failed to do.
Make sure you're shaking on the side of Jesus, shaking, eh?
And I'm making sure I ain't shaking. I'm standing firm. Mr. Speaker, refinery revenue in 1994 to 2018, I won't go so far back. I will start with 2009, a time that they know about, because at that time there was a gentleman named Malcolm Jones. Malcolm Jones, who I continue to say is the single interesting person that has caused this country to be where it is today. Malcolm Jones.
As a disaster.
I'll come to that just now.
As a disaster.
In 2009, Mr. Speaker, revenue for sales from the refinery was 37,420,846 TT dollars, or 5,984,894 US. Fast forward. In 2013, refinery sales was 30,178,268 TT, or 4,701,031 US. Fast forward again. In 2015, sales from the refinery, 18,496,292 TT, or 2,941,736 US. Fast forward again, Mr. Speaker. In 2017, refinery revenue, 19,169,644 TT, or 2,843,275 US. That's 2017. And one more figure, just for an additional, just for comparison. In 2018, the very same year that the most destructive, devastative economic decision that was ever made by a government took place, refinery sales was 23,406,065 TT, or 3,466,710 US. Mr. Speaker, let's come forward now. In 2018, a decision was made. That economic decision, Mr. Speaker, cost this country dearly, financially, socially, morally, and definitely spiritually. Mr. Speaker, the then government created the Trinidad Petroleum Holding Company Limited, and they broke up the company into about 5 different elements. But I'll focus on one particular element because there were 2 elements, Paria and Heritage, that were designed to be money-making. According to the Heritage financial statements, in 2020, profit, this is in TT dollars now, 1,017,860,000. In 2021, 682,681,000. In 2022, 1,113,271. And just for comparison again, in 2024, 940,279. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the financials of Heritage and you compare the financials of the refinery, Mr. Speaker, chalk and cheese. Chalk and cheese. Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes you just have to really allow time to pass. Mr. Speaker, I am here as I stand in the defense of every single oil and gas worker in Trinidad and Tobago, every single contract worker, every single artisan, and every single skilled worker. Mr. Speaker, I commend the Minister of Finance for being a true man and being consistent and offering that 10% wage offer to the Public Service Association. And you see, notwithstanding all of the attempts to twist it and obfuscate the whole situation, yeah, that's a big word, yes? Mr. Speaker, 10% was the instruction to the CPO. And in the true spirit of what this government is about, we're not going to interfere with negotiations. Corporation Sole is not going to dip their hand and try and tamper with the negotiation process, which is enshrined by the collective agreement. The CPO has been given an instruction. The CPO, Mr. Speaker, will sit with the relevant unions and negotiate in good faith and in the spirit of good industrial relations, Mr. Speaker. And that's all. And that's all. And that's all. Mr. Speaker, but let me now turn, because again, I heard that I was talking about the refinery and shaking. So I want to make sure that I give enough time to talk about the Ministry of Energy, Mr. Speaker. So let me turn to the Ministry of Energy. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Energy, some of the highlights as to where we will be looking to assist the Minister of Finance in ensuring that he's able to conduct and to implement everything that was outlined in our budget. First and foremost, crude oil and natural gas production. Heritage Land is forecast to drill 8 wells for fiscal 2026, which consists of 1 exploratory well and 7 development wells. The forecast exploration will be drilled within Heritage newly acquired Peru block to the average depth of 12,000 feet. The 3 development wells are planned to be drilled in the Barapore fields at a depth of 9,000 feet, while the remaining 4 development wells will be at an average of 5,500 feet. Heritage Offshore. Heritage Oil Production will be embarking on a 5-well drilling program, and a 6-well workover plan is also planned. Workover activity will continue on a needs basis for fiscal 2026. The upgrade of production receiving facilities are ongoing to accommodate expected production. Heritage Lease Operator, farm out, enhanced production services, and contract operations. For fiscal 2026, Heritage plan for lease operators to drill 16 development wells and to conduct 33 workover wells. For fiscal 26 farm out, operators have planned to drill 11 development wells and to conduct 5 workover enhanced production service contracts to drill 7 development wells and to conduct 12 workovers. Mr. Speaker, let's just look at that for a little while. Mr. Speaker, drilling activity, rig days, in 2015 was 2,849. In 2024, it was 1,234. Mr. Speaker, when those on that side talk about oil and they care about the energy landscape and so on, Mr. Speaker, you cannot get new oil if you're not drilling. The PNM cut rigging time down by 50%. 50%. Mr. Speaker, we intend, because the people on this side know about drilling and know about oil and gas, we are going to ramp back up drilling and ramp back up workover for fiscal 2026. Not 27, not 28, 26. Mr. Speaker, let me continue. T-Rex, the operator proposed workover plans for 2 wells in the Corey Moruga block and to drill 1 appraisal well. Bahama Production Petroleum Company, BPC, the company planned to conduct 1 workover and drill 7 development wells in fiscal 2026. Let me continue. Touchstone production operation. The operator has plans to drill 2 development wells in the Cascadura fields in fiscal 2026. Touchstone also operates the Rudal, Barakpur, and the Faizabad fields, and they are expected to drill 2 wells workover wells, in that field. Summit Energy, for fiscal 2026, the operator plans to drill 1 development well and to conduct 1 workover. De Novo Energy, De Novo plans to conduct a sidetrack of an existing exploration well to further the exploration of the existing gas reserves, which is located up dip in the Iguana field, and a final investment decision is pending rig availability, for the negotiation and for which negotiations are currently being undertaken. You see, Mr. Speaker, when the people on that side said that my minister, my honorable, the honored and esteemed, my apologies, the honored and esteemed persons on that side indicated that my Minister of Energy ain't come with nothing new, we ain't doing nothing. I'm saying just this 1 page alone indicate, if I count, is more than 40 wells are going to be drilled or work over within fiscal 2026. Okay? Woodside Energy. Woodside Energy. Woodside plans to conduct further studies evaluating potential developments concept for Deepwater Block 14 and 23A. The viability of 2 development concepts for the Calypso project is currently being assessed, which would include 1 subsea tieback to shallow water platform and compression, a lightweight floating production unit. EOG Resources. EOG plans to continue the development of the Mentor field. The capital cost of the project is estimated $614 million, with the gross project operating cash flow being estimated $764.8 million, with the government share profit revenue of 74%. The development of Mentor involves the drilling, the completion, and the development of 12 wells and exploration wells in 2 phases, Mentor A platform. Proved and contingent reserves in the Mentor development are 373 BCF of gas and 19.9 million barrels of oil. EOG also has plans to develop the Coconut Field in partnership with BP, and the first gas is expected second quarter 2027. Perenco has outlined a robust drilling and well intervention program, Mr. Speaker, throughout the third and the end of fiscal 2026, aimed at enhancing production and maximizing recovery across its offshore assets. Mr. Speaker, Shell. 2 development wells are being pursued by Shell. These are the Aphrodite project and the Manatee Plus project. The Aphrodite project is a single development well with peak production rate at 120 SCFD, targeting 275 BCF of gas. Mr. Speaker, the total cost for this entire project is estimated $1.46 billion. BPTT has the continuation of the SIPE development phase 2 drilling is planned for fiscal 2026. Thank you. For fiscal 2026, with 3 development wells and 4 wells in phase 1 of SIP, and the development is already in production. Infill drilling of wells in the Angelan field are also expected and to commence production in the second half of 2026. Mr. Speaker, if I were to pause, they were asking where the money coming from, what going on happen, where we go get the money, where this. Mr. Speaker, I'm simply saying the Ministry of Energy has been quietly and diligently doing our work to ensure that we put money in. Mr. Speaker, Ginger development, 4 wells. Development program in the Ginger field. The first well has already been drilled. The ginger development will target 358 BCF of reserves with peak production of 275 MMSFD, and first gas is targeted for fiscal 2026. Mr. Speaker, as I continue, we come to Touchstone once again. Touchstone anticipates natural gas from 5 new wells within the Cascadura field and 1 well in the Coho field, all in August 2026. Same fiscal. Mr. Speaker, let me just move now. I'll turn to some other aspects of the Ministry of Energy. The Port of Brighton, down in Labray, by you, my brother. The Port of Brighton is a cornerstone project for 2025-2026 fiscal. The project involves the deployment of solar photovoltaic big word, PV system in the Labray Industrial Development Company, LABITCO. This will supply approximately 36% of the port's conventional electrical load. The load includes lighting, office and building equipment, HVAC systems, and security operations. The project was developed after the 2024 greenhouse gas inventory and the decarbonization study conducted by the LABITCO, and aligns with the company's environmental sustainability management framework. The execution of this project is to span 2 years, with commissioning scheduled for the second quarter of 2026. May I add, Mr. Speaker, the LABITCO port is possibly one of the only green port in the Caribbean at this point in time, Mr. Speaker. The port itself is also earmarked to become a fully commercial port, but that plans of this is being developed, and in a subsequent, hopefully by the media review, we'll report, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in addition, I want to turn to deep water. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we had, and there's been touted, they have been asking what is the benefits and so on. So I will go without the preamble, Mr. Speaker, I will go directly to what has been the benefits thus far as a result of the bid rounds, Exxon and the other bid rounds. Mr. Speaker, as a part of the Ministry of Energy's continued efforts to improve the effectiveness and competitiveness of the bidding process, a significantly large data package was made accessible to potential bidders, and a payment of a pre-bid fee of $25,000 in the currency, US. And during the course of 2025 bid round, 9 companies paid a pre-bid fee of $25,000 US. Mr. Speaker, thus far, 2 major companies with the award of 4 major blocks were realized for this bid round, which was closed in 2026. The bid fee of $40 US per block was required on submission of bids. Thus, the combined pre-bid and bid fees received for this bid round was US $385,000. Cabinet has since appointed a technical evaluation team, and they have begun their work already in this month of October. Mr. Speaker, I will turn now to the issue of NIS and the issue one point that which I want to make as it relates to NIS and the whole issue of the increase of the age of retirement. Mr. Speaker, whereas many speakers have spoken and have given their thoughts, they have provided data and so on, I want to walk this House back to a report that was done September 30th, 2019, and received by the then Ministry of Finance October 19, 2020. And this is the report of the independent actuarial valuation of the Petroleum Company of Trinidad and Tobago Employees Pension Plan and the Trinidad and Tobago Petroleum Company Limited Staff Pension Plan. This is the report here. Why am I referring to this report, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, in the executive summary of this report, and that's for the record and for the Hansards, when this report was laid, it was laid by the then former finance minister, the honorable member for Diego Martin Northeast. And he did this report when the workers at the time would have said that the two pension plans mentioned here by Petrotrin was in deficit. The first plan, the PEP, was in deficit at that time by some 4.7 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars. The then former finance minister indicated that that was not true, and he got an independent review, and this was the independent review. Mr. Speaker, what is interesting, why is this report related to NIS? One may wonder. Mr. Speaker, in the executive summary, point 8, this is what it says. It says here, this is recommendations, this is point number 8, recommendations, bullet point number 4. It says here, taking over all SPP and PPP, the pension obligation and assets, perhaps transferring them to NIS. The use of the investment management and pension payment systems of the NIS could also lead to the reduction in administration costs and professional fees. It goes further to say, the main local holdings with a view to reduce exposure slowly over the next 20 years to avoid destabilizing the market, explore the possibility of off-market bulk sales and swaps for bonds with institutional investors such as TTUTC and NIS. Mr. Speaker, for the listening public and for those who might be not understanding why am I raising this point, Mr. Speaker, it was the intention of the former Minister of Finance, and by extension, the intention of the former government to run down the two major pension plans of former Petrotrin workers. Run it down, don't fund the deficit, and then after, have the balance, the remaining, sent to NIB. That is how they were going to fund NIB, Mr. Speaker. That is how they were going to fund NIB. So that at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, and for the record, Mr. Speaker, at the close of Petrotrin, the Petrotrin Employees Pension Plan, the book value was 9.37 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars. Okay? And at that time, the actual valuation as of 2022, September the 30th, is $7.4 billion, Mr. Speaker. And it is projected that by 2033, the fund would have reached its limit, and that all pensioners after 2033 would have not been able to get their pension, because the former finance minister and the former government, by the former prime minister, gave a commitment to fund that deficit. And they want to talk about renege, and they came to the parliament and told the country that that was not so. And to do that now, they try to justify it by getting a so-called independent actuary, yes, to tell them that the fund was in surplus. But the actuary couldn't lie. He's an actuary. So he had to do this, he had to talk the truth. Actually, he had to talk the truth. So, brothers and sisters, we on this side, through Honorable Finance Minister, the decision to do what was outlined as relates to NIS is as a result of careful consideration of all, is as a result of careful analysis and putting something in place just in case, because, Mr. Speaker, anything else, they want to talk about deleterious. If anything else was done, Mr. Speaker, a matter of fact, their intention was to just leave it just like that and to come with some plan, some other thing, some strange, because they always build their plans and their strategies that does not take into consideration the impact of the average man and the average person, Mr. Speaker. That is what the PNM has. That's their legacy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me now turn to my constituency, the constituency of Point Fortin. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank, let's get the notes. Mr. Speaker, I wish to continue to thank my cabinet and parliament colleagues for all of the support that they have given the constituency thus far. I wish to thank, Mr. Speaker, as well, the Honourable Prime Minister for the confidence and for the support she has given. And Mr. Speaker, in the last 5 months, I'll start with, because I said something the other day, and I said something the other day in an interview, Mr. Speaker, and somebody, I suppose it's some source, put up something, and they say, pie in the sky. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand here.
Don't shake, don't shake, don't shake.
Oh, don't shake, don't shake. Huh? Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have here a document. Yes. Yes, a document. Now, a good source. No, not a hot bag. No. Something that is good and proper and interesting and reliable and more so, Mr. Speaker, and productive. What I have in my hand here, Mr. Speaker, is the evidence of some good, insightful work after we would have made our submissions and made our commitments on the campaign to restore confidence in the fence-line communities in Point Fortin and Labre. We have gotten, Mr. Speaker, after great deliberations and trying to make this thing happen, starting with the Heritage Petroleum Company, to institute a fence-line contractor program, Mr. Speaker, which will see the return into the heritage system some 50 fence-line contractors in Point Fortin who were unceremoniously removed from the contract system by the last administration when they mash up Petrotrin, Mr. Speaker, and put in the amount of people that I stated before on the breadline. You have ridiculous and strange parameters were established to keep out local contractors in Point Fortin and Labre. Yes? You had strange and very unfortunate and unreasonable parameters created to ensure that only a certain group of persons qualify to do work in heritage, Mr. Speaker. What you see happening here now is a leveling of the playing field, a reopening of the door so that these small and medium contractors, once they qualify, they are able to get work to bid, and once they're successful, to get work in heritage, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, once this work, we will now ask other state companies to look at the model, and if it suits their needs and suits their purview, and it passes their asset test, to implement the same. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, this is a government about creating opportunities for small and medium business people, Mr. Speaker. But that's not all, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Housing, Mr. David Lee, he said to me, I know what I do, but let me tell him, Mr. David Lee, I wish to thank you. You have now created an anticipation to fix a 20-year-old problem, which is Lakeview housing development, Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I met with the residents at Lakeview 2 nights ago, as a result of a tour that took place with the Honorable Anil Roberts and the Honorable Philip Alexander and their team. And in that tour, Mr. Speaker, what was unearthed is very, 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 very troubling and sad, just to say, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this development has been in existence for quite a while. Mr. Speaker, for 10 long years, the residents have been asking, for 25 years, the development. But the residents, remember, Mr. Speaker, Point Forte was always under the ambit of the People's National Movement. Yes? The residents of that development, they are unable to get a simple thing as the deed of comfort, to get the deed of lease. And you know why, Mr. Speaker? Because the development, which has been there for quite a while, it has never been completed. The residents complain of flooding. They complain of this sewage and the sewer plant being down for approximately 8 years now. But you see, Mr. Speaker, because there's a change in administration in Point Forte, they felt confident enough, because some 250 residents came out 2 nights ago and they voiced their concerns, and I've given them the assurance that this government will begin the healing to fix Lakeview. Yes. So thank you, Honorable Minister Lee. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I wish to also highlight again under energy, the Atlantic LNG implementing the STEM program, which is the science technology program for young people, both secondary and primary schools. Will see an average of some 748 students visiting the school per week. And over time, not just schools in Point Forte, but all the schools in the entire constituency, from Ikakas right up to Labrie. Yes? Mr. Speaker, I want to thank as well the Minister of Agriculture. The Minister of Agriculture, through our communication, has indicated to me that he has given the commitment to the upgrade of all of the fishing ports from Point Forte to Ikakas, and the continued acceleration work to ensure that farmers, their road access and their access to funding for farming continues at an accelerated pace. He has also indicated to me, Mr. Speaker, that in the upcoming weeks and months, he is going to be visiting my constituency to sit with the farmers in the main, but more so, there's a Chatham Farming Development Corp, which is the only officially registered cooperative in Chatham. And this is the cooperative that the last administration didn't want to deal with. When they went down to Chatham and in a surreptitious way took over state lands and did a project that did not include the people of Point Forte. That project, Mr. Speaker, people from all over the place got land. I mean, I have no problem, you're a national, but nobody from Point Forte, no farmer, Mr. Speaker, got any land in that, and that's the YAP project, Mr. Speaker. Right? And I dare anyone to challenge it, because I have just like many people, I have the file. I saw you eating Port of Spain South. I have the file. I have the file. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the Minister of Public Utilities. And indeed, the Minister in the Ministry of Public Utilities and the Parliament Secretary, Mr. Speaker, TNTEC has launched a massive streetlight program in the Southwestern Peninsula. As of the 20th of February, TNTEC would have ascertained 4,887 streetlights were, September, sorry. 20th of September, I said February, my apologies. I'm so excited now, so excited, yes? Yes? As of the 20th of September 2025, 4,887 streetlights were counted, identified in that in the constituency of Point Forte. Out of that number, 464 lights were off. As of the 1st of October 2025, Mr. Speaker, the number of lights that remain outstanding and in progress is 161. Well done. Yes, and today is the 18th, yes? In addition to that, there continues, the work is continuing on the Chatham Waterworks plant, and that I must say, Mr. Speaker, we have a long way to go because, Mr. Speaker, Point Forte has been neglected for the last 40 years, and I say it without apology. There are people talking about potholes, and they now say, Mr. Speaker, and don't talk about hospital. Do not talk about it. It is the UNC government that built Point Hospital, man. Don't talk about that, man. Don't talk about that. Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't talk about that. Don't talk about that. That's right. Don't talk about that. Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there. Forget that. Forget that. Don't go there. Forget that. Forget that. Forget it. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also would like to thank the Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs. The Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs in the months of August and September visited the constituency of Point Forte and the constituency of Labre. In the constituency of Point Forte, in the areas of Guapo/Gonzal, Tiche, Mahaika, Fanny Village, he has already sent his technical team. We have gotten the commitment, and he has already sent his technical team, and these grounds and football fields will be upgraded in fiscal 2026. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, this one troubling. In March of 2025, Mr. Speaker, a contract was hurriedly issued for Coronation Park. Mr. Speaker, let me explain for the records what Coronation Park means to Point Forte. Coronation Park is the largest recreation space in Point Forte.
Under a minute again. If your 10 minutes, that will take you to 5:01, just so that you know.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Coronation Park is the largest recreation space in the constituency of Point Forte. Coronation Park is rich in history. There's an indoor arena. There's a swimming pool that was built by Atlantic LNG. There are some broken down netball courts and so on. But, Mr. Speaker, he's right, he said PNM. He's correct. PNM have it broken down. PNM have it in a state of disrepair. He's right, Mr. Speaker. He's correct. He's correct. He's correct to say PNM. He's correct. He's correct. He's correct. He's correct. Mr. Speaker, in March 2025, a contract was awarded to a particular contractor. The scope of Coronation Park, the public, the sporting public, don't understand where that scope comes from. But they created something, and they rush and they just give a contractor. Mr. Speaker, we have had 3 consultations thus far, and the people of Point Forte have said openly that they wish to have a proper stadium established in Coronation Park with a mondo track and a proper football field because, Mr. Speaker, the great Jerome Richards is from Point Forte, and we would like to name Coronation Park after Jerome Richards, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs for giving me the proper advice. I wouldn't say what the advice is, but I want to thank him for still supporting, supporting the project. And in fiscal 2026, we will work it out, but that they talk about we being vindictive and we take it. No, the Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs know how important Coronation Park is to Point Forte. So he left the allocation, Mr. Speaker, And Mr. Speaker, for that, the people of Point Fortet thanks the Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs for doing that, to ensuring that we get, at least we could start phase 1 of Coronation Park sporting and recreational facility. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in terms of thanking my colleagues, I want to thank the Honorable Michelle Benjamin. I want to thank her for in constant discussions with her. I've indicated to her that if it's one project we would like to see start in the community, it is the construction of the Warden Road Community Center. Mr. Speaker, the Warden Road is a very large, widely expansive, highly populated place in Point Fortet. The residents there for the last 51 years have been asking for a community center. And I know, strange, Mr. Speaker, if you know, Point Fortet, even local government is controlled by PNM. So they have been asking the PNM for a community center for 51 years, Mr. Speaker. That is no problem. The UNC will build the community center in Warden. I also would like to thank the Honourable Minister of Social Development, Minister Vandana Mohit, for the support she has given the constituency in ensuring that in this very short space of time with the limited resources that we had, to making sure that Point Fortet was given their just and fair in terms of social services. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I would really, as I stand here as a representative of Labour, notwithstanding all that was said on that side by the honourable members on that side, and I know the Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Minister of Finance, and some of my other very esteemed colleagues will respond appropriately. But I choose to stay in my lane this evening here, Mr. Speaker, to make sure. But I want to just end with one little thing, Mr. Speaker, which has to do with the refinery. More details will be given out. More details will be given out. But I want to make sure that for the correction and for the record of the Hansards, Dr. Kevin Ramnarine would have submitted the report. And it is public now, because he said it. So as I said in another place, I am advised by experts. I'm not an expert, and I don't tout to be an expert. I know a little bit about a lot. Yes, I know a little bit about a lot, but I'm not an expert. And Dr. Ramnarine said it clear that the committee has recommended a five-phase approach to the restart of the Pointe-à-Pierre refinery. And that is as much I'm about to say, because the rest will be given to my Honourable Minister, the Dr. Rudal Munila. Yes? The Lion. Yes. 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 So in closing, Mr. Speaker. Oh, Mr. Speaker, in flipping my notes, I forgot two very important things. Two very, very important things, Mr. Speaker, so I need to rewind. Mr. Speaker, as outlined in the budget statement, we have the Chatham Youth Facility that has been hung up by the PNM for nearly 3 years, right? Mr. Speaker, let me say it again. The Chatham Youth Facility that was closed down by the PNM. Let me say it again. That was closed down. Mr. Speaker, let me say it again. Just in case I was opening the fridge and they didn't hear me, Mr. Speaker. The Chatham Youth Facility that was closed down by the People's National Movement, yes, that was closed down. Yes, that was closed down under the guise, no, Mr. Speaker, that was closed down under the guise of repairs, repairs that can't finish up to now, Mr. Speaker, those repairs will be completed and the Chatham Meat facility shall be opened in fiscal 2026. Mr. Speaker, I just said where I'm from, the People's National Movement was in charge for 40 years. I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, they're no longer in charge. There's a new administration here now. Mr. Speaker, there is also the Point Forte Youth Center, which was MIC before, and the Government Vocational Center. Again, GVC, evening classes, has been non-existent in GVC for over 6 years, Mr. Speaker, and I dare them to challenge that. Mr. Speaker, in consultation with the Minister of Tertiary Education and the Minister of Education, we are going to return evening classes, Mr. Speaker, to Point Forte by the end of November 2025. And why is that so important for the records, Mr. Speaker? Evening classes is what persons who are out of school and people who go into work hands-on could have gotten their skills, qualifications in their craft, technical skills, and even their basic engineering qualifications, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I close, I would like to say that the constituency of Point Forte supports the Honorable Prime Minister, Mrs. Kamla Persad-Bissessar, SCMP, supports the Honorable Finance Minister, Minister Devindranath Tanku, and supports this government in our first historical budget for fiscal 2025-2026, and that we will continue to do all that we have to do to move Point Forte from where it is now to become a city, and not just a city that is controlled by the United National Congress. God bless. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Member for San Fernando East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for an opportunity to return some sanity to this debate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Point Forte stood here in this chamber and attempted to bend light. He attempted to make things that weren't real appear to be real, and things that are not real appear to be real again, Mr. Speaker. So much of what he said wasn't true that I don't even know where to begin. For the member to say that the People's National Movement closed down the Chatham Youth Center has to be the stock joke of the year, Mr. Speaker. When this UNC government came into office in 2010, they shut down every single youth program in Trinidad and Tobago. That is public knowledge, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, the member for Fortune wasn't around when that was going on, Mr. Speaker. For the member to say that the UNC constructed the Point Forte Hospital is also myth. There's nothing real about it. That statement is about as mythical as the Petrotrin numbers he presented in this chamber this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. They are as fake and fraudulent as the budget presentation that we're here to debate. Mr. Speaker, the member came here today clearly determined to only spout OWTU fantasy instead of presenting the truth to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. OWTU propaganda, nothing real. The member had the temerity, the audacity, Mr. Speaker, the bold-facedity to talk about a Petrotrin pension fund that is underfunded by more than $4 billion. That's what the gentleman said. Not one single time did he mention what it is here this government are going to do about it, Mr. Speaker. If the fund is undervalued by $4 billion, then I want the Minister of Finance to make a commitment today that this government is going to place $4 billion inside of the Petrotrin pension fund for the former employees of Petrotrin, Mr. Speaker. I hope the Minister says that in his winding up. Yeah, good luck. Good luck, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my good friend from Barataria. Usually a very good delivery, Mr. Speaker. But again, It is clear the mandate of those on the other side is to distract from the nonsense and delusion that is in this budget document, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this budget document is nothing short of fake and fraudulent, Mr. Speaker. There is not a single economic commentator in this country or out that believes a single figure in this document. And maybe that's why the document is so bereft of numbers to begin with. The Minister of Finance stood here on his legs on Monday and spent the first hour of his contribution bashing the People's National Movement. Mr. Minister of Finance, the election is over. It is time to get to work. A budget exercise is a very serious thing, and a budget document is a very serious thing, Mr. Speaker. There are people all over this country and this world listening to this budget debate to understand how to make decisions going forward in this economy, whether it's mom and dad deciding how to run their household or businessmen deciding how to invest in their business. Mr. Speaker, no one can make any sensible decisions reading this document because these numbers are totally fraudulent, Mr. Speaker. And I will justify that in a few minutes. Mr. Speaker, we look at the revenue numbers here, and it's right here in this document. In the last year, Mr. Speaker, fiscal 2025, there was a reported deficit of $8.7 billion, Mr. Speaker, with revenues of $50.6 billion, an expenditure of $59.3. Mr. Speaker, this Minister of Finance will want us to believe that in just one fiscal period, that he expects to generate total revenues of $55.36 billion, Mr. Speaker, with a total expenditure of a similar $59.23 billion. Mr. Speaker, a revenue projection of $55.367 would be near record revenues for this economy, Mr. Speaker, for the last 15 years. Anybody with 2 cents would know that that is just not possible. At the end of the day, we are still an energy economy, Mr. Speaker. Every commentator, internationally and locally, has said that international energy prices will remain depressed going into the near, maybe medium-term future. The very same member from Point Fortin also mentioned the stagnant production of energy within Trinidad and Tobago. So we have stagnant volume and decreasing international energy prices, but somehow we are supposed to believe that we are going to achieve near record revenues in an energy economy. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance is allowed to be optimistic, but he's not allowed to be prone to fantasy, Mr. Speaker. This document here that I have, Mr. Speaker, may as well have been written by Dr. Seuss. It's a fairy tale. There's nothing real here, Mr. Speaker. Nothing at all. And every single commentator has said so. But you know what's the real problem we have, Mr. Speaker? In this coalition of chaos and confusion, Mr. Speaker, coalition of... let me move on. In this coalition of chaos and confusion, Mr. Speaker, the problem that we have is that we have politicized trade unions as part of this coalition, Mr. Speaker. And the problem with politicized trade unions is that they no longer serve their membership, they start serving themselves and their political masters, Mr. Speaker. We have members of trade unions in this government touting this budget as a people's budget, the best budget ever, Mr. Speaker. It's for the poor man, Mr. Speaker. So many people, so many commentators, and I'm going to show with the fiscal measures, this budget is meant to give with one hand and take with the other, Mr. Speaker. Any rational person reading this document would know that, Mr. Speaker. Oh, you mentioned the CWU? How, right on cue, member, right on cue. Mr. Speaker, we have members on the other side. We have, commentators who have spoken about this budget. And we have these politicized trade unions, especially the president of the PSA, that seems to be serving themselves, the leadership of these organizations, and not serving their members. The president of the PSA could boldfacedly say that this is a people's budget and a win for public servants. I haven't met a public servant yet who believes that this is a win for them. I had consultations with members of several trade unions, and I'm going to speak about that in a minute. But let's get back, Mr. Speaker, to the CWU and some of the other commentators on this budget. Remember Falabre, I believe, our good friend. I understand that he's a former president of this esteemed trade union. I apologize, Secretary General of the CWU, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, he says that this budget is a people's budget. Let's hear what his comrades in the CWU have to say, Mr. Speaker. And I read here from a Guardian article, the 15th of October, 2025, this week. CWU, budget over promises and under delivers for workers, Mr. Speaker. The total opposite to what is being said by our good friend from Labre. I've read several analyses, and this one, Mr. Speaker, has to be one of the best that I've read thus far. And let me share some of it with the national community. I was very impressed. It was written by Abraham Diaz. The Communication Workers Union has warned that the 2026 national budget risks worsening cost of living pressures and eroding the real incomes of workers, especially those in lower income and informal sectors, Mr. Speaker. I guess they must be collateral damage also, Mr. Speaker. Time and time again under this government, we are seeing trade union leaders saying one thing while their membership are saying something else. And that is the problem that we are having. Politicized trade unions produce leaders who are only looking out for their own political interests. And their political masters are not their members, Mr. Speaker. And it goes on, Mr. Speaker. In a detailed analysis, the union said the government's continued deficit spending and growing debt burden could crowd out capital and social spending, while new levies such as the electricity charge, landlord business tax, or property tax by another name, would ultimately pass costs on to the ordinary citizens, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has been making the rounds this week and doing his able best to put both feet in his mouth as often as possible, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance has stated that the fiscal measures that he placed in this document should not raise the cost of living in Trinidad and Tobago. You don't have to be an economics wizard, Mr. Speaker. If you raise the price of add taxes to everything, isn't it going to increase the cost of everything? This is not rocket science. But again, just like the member for Point Fortin, they come to this chamber attempting to bend light, trying to get you to see what is not there and make you think that something is real when it's not real. Because it's all a distraction, Mr. Speaker. It's a distraction. And let me move on. Let me include one more commentary that I read about this budget. And it's coming from yes, article by business editor, The Guardian, Anthony Wilson. Is government planning to borrow $19 billion in 2026? Mr. Speaker, and this is what it had to say. So, by the minister's accounting, the projected fiscal deficit for the 2026 financial year would be $3.865 billion. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance is distracting me, please. I'd like your assistance.
Look, I want to use neutral language. I think you're just being a little facetious there. Let's go on.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I go on. In TNT, fiscal deficits have to be funded, which means that anybody reading or listening to Mr. Tanku's budget would believe that the government would need to borrow $3.865 billion in the current financial year, which started on October 1st, 2025 and ends September 30th, 2026. To address the difference between what the government hopes to collect and what it expects to spend. Given the borrowing that the government has undertaken over the last 15 years, many of TNT's business groups, trade union organizations, and households would have taken away from the 2026 budget the message of astute financial management by the current administration, which presented a budget with a fiscal deficit of only 3.8. The budget documents that accompany Mr. Tanku's presentation speech tell a different story, however, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, get quiet. It's the coup de grace now. These documents, which are available on the website of the Ministry of Finance for anyone to verify, disclose a fiscal deficit of over $9 billion, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, even the Ministry of Finance's own documents don't agree with this budget document that we have here, presented by the UNC Minister of Finance. And he goes on from here, fiscal deficit of over $9 billion, and borrowing to finance that deficit of close to $19 billion, Mr. Speaker. That is what we are being faced with. This document is a complete fraud. It is a fantasy. It is a figment of the minister's imagination. It is not real. It is their attempt to bend light and to distract the people of this country from the realities that we face. Well, you don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe Anthony Wilson. You don't have to believe anybody locally. Let's take a look at the review by the international and independent S&P Global, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, several rating agencies and the IMF and others would have deep analysis of this economy on an annual basis. We had a recently concluded analysis by the S&P Global, Mr. Speaker, where they determined that they were going to downgrade the outlook of this country to negative, Mr. Speaker. Now, during these consultations, they're very intense and they're very in-depth. They will meet with the Ministry of Finance. They will meet with the Ministry of Energy. They will meet with the private sector stakeholders. They will meet with the energy companies. They will meet with almost everyone who is relevant to the economy of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. And then the Minister of Finance would have to speak to them and tell them a story, justify the numbers and figures that he's saying to be optimistic about the future economy of this country. The same economy that he is claiming that we should expect near record revenues in the next fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, as his song says, I heard he sang a good song. I heard he had a style. But the S&P Global did not believe what he was saying, Mr. Speaker. And that is why this economy was downgraded. Let me read the outlook. Back to reality, yes. The outlook. The negative outlook reflects our view that there's at least a 1 in 3 chance we could lower the ratings over the next 6 to 24 months. Does that sound like record revenues to anyone? The country's fiscal and external buffers have been gradually weakening over time, and its long-term economic growth has been low. Despite many efforts, there has been only limited progress by previous administrations in diversifying the economy, leaving it vulnerable to volatile energy prices, while output from oil and gas sector have recently declined. Output has declined, but somehow Mr. Ben Light from the Ministry of Finance wants us to believe that we're going to have record revenues going forward, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the document is not real. This is a coalition of counterfeits, fakes, and frauds, and we don't believe anything that they say, Mr. Speaker. Not a word. Institutional economic... coming back to you just so you know, Larry, don't worry. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Institutional economic profile. The energy sector will remain a key contributor to the economy despite declining production over the next few years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we believe the GDP will be expanded by 1% in 2025 and 2026, reflecting stagnant oil and gas production and continued growth in the non-energy sector, Mr. Speaker. The numbers simply do not add up. There is no one locally or internationally that believes a single number in this vacuous, specious, and ridiculous budget document, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move on. I won't bring up the CW anymore and embarrass Labrie further. Mr. Speaker, yes, as I've said, this budget gives with one hand and takes with the other, because the budget is really designed for 2 purposes. It's 2 things, and that's why so many on the other side in their contributions have decided to distract. You have Barataria busting Mark, the other one talking about paying him for half his contribution. They want to talk about everything except what this budget is really about. This budget has 2 purposes. 1, it is payback for all of those that contributed to this UNC government in a previous election, even if that payback comes at the expense of everyone in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to outline that. The more nefarious purpose of this budget, Mr. Speaker, is to set a path for this government to access and raid the Heritage and Stabilization Fund of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. That is their true intention. That is what they want to do, because they know that the revenues that they are seeking are not going to come from anywhere else. They've done a fantastic job of the past 20 years attempting to undermine and destroying every single P&M revenue-generating initiative. No matter what we did, no matter what it is we implemented, they found a way to destroy it. The first thing they did as they entered office this time around is to cancel the TTRA, which is the craziest thing I've ever heard, Mr. Speaker. Their fate was sealed from day one. The TTRA was supposed to close a tax gap in this country of more than $10 billion annually. The TTRA alone could have paid public servants their back pay and a salary increase going forward. But the same PSA president decided that to work with this government to undermine and destroy the very same TTRA that could benefit public servants. Again, we have leadership in some of the trade unions in this country working against their membership, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would say in no uncertain terms that the president of the PSA has sold out public servants in this country, Mr. Speaker. And I make no apologies for saying that, Mr. Speaker. All they want to do is to access the HSF because they know that everything else in this document is not real. Nobody believes it. Mr. Speaker, let me remind the national community exactly what are the rules for accessing the HSF. The Heritage and Stabilization Fund Act, Section 15A. Government may withdraw from the HSF if actual petroleum revenues fall below the estimated amount in the national budget. This shortfall must be verified against the revenue projections for that fiscal year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is 100% certain that our revenues will be less than the revenues projected, the near record revenues projected in this document. It is an absolute certainty. All it is they want to do is to distract from the reality of what it is they're doing. They are laying a path for them to access and raid the HSF, our children's future and the savings account of this country. Like the Attorney General said previously, Mr. Speaker, keep your grubby hands off of our children's future. That is all they want. They have no new ideas, no way to generate additional revenues, nothing, nothing, nothing. So all they want to do is do the lazy thing and to access the HSF. They spoke about us earlier, taking funds out of the HSF. That was during the COVID crisis. During the COVID crisis, when the revenues of this country fell to zero, there was no economic activity worldwide. And even during that situation, Mr. Speaker, every single public servant in this country was paid in full and on time, Mr. Speaker. They don't want to mention that. This Minister of Finance been in office only a few short months, Mr. Speaker. And what have we been getting? Short pay, no pay, the UNC way. That's the only thing we've been getting from this government. Either you pay late, you pay short, or you don't get paid at all. That's what the UNC is known for, and we have known that from the start. The UNC is incapable of governing the government of Trinidad and Tobago. They're incapable of doing it. We see it over and over. The local government has virtually collapsed in the last few months across this country. That cannot be denied. We have 10-foot-tall bush all over this country. They want to criticize and they want to denigrate CPEP workers and URP workers in this country, but they're the ones who are actually being productive and adding to the value of this country. And the trade union members here will stand here not one time try to defend CPEP and URP workers who should be their comrades. Why? Because they're up on two legs, Mr. Speaker. Round neck collar not good enough for them anymore. It's only jacket and tie, serving themselves and the UNC masters. That's what they're doing. While 50,000 CPEP and URP workers join the breadline at one time, and they think that that's going to be a problem for this economy. The Minister of Social Development probably can't sleep at night with the amount of requests he's probably got for unemployment benefits. Tens of thousands of people flooding her ministry on a daily basis. And they think everything is okay. Not a word from Point Fortin about that. Nothing from Labre. Labre saying something opposite to his former trade union. Incredible, yeah, collateral damage. Mr. Speaker, Let me remind the people of this country exactly the incredibly fantastic energy prices that the Minister of Finance includes in this document. Our oil price assumption of 2026 will be $73.25 per barrel. I'll try not to laugh, Mr. Speaker. And our natural gas price assumption will be $4.25 per MMBTU. Mr. Speaker, there's not a single energy analyst in the world that thinks that in this economic environment where people are moving away from oil and gas, moving away from energy sector, looking at alternatives, believes that we are going to see an energy price of this magnitude. If you look at the stock markets in the United States and Europe, they are taking off. Why? Because when energy prices fall, it makes it cheaper for business all over the world, and it usually boosts economic activity around the world. It is the complete opposite for energy-dependent economies like our own. Somehow the Minister of Finance missed that day in school. He didn't think we would notice. We have. We have. It makes no sense, and nobody thinks it makes sense, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me take a look at some of these fiscal measures, Mr. Speaker. And as I said earlier, this budget was designed for two purposes. Number one was payback. Payback for those who assisted them in the election, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, when the UNC wins, only the UNC wins. Because what they have done here will negatively affect everyone in Trinidad and Tobago, even the very same people who assisted them. They show them some nice magic beans with one hand while they pick in their pocket with the other hand, Mr. Speaker. That is what this government is doing. One, levy on the assets of commercial banks and insurance companies operating in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance this week, in his tour de farce, where he was trying to defend this budget, says that a asset levy of 0.25%, which is to be charged against the assets of commercial banks and insurance companies operating in Trinidad and Tobago, should not affect the general public. Of course, the Banking Association came out the very next day and said, it will. Of course it will. Every single bank, Mr. Speaker, I'm a card-carrying capitalist, Mr. Speaker. I believe in free market economics. I believe in it. And a tax on assets. Usually you have a tax on performance. The better a company does, the higher they pay in taxes. That is progressive. You get taxes on performance. If they make losses, they don't pay taxes. Until they are profitable again, then they return to paying taxes. You have a fixed tax here on one of the more vital industries within Trinidad and Tobago, the banking sector, Mr. Speaker. This will increase the cost of everything. Which business person doesn't use a bank in Trinidad and Tobago? Every major organization in this country, vast majority of our population, use a bank. Banking fees will go up across the board. BAT has already said that. They would like to have a conversation with the Minister of Finance. I hope he understands what they're saying. Because I don't understand how any serious government that cares about the people of this country could implement something as ridiculous as this. This will dramatically increase the cost of living across Trinidad and Tobago. It makes no sense. It's a tax on assets. Incredible. Mr. Speaker, I move on. Number two, the landlord business surcharge. Or the property tax by another name, Mr. Speaker. This government has been so desperate for revenues that they're willing to go back on their old word. They have been fighting against the property tax for the last 15 to almost 20 years, Mr. Speaker. 15 to 20 years, no property tax, axe the tax, no tax, Mr. Speaker. As soon as they get into office, their first budget, what do we have? Property tax, Mr. Speaker, by another name. And let me go through some of the details here. It's utterly fantastic. This measure requires all landlords to register with the Board of Inland Revenue and pay a one-time registration fee of $2,500. So you're getting tax off the bat. All the talk about is a tax on income. $2,500 is off the bat. Before you even do anything or receive any money, $2,500 as a registration fee, whatever that means, Mr. Speaker. The surcharge will be applied as follows. 2.5% on the gross annual rental income of $20,000 or less, Mr. Speaker. 3.5% on the gross annual rental income exceeding 20,000. Mr. Speaker, the previous government had recommended a property tax that was on the annual rental value, Mr. Speaker. I went to great pains in this chamber over and over. Annual rental value. There's absolutely no difference between the annual rental value and, as they put it here, the annual rental income. It means exactly the same thing, Mr. Speaker. Now, what we were going to do, Mr. Speaker, on the annual rental value, there would be a discount of 10%. And then after that discounted, the 10% is removed, there would be a property tax across the board of just 2% on annual rental value. Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying here, with a tax on the gross annual rental income of 2.5 and 3.5, that this property tax by another name is even more expensive than the property tax that the PNM presented in the last government, Mr. Speaker. So after all you talk about draconian property tax, people will lose their house, blah, blah, blah. They come here and decide that they're going to implement another form of property tax at an even higher rate than what the previous government was proposing. They think we wouldn't see that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clearly, when the UNC wins, landlords and renters don't win, Mr. Speaker. That's what we get in here. Mr. Speaker, next, the electricity surcharge. Incredible. The Minister of Finance wants to believe that a tax on electricity will not increase the cost of living in Trinidad and Tobago. Let me let the minister in on a little secret, Mr. Speaker. And let me read here. The surcharge will take the form of a fixed bill level charge of 0.05 per kilowatt hour for commercial customers and industrial customers, Mr. Speaker. That means almost every business in Trinidad and Tobago is going to be hit with this tax, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago is an energy economy. The manufacturing sector is an energy-intensive economy, energy-intensive industry. Trinidad and Tobago's greatest competitive advantage in international business is our ability to generate and produce low-cost electricity, Mr. Speaker. That is why our manufacturing sector is the single largest generator of foreign exchange in Trinidad and Tobago outside of the energy sector. The Minister of Finance somehow did not know that. Because he adds a tax to the very same people that we have to depend on to generate additional foreign exchange for this economy. This is complete lunacy, Mr. Speaker. He expects the average person in this country to believe that this will not increase the cost of every business person in Trinidad and Tobago. Of course it will. Of course it will. But the PSA president is going to say, we're getting a 10%. Yeah, getting a 10%, but we're also getting your pocket picked at the same time, Mr. Speaker. They're giving with one hand and taking with the other. And they're taking more with the other than they're giving with this hand. The trade union members here can't tell me that they don't honestly see that. This is a tax on electricity. Who could survive without electricity? The minister in his tour this week saying that you can avoid some of these taxes. How are you going to avoid that? I mean, use a lamp. You know, I don't understand. It makes no sense. And at current consumption levels, and this is important, at current consumption levels, this initiative is estimated to contribute an additional $269 million in revenues to the coffers of the government. That's $269 million out of the pockets of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. This is a tax that is unavoidable. And every business in the country will pass it on to the consumer. That's when it makes sense, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another draconian tax measure in here that will affect everyone in this country. Increase in fees, charges, and excise duty, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance, in his wisdom, decided that there should be an addition to the container processing fees in this country. Mr. Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago is a heavy importer. The last time we checked, I believe we import about $1 billion US in food items every year in this country. We are a small country. We cannot produce everything that we consume, so we import a lot. the Minister of Finance, in this so-called people's budget, decides to add a container processing fee to every container at our ports from $525 to $1,050, Mr. Speaker, a 100% increase in the tax of every container that arrives at the port of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, importers did not win with this government, Mr. Speaker. That will affect the cost of everything. Every single item that is imported in this country, the price is going up. Expected has already started. Looking at the other one here, Mr. Speaker, I remember long ago, looking at rum and spirits, the existing tax, $79.25. Proposed, $158.50, Mr. Speaker, another 100% tax on rum and spirits in this country. Right before the holiday season, right before Carnival, Mr. Speaker. As the opposition leader said earlier, clearly this Minister of Finance is a Grinch that stole Christmas, Mr. Speaker. What does this Minister of Finance have against Christmas? He put a 100% tax on rum and spirits 2 months before the Christmas season, the holiday season, Mr. Speaker. Even if you are not celebrating Christmas, you are in a holiday and festive season. And right before Carnival, Mr. Speaker, the carnival industry in this country employs so many people. So many who would have been displaced in other industries, and it is going to add a severe cost to everyone within the carnival industry of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Christmas didn't win under this Minister of Finance and UNC government, Mr. Speaker. Sad to say. Mr. Speaker, and these measures all contribute an additional $1 billion in revenues to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. That is $1 billion out of the pockets of the average man and woman in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker, right into the coffers of the Ministry of Finance. Incredible. But this is a people's budget, the union members will tell us. Okay. Yeah, the CW didn't say so. The CW didn't say that, right? The customs duty on luxury electric cars. Let me remind the Minister of Finance that this country is part of the Paris Accord. And we have committed to reducing carbon dioxide emissions and other harmful emissions in this country. The minister decides to add a rate of duty of 10% and a VAT of 12.5% on electric motor cars. Mr. Speaker, the previous government did everything possible to promote the use of electric cars in this country. One, it reduces our fuel subsidy, Mr. Speaker, which is a huge bill every single year. Two, it protects our environment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under this government, the environment didn't win. The environment did not win, Mr. Speaker. Why would you add a tax on electric cars when we want to promote the use of electric cars? It's just like my colleague was saying about the same tax the tax on the penalties for road misbehavior, Mr. Speaker. That could only be described as blood money. You're trying to make money off of the misuse of motor vehicles on our roads, where people are dying, where people are being maimed and injured. The government saw an opportunity to make more money. That's the kind of government we have, presenting this people's budget. Mr. Speaker, another one. Taxation on single-use plastics, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance, I propose to introduce a 5% tax on the safe value of these products at the point of importation. Mr. Speaker, we understand. We understand that there are too many plastic bottles rampant in this environment. We want our environment clean too, Mr. Speaker. And we understand the addition of this tax to collect these bottles. But we hope that the revenues from this measure will be used for its intended purpose and to develop a national recycling system, Mr. Speaker, that protects our environment. Do we trust that this government to implement such a measure? No, we do not, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately. And this, too, will add a tax to almost every food item in Trinidad and Tobago because it's a packaging tax. If you're selling food in Trinidad and Tobago, it's going to have to be packaged for safety reasons and health reasons, Mr. Speaker. Moving on, Mr. Speaker, we come to one of my favorite items here, Mr. Speaker. the establishment of a real estate investment trust in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, Mr. Speaker, while I was at the Ministry of Finance, I spearheaded this project and made a reference to the good people at the SMEO that this is something that we can do to have non-debt financing in Trinidad and Tobago. And don't worry, Minister of Finance, I know you wanted people to think in this country that you came up with an idea like this, but no one who didn't understand what import cover meant or refinancing could have ever come up with anything like a real estate investment trust in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. So trust me, no one ever thought that. You're safe. You're safe. No, don't worry, you're good. You're good. Nobody ever thought that. Mr. Speaker, fiscal 2026, we will establish a state-sponsored real estate investment trust, a landmark initiative to democratize state-owned assets, strengthen and diversify our capital markets, and broaden public participation in national wealth creation, Mr. Speaker. Another bold step to unlock new avenues of non-debt financing. Mr. Speaker, let me inform the Minister of Finance, because I know he has no idea what this is. No idea. Mr. Speaker, I have before me a document from April 2025, a note for Cabinet from the SMEO that I assisted in drafting, Mr. Speaker, because it's a concept that I came up with. And he's right. It will democratize the capital markets in this country and also revolutionize access to non-debt financing for the government of Trinidad and Tobago. And we hope that it is implemented, Mr. Speaker, properly. Do we believe that they can? No, we don't. But we hope that it is done. And I actually give the Minister of Finance credit for not destroying this initiative because it is a PNM initiative, Mr. Speaker. Cabinet has advised that a real estate investment trust is a company that owns, operates, or finances income-generating real estate. REITs pool the capital of numerous investors, which makes it possible for individual and institutional investors to earn dividends from real estate investments without having to buy, manage, or finance any properties themselves. Mr. Speaker, it is a matter of consideration for the approval of the establishment of a committee to assess the feasibility and implementation of a real estate investment trust valued at $5 billion TT dollars, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a real estate investment trust, as I proposed to this country, could take two forms. One, Mr. Speaker, you can take the revenue-generating assets that belong to the state. And I believe if they're thinking straight, it will be the Hyatt Hotel, it will be the government campus, Hilton Hotel, plus other state real estate assets. They generate revenues that can benefit investors in this country and also funds, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what it does, if I'm an investor and I want to purchase a $10 million asset, that may be beyond my reach. So what it does, it takes this $10 million asset and places it in a special purpose vehicle. Then it creates shares. Let's say it creates 10 million shares at $1 for one. So now the average man and woman in this country can purchase shares in this special purpose vehicle and generate a revenue for their investment portfolios. What it does, it democratizes access to investments in this country. Also, many of our funds, Mr. Speaker, are desperately looking for new assets for their portfolios, much like the NIS, not what the member for Point Portland was talking about, but many funds like the NIS are looking for revenue-generating funds because we have been in a low interest rate environment in this country for some time, and many fund managers are having difficulty meeting their return requirements for their funds. So this real estate investment trust will do that. Another form that the REIT will take, that form that I mentioned is much like the NIF that we recommended and brought to the people of this country. And the Prime Minister, I believe at the time, the current Prime Minister, called it a Ponzi scheme, Mr. Speaker. To date, the NIF has generated hundreds of millions of dollars for investors across Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. That is proper PNM policy. Yes, and so will be the real estate investment trust. The next form that it's going to take, Mr. Speaker, and more likely, it is going to package mortgages at the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank into a special purpose vehicle, Mr. Speaker. It's called a mortgage-backed security. The TTMB has about $6 billion in mortgages under their purview. What they will do is package those mortgages and sell them to institutional investors and also to public investors in Trinidad and Tobago. There's also a very low default rate on mortgages at the TTMB because most persons, no matter how difficult things get, they're going to pay their mortgages. The last time I checked, the default rate at the TTMB was somewhere in the region of 4 to 6%, Mr. Speaker, making the mortgages there quite ample and ready for something like a real estate investment trust. Mr. Speaker, this trust is going to create opportunity for investors in this country, for institutional investors and common investors, and will bring this government more than $5 billion in non-debt revenues, Mr. Speaker. I hope they use it wisely. And Mr. Minister of Finance, you're welcome. Moving on, Mr. Speaker, we go to the NIF bond. The mere fact that the NIF bond is in a separate section to the Real Estate Investment Trust shows how little the minister understood it. Mr. Speaker, fiscal 2026, the National Investment Fund Holding Company Limited will launch a $1 billion NIF fund, another PNM initiative, Mr. Speaker. The same initiative that they call a Ponzi scheme at the time is the same initiative that now that they're in office, they're bringing it back to the people of this country because they are desperate for revenues. Everything in this document reeks of desperation, Mr. Speaker. They know the situation that the economy is in, that they have created for the people of this country. When the PNM left office, Mr. Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago was the only investment-grade country in CARICOM and one of the few left in Latin America and the Caribbean. That is the economy we handed to them. And it's because of initiatives like this one. In just a few months, Mr. Speaker, our import cover, which I'm sure the Minister of Finance has educated himself on amply by now, has fallen by $600 million US. And to date, there's not any explanation from those on this and that side what has happened to that $600 million US. Mr. Speaker, that one single initiative has dropped our import cover down from 8.1 months to 5.4 months of import cover, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the global benchmark for energy economies like Trinidad and Tobago for import cover is 6 months of import cover. We handed those on the other side an economy with an import cover of 8.1. It is now 5.4, Mr. Speaker, below the global benchmark. Who would they like to blame for that? Why would they need to access $600 million of our foreign reserves in an economy where they believe we are going to see record revenues in the next fiscal year? Complete, utter, absolute nonsense, Mr. Speaker. We will not be fooled. I would take it, please. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, another one, Mr. Speaker. Removal of motor vehicle tax concessions for returning nationals, Mr. Speaker. Again, when UNC wins, only the UNC wins. Returning nationals, they certainly didn't win, Mr. Speaker. The same Minister of Finance was encouraging nationals from all over the world, come home, help us to build Trinidad and Tobago, and then he hit them with a tax the same day, Mr. Speaker. The government is reneging on everything, every proposal, everything that is done. They've reneged on it all. It reeks of desperation. It makes no sense. This document is incoherent and it is fake. It is fraudulent. It makes no sense. No one believes a single number, not a single rationale, not a single fact. It's like 0.14 Petrotrin numbers. It makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. Subsidy on liquefied natural petroleum gas, Mr. Speaker, LPG. Mr. Speaker, for years, successive PNM governments have done everything possible to not touch the price of LPG in this country, because we realize that many poor families in this country still use gas for cooking purposes at home. Many industrial people will also use LPG for their purposes, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance says, I propose to amend the subsidy on LPG cylinders of £100 and above by 50 cents per pound, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they don't believe that this is going to affect every poor person in this country. They don't believe that. How does the Minister of Finance propose that poor people avoid this tax? So they're getting tax renting, they're getting tax on electricity, they're getting tax on cooking, they're getting tax for eating, tax for living, tax for just being alive, tax for being unfortunate enough to be in Trinidad and Tobago under UNC government. That is all it is. That is all it is tax galore. The same Minister of Finance who are now calling tax coup. For many years said that you couldn't tax your way to prosperity, and then he brings a national budget, his very first, his maiden voyage in this chamber in delivering a budget, and he delivers a document full of taxes, Mr. Speaker. That is all there is. There's not a single other revenue-generating proponent in this entire misspent document, Mr. Speaker, and I believe ill-fated document, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, safeguarding our national insurance system. Yeah, point 14, it's your turn. It's your turn. Safeguarding our national insurance system. Mr. Speaker, during my time at the Ministry of Finance, I had consultations with every single major trade union in Trinidad and Tobago to discuss an increase in the retirement age to age 65, Mr. Speaker. There was no discussion of any increase in contribution at all. It was only about an increase in retirement age to age 65. Mr. Speaker, take a wild guess how many of those trade unions actually agreed with an increase in the retirement age to age 65. A wild guess. Absolutely none, Mr. Speaker. None, Mr. Speaker. But point 14 and Labre are going to come here today to say that this is a people's budget, and we agree with an increase in retirement age, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the president of the PSA, who seems to have a lot to say about me for some reason, right, wants to talk about everything else except the increase in retirement age and a 45% increase in monthly contributions to the NIS fund, Mr. Speaker. Why will the PSA president not speak about that? I hope when Mr. CWU stands up here to speak in this chamber, that he tells us what a wonderful initiative this is.
No one known here in this chamber as Mr. CWU. And you know why I'm asking you to withdraw it? And don't turn your eyes up, because you are the one who is particularly guilty of making complaints. So don't do that. That's entirely indecorous. Don't do it. Withdraw it.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. Thank you so much for your patience. Labre, when Labre stands up in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, I hope he addresses this issue, because all of the same trade unions, and as I said, with a politicized trade union, the leadership only looks out for itself. They stop looking out for its members. There is no one in the public service that is happy with an increase in the retirement age to age 65. It may be necessary, but none of them wanted it. And the previous government at least had the decency to have consultations with every single union in this country before even considering making such a move. Not this government. You just show up and surprise everybody with it, and then have the president of the PSA saying, this is a good thing. Have Labre and Point 14 cheerleading all the way. We want to have retirement age moved to 65. Mr. Speaker, a few short months ago, they were saying the exact opposite. When he was president of the CWU, he was saying the exact opposite. When Secretary General, of the CWU, he was saying the opposite. When the Minister of Labour was head of the PSA, he was saying the exact opposite. I'm sure Point 40, when he was at OWTU, was saying the exact opposite. Today, they're all for it. They're all for it, and they want you to believe that they still represent the membership of the trade unions in this country. Mr. Speaker, a time is going to come, a reckoning, when the members of trade unions in this country are going to ask their leaders to remove themselves from this coalition of counterfeits, fakes, and frauds. Mr. Speaker, that day of reckoning is coming and coming soon. I am certain of that. certain of that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you've just heard of all of the taxes that have been inflicted on the people of this country. What we're experiencing now, Mr. Speaker, is a self-inflicted recession. Those on the other side only have themselves to blame, Mr. Speaker. With some of the ridiculous measures they have done, they put 50,000 people on the breadline of this country overnight at the same time, right before the opening of the new school term, just before Christmas, after they hit them with a festivity tax, Mr. Speaker, and going to hit them with several more taxes. Whatever is decided in the wage negotiations could never cover the additional taxes that have been inflicted on the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. As I said, they give with one hand, they take with the other, and they're taking far more than they're giving. The people of this country have to see that, Mr. Speaker. Over the past 20 years, Mr. Speaker, those on the other side have gone out of their way to undermine and destroy every single revenue-generating initiative created by the People's National Movement. And I'll remind you of some: the aluminum smelter, destroyed; Sandals Hotel, destroyed; TTRA, boy, they couldn't wait. First thing in Parliament, destroyed. Property tax, don't want that. Now they bring it back. Dragon deal, oh, no dragon deal. Dragon is dead. Dragon deal, let's do it. It makes sense. The reopening of the point-of-care refinery, Mr. Speaker, which had already been gone through the due diligence process and had been offered to Oando, a Nigerian firm, Mr. Speaker, was ready to go. They shut that down too, Mr. Speaker. They shut it down before this election. The government was saying that they were going to give the point-of-care refinery to the OWTU trade union. Point Fortin stood up here today and said nothing about that. The government promised on several platforms all over the place that they were going to give the refinery to the OWTU, the same organization that borrowed money from institutions in this country to apply for this and then defaulted on their loans, Mr. Speaker. The same institution. They defaulted on their loans for the application fees to apply for the point-of-care refinery, but want us to believe that they could run this multi-billion-dollar operation by themselves. Absolutely not. What a joke. Mr. Speaker, recently, the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Modi, was here, and he came with several businessmen who are ready to invest in Trinidad and Tobago. What did those on the other side do? They ran them out of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, they have gone to great lengths to undermine every single revenue-generating initiative by the People's National Movement, and today, they are reaping the whirlwind. Today, they are sitting in the hot seat and the music has stopped. And now they are going to pay for exactly what it is they've done to the people of this country for the past 20 years, Mr. Speaker. And we're seeing it already. Late pay, no pay, that's the UNC way. Mr. Speaker, I thank
you. Members, I propose to take the evening break now. It's 4 minutes to 6. I propose to come back at 6:45. I invite everyone. I intend to have a de-alighting ceremony in the rotunda. All are invited to attend, those who choose to do so, but we will suspend the sitting until 6:45. Thank you very much.
that bumper need to be on our shoulder, yeah. Right now that bumper need to be getting closer, yeah. Right now that bumper need to be on our shoulder to ride. That shoulder go take you away, yes, that shoulder go take you away. Can we go take you away, yes, that shoulder go take you away. Can we go take you away, yes, that shoulder go take you away. Can we go take you away, yes, that shoulder go take you away. Right now that bumper need to be on our shoulder, yeah. Right now that bumper need to be getting closer, yeah. Right now that bumper need to be on our shoulder to ride. That shoulder go take you away, yes, that shoulder go take you away. Can we go take you away, yes, that shoulder go take you away. Can we go take you away, yes, that shoulder go take you away. Can we go take you away, yes, that shoulder go take you away. Jump up on the shoulder, climb up on the shoulder. Jump up on the shoulder, climb up on the shoulder. Jump up on the shoulder, climb up on the shoulder. Jump up on the shoulder, climb up on the shoulder. Because that bumper need to be on our shoulder, yeah. You see that bumper need to be getting closer, yeah. Because that bumper need to be on our shoulder to ride. It's time to ride. Feel the power, feel the power.
DJ.
Touch it, bring it, babe. Touch it, bring it, babe.
Oh yeah.
Somebody touch me, somebody touch me, somebody touch my soul. Somebody pray to me, Jesus. Somebody touch my soul. Somebody touch me, somebody touch me, somebody touch my soul.
Who, me?
While I was praying, pray to me, Jesus. Somebody touch my soul.
Life too sweet, I can't complain. The only constant is the change, and we go touch the road again. So as long as you call my name, then I will answer. I'm a happy camper, and love is my sponsor. Oh, and as long as I'm man of life, then I will dance up. No time for no anger, I'm smiling with me hands up. Yeah.
Somebody touch me, somebody touch me, somebody touch my soul. Somebody pray to me, Jesus. Somebody touch my soul. Somebody touch me, somebody touch me, somebody touch my soul.
Who, me?
While I was praying, pray to me, Jesus. Somebody touch my soul.
Dabadi. All of them the same family. Mildred throw rum inside a glass and hand to sister while playing my shouting. If the priest could play, who is me? I mean from Dabadi. If the priest could play, who is me? I don't care who see. If the priest could play, who is me? You're talking about Bacchanal. If the priest could play, who is me? I mean for the carnival. Play man! Those people had a law, never to play mass before. But since they see the priest play, they decide to break away. These girls in the tight pants had the whole public in France. The brother wearing the sister dress with 2 orange tie upon his chest balling. If the priest could play, who is me? I mean from Dabadi. If the priest could play, who is me? I don't care who see. If the priest could play, who is me? You're talking about Bacchanal. If the priest could play, who is me? I mean for the carnival. Come on! What made the band post class? Every man played a different mask. Some playing police and thief, some playing arrest the priest. A fella that called your goat, dying with a bong rope. Lay down on the ground and close the eye, hug the door. He playing commit suicide singing. If the priest to play, who is me? I mean from Dabadi. If the priest to play, who is me? I don't care who see. If the priest to play, who is me? You're talking about Bacchanal. If the priest to play, who is me? Play man! Tuesday afternoon, they start with bottle and spoon. If you hear them coming down, tickling, tickling, tongue. Leader the band, he began to rhyme. He wearing a pants, you don't know behind. He since a born, I ain't play no mass. And who don't like it could kiss my face because if the priest to play, who is me? I'm a mass. If the priest to play, who is me? Ah, boys in mass. If the priest to play, who is me? Ah, boys in mass. If the priest to play, who is me? Hey, man!
should be service, not self-advancement or greed. Blessed is the one who was born to lead. Good leaders are born, not made, setting standards is their trade. Blessed is the one who was born to lead. A mentor
When does someone really become a good citizen? I'd like to know for sure. Why, when the ordinary man disagrees with the establishment, they call it treason. Why should they persecute a brother for seeking black power? Don't they know a blind man could see that this is blatant hypocrisy? The real traitors and them are all high in society. Yet the government protecting all of them and penalizing you and me. And in a million different ways they violate the law. It's the same good no good bastards who oppress the poor. They sell in black market, making excess profit, paying a starvation salary. These good citizens are the architects of economic slavery. They say you have the right to criticize, but then you are victimized. And without any reason. Many a time you find yourself politically paralyzed by that same good citizen. Yet these fakes and phonies enjoy a long life of luxury while they spread corruption throughout the country. When they should be arrested, they're protected and respected in this society. And in a million different ways, they violate the law. It's the same good no good bastards who oppress the poor. With a false declaration, tax evasion, defrauding customs duty. These good citizens are the architects of economic slavery. In lust and greed and fraud and strife, they specialize. Double deals, they idolize. If you're brave enough to open your mouth and criticize, one time you are ostracized and or victimized. Still they go unpunished and unaccused of any crime, while on the backs of the ordinary man these vultures climb. They use the riches and the power, make a mockery of the law, and have the law protect them, save time. In a million different ways they violate the law. It's the same good no good bastards who oppress the poor. They controlling bootlegging, dope peddling, prostitution and piracy. These good citizens are the architects of economic slavery. When does someone really become a good citizen? I'd like to know for sure. Why, when the ordinary man disagrees with the establishment, they call it treason? Why should they persecute a brother for seeking black baby, time is never enough. Even if we try to turn back the clock, just you and I, the present is us. So let we enjoy this now, girl. Do it all over, drunk or sober, so high like a stoner. Time to feel the feeling again. All over, drunk or sober, so high like a stoner. Time to give them again. Like a throwback baby, throwback baby, throwback baby. Like back in time, back on my girl. Throwback baby, throwback baby, throwback baby. Like back in time, back on my girl. Go back, go back, go back.
Everybody and them wave. Everybody rock them wave. Everybody rock them wave. Everybody something wave. No stop, pause. Stay right there. Don't move. Show the spirit discipline. Don't shake. Show the spirit discipline. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready. 4, 3, 2, everybody 1. And them wave. Everybody rock them wave. Everybody rock them wave. Everybody something wave. No stop. Music in my blood. Can you feel the spirit calling? Music in my blood. Can you hear the spirit calling? Melody. Feel the rhythm beating like it's one heartbeat. Everybody follow me to the left. Everybody to the left. Everybody to the left. Everybody to the left. To the right, to the right, to the right. Let me go, let me go. Everybody to the right. To the right, to the right. Everybody to the right. One more. Everybody to the right. To the right, to the right. Music in my blood. Can you feel the spirit calling? Music in my blood. Can you hear the spirit calling? Melody. Feel the rhythm beating like it's one heartbeat.
Eh, oh yo yo yo, oh yo yo yo, oh die die die, oh die die die. Them care, na. Yes, I love up my country. I love up Monday to Friday, come Sunday night. Yeah, say I love up my country. I love up oh, them can't burn we, them can't run we. No, yeah. Hold it high, the red, black and white. True, thick and thin, we just stand unite. We forge from fire, this our land. Firm hand in hand is these two islands where creed and race does stand as one. From the African to the Tassa drum, the motherland, so I say it proudly. Don't matter where I go, I still love up my country. Monday to Friday, come Sunday night. Yeah, yes, I love up my country. Oh, them can't burn we, them can't run we. No, yes, I love up my country. Monday to Friday, come Sunday night. I still love up my country. Oh, them can't burn we, them can't run we. No, sing Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago. Them can't burn we, run we, na, singing Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago. Them can't burn we, run we, na. First and foremost, I want to say big up my Trini massive worldwide, all my Trinidadian people. I was born at Trini, I was raised at Trini, and I go dead at Trini. And knowing I was a Trinidadian, I wouldn't feel right without leaving earlier with something to chip to. Come now! Hey, look bumper, push the bumper, look bumper, wind up the bumper, look bumper, check bumper, look bumper, wind up the bumper, wine bumper, yes the bumper, come now, hey, off the plane in Piaco, kiss my hand and you touch the ground, Coco Jambi and Limbo, we just trip when we hear the song, how you mean, is no place else I go consider home. All I need is sweet soca and the song we create. Baby, how you sweet so hips to the tempo, girl I can't let go. Your body is a temple, girl I love it up bad, blessed be a vessel. And I know. Wherever I stray, my love for you never go. You love from me, Grandy. San Fernando, Moruga, Port of Spain and Saparia, Caranage, Barataria. Nowhere as sweet, all creed and race come together unique. Yes. Carnival jump up and wine in the street and then come on Ash Wednesday, Pila on the beach. Whoa, what's the scene? The vibes run down to horror sketch.
red, white, and black fires of hope. We know in fact that if them come, we now go run, pour up some rum, raise up the flag and sing it, Lord, I love we. Lavante, love her from me, love her from me, love her from me. Maraval, love her from me, love her from me. Go Martin, love her from me, love her from me, love her from me. Point 14, love her from me, love her from me. Charlottesville, love her from me, love her from me, love her from me. Kaiserberg, love her from me, love her from me. Sawa, love her from me, love her from me, love her from me. Chigonos, love her from me, love her from me. Hey, 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 hey. Look bumper, push the bumper. Look bumper, wind up the bumper. Look bumper, check bumper. Look bumper, wind up the bumper. Wine bumper, yes the bumper. Come now, hey, hey, hey. Off the plane in Piaco. Kiss my hand and you touch the ground. Coco Jambi and Limbo. We just trip when we hear the song. How you mean, there's no place else I go consider home. All I need is sweet soca and the song we creole. Baby, how you sweet so, hips to the tempo, girl I can't let go. Your body is a temple, girl I love it up bad, blessed be your vessel. And I know, wherever I stray, my love for you never go. You girl, love her from me, love her from me, love her from me. Grandy, love her from me, love her from me, love her from me. Cuva, love her from me, love her from me, love her from me. Scarborough, love her from me, love her from me, love her from me. Togo White to Arima, San Fernando Moruga, Port of Spain and Sataria, Caranage Barataria. Nowhere as sweet, all creed and race come together unique. Yes, carnival jump up and wine in the street and then come on Ash Wednesday play loud on the beach. Whoa, what's the scene? The vibes run dice to horror sketch yet how you been? We moving right, the gal them spice. We West Indies is exact peace. Them know them can't touch we. We stand as one, red, white, and black fires of hope. We know in fact that if them come, we now go run, pour up some rum, raise up the flag and sing it, Lord, I love we. Lavante, love her from me, love her from me, love her from me. Maraval, love her from me, love her from me. Go Martin, love her from me, love her from me, love her from me. Point 14, love her from me, love her from me. Charlottesville, love her from me, love her from me, love her from me. Kaiserberg, love her from me, love her from me. Sawa, love her from me, love her from me, love her from me. Chigonos, love her from me, love her from me. Hey, 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 hey. Look bumper, push the bumper. Look bumper, wind up the bumper. Look bumper, check bumper. Look bumper, wind up the bumper. Wine bumper, yes the bumper. Come now, hey, hey, hey. Off the plane in Piaco. Kiss my hand and you touch the ground. Coco Jambi and Limbo. We just trip when we hear the song. How you mean, there's no place else I go consider home. All I need is sweet soca and the
My son was a good boy, words of a mother. As he's laying down on the asphalt, bleeding out on the corner. She's calling on Jesus' name, asking why did they kill him. My son was a gentle soul, he never do nobody nothing. Then a man shout, woman. The son went on a banging in a stolen vehicle. While you feel the next team swing back, the boy killed 3 people. Speeding off at the scene he went on. A little girl get bounced down, yet still she's saying heads have to roll for the ones who take she son's soul. Mama good son, no get gunned down. Yeah. Mama good son, no get gunned down. I know she crying out for justice, for she son who was a tears in your eye, crying for this ungrateful child. He was a pest in the community. He used to advantage everybody. He used to glad when mountain come. Why? He want to tax all people the money. He beat up the child mother. Shoot behind the big brother. The way you're feeling, now you know how much other people he make feel. So mama, good son, no get gone down. Hey, mama, good son, no get gone down. I know she crying out for justice, for the community terrorists. Number one extortionist. And if nobody in, pay him no tax. He kidnapped the family and burned down their business. For somebody so evil. Oh, you said distress people. But all you seeing is the hole in the face, not the loaded Beretta anyways. And mama, good son. Mama, good son. Mama, good son. No get gone down. He had a mind full of bitterness. He had a heart full of hate. But now you crying out your liver string, like this boy was a saint. We do expect you to smile and be happy. After all, you see mother. But how much other mother sons your son bury? Now you see it with your mama. You never used to show no concern.
The Honorable, the Speaker.
Doc. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for this opportunity to contribute and lend my voice to this debate. And let me also say thank you to the people of Labre for voting overwhelmingly for me to represent them in this August House. And let me also thank all of the citizens who would have taken part in the pre-budget consultation that this government had prior to the announcement and prior to the reading of what is this country's best budget ever. And as I say that, let me express deepest congratulations to Minister of Finance, Minister of Planning, and their technocrats and their entire team that contributed to making the preparation of this budget a success. As I said before, and I'll say it again, Mr. Speaker, budget for your money. Mr. Speaker, I did not intend to enter the debate this early. But of course, when I'm called, I respond.
Yes,
And Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying that I came into this August House based on the hard work I put in to campaign and to be here, and not by my name. I had no father to cut no track for me to run. And as I listened to these previous speaker and speakers, Mr. Speaker, I am appalled by the level of hypocrisy that comes from that side of this House. And I sat here and I listened to what was an attack rally on the trade union movement. Yes. In fact, it's a continued attack.
Yes.
Ain't nothing new, ain't nothing different. And I heard the member for San Fernando East condemn and speak about my good friend and comrade Felicia Thomas, president of the PSA, yes. And maybe one of the last strong remaining union leaders, yes. Only because she did not give in to their demands.
That's right.
And she stood her ground fearlessly.
Yes.
And tonight, I want to say to her, continue to stand your ground. And the reason why they are there is because of what they did to us in the trade union movement.
That's right.
And I want to remind the member for San Fernando East that while he talks about how much 50,000 workers get sent home, that he was part of a government that sent home workers in Petrotrin, TSTT, Caroni Green, Government Human Resource Services Limited, GHRSL, and they did nothing for the workers of ArcelorMittal. Up to this, they have gotten $1 for the service they give to that company. They did nothing but come here as if he has clean hands to say that we sent home 50,000 workers. People suffering. We're so wicked. What were they? What were they when they sent home all of these workers in these high-end paying jobs that has now caused the National Insurance Board to reach the state that is in? Because had they not sent home over 50,000 workers from those companies I called, whose salary attracted contributions that was in the highest bracket in NIS, then maybe the fund would not have been in the state that is in now. So they created the problem.
That's right.
And he comes and says, well, we had consultation. Not one of them agreed to raise the retirement age. And misleading the public, Mr. Speaker, to make the public feel as if the retirement age is now mandatory and you can no longer retire at 60 or 61 or 62 or 63 or 64 if you choose. But anybody who chooses to retire at any point in time, they're free to do so. And under the plan that we have proposed, Mr. Speaker, we have staggered the age for retirement to get your full benefits. To get your full benefits, not for compulsory retirement, no. You can retire any time you want. But for you to get your full benefits, we have staggered that age to say it will be from 65, and we did over a 10-year period. That is not what they proposed when they consulted with the trade union movement. And that's why the trade union movement said, no, we're not supporting it. They wanted to do it now for now. But what happens now, Mr. Speaker, is that because workers are in a position to now gauge when they want to retire and what they need to have in place, they could better plan and prepare for their retirement. And in planning and preparing for the retirement, Mr. Speaker, they are free to go and take out their private pensions with companies, with insurance companies. And now that pension that they're going to get will be tax-free. So they mislead the public to make the public feel that this government imposing a compulsory 65 retirement age, and they're going to lose the contributions, they're going to lose the pension, all that nonsense that they spew from on that side. But you see, the good thing about this country, Mr. Speaker, and it was demonstrated on April 28th, is that the majority of citizens in this country have sense. Because they feel and they treat us as if we are stupid and they alone have the knowledge. They talk down to us. They look down on us. I looked at the faces of members on the other side when my colleague from Point Fortin was giving his contribution, and some words were mispronounced. If you see the face, like, how you can say it like that? You know why? Because they look down on people. We are not ever seen as good enough. And then my friend from, the member for San Fernando East, can't be my friend, from San Fernando East, says 2 trade unionists coming here. Well, let me say something, Mr. Speaker, about that. I was a trade union leader, and I'm unapologetic for that. Mr. Speaker, when I'm given a job, I do that job to the best of my ability, and I think I was a damn good trade union leader. I am no longer a trade union leader. I am now a member of parliament and a minister of government. And no matter how much he tries to criticize and to make me feel as if I should be guilty for being a trade union leader before I came into this house, that and God face he will never see. So I came in this house, Mr. Speaker, knowing fully well that it's expected of me based on where I came from that I will continue to represent the interests of workers, and I've not abandoned that.
Yes, man. Tell them, man.
But San Fernando East, I'm sure, let me just say I'm sure, I wonder if maybe the former Prime Minister might be turning in his grave to see what is passing for MP in this house here tonight. You understand? And then he made some allegations against this government while he was giving his contribution. He said that they handed us an economy with 8.1 months of import cover, which is now down to 5 months. But what he refused to say, Mr. Speaker, is that we handed them an economy in 2015 with over 1 year of import cover, and they gave us back a economy with less than 8 months of import cover. That's what he forgot to say, conveniently, of course. And then he said that our intention is to raid the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. Well, they should be the last to talk about that, you know. They should be the last to talk about dipping into the fund. Because according to the figures presented here, on June 30th, 2016, they went into the fund and they withdrew $375 million US. 2016? In March 2016. But you see, again, you see, Mr. Speaker, this is the same MP who came in this house.
Yes.
2017, they withdrew over $252 million US from the fund.
COVID?
March 31st, 2020,
COVID-17.
they withdrew $79 million from the fund.
Still COVID?
June 30th,
Still COVID?
2020, they withdrew $600 million from the fund.
Oh my. Oh my, yeah.
September 30th, no, Mr. Speaker, I want the public to take note of the months in 2020. I started by saying March 31st, 2020, June 30th, 2020, September 30th, 2020. They went back again, $300 million US. But before the year was done, they wasn't finished. They went back again. December 31st. Over $198 million US. March 31st, 2021. Over $293 million US. June 30th, 2021. $300 million US. September 30th, 2021, $100 million US. December 31st, well, thank God, but no happened in 2022. They ain't going to fund in 20, because maybe it had none. December 31st, 2023, over $160 million US. June 30th, 2024, over $209 million US. Like over again. November 30th, 2024, $150 million US. And they want to say, we're going to put behind in the cookie jar. They 2 foot and almost in the cookie jar. They stand up in the cookie jar. They stand up in the cookie jar. You understand? They went in the cookie jar. Went inside. And you want to come and tell us that the trade unionists in this house will come and say that this was a people's budget. Yes, it was a people's budget. And I want to tell you again, I make no apologies for being a former trade unionist. None. Yes? And you went and you quoted some articles from who you say is my former comrade.
You went on Google? You Google it?
You went on Google. Yeah? But what you didn't say, because you quoted that because you like to cherry pick, that's what they do. But they did not say to us, Mr. Speaker, that the President General of the Joint Trade Union Movement, who speaks on behalf of the unions in this country in JTOM, said that this was a budget of fresh air for workers. You didn't tell us that. And he didn't say to us, because, Mr. Speaker, I was fortunate to be present at the TTMA's post-budget consultation. And the TTMA was in high praises of the Minister of Finance and of this government for the budget we presented. You didn't say that. You didn't say that.
Yes, yes.
And then he speaks about CPEP and URP workers. Yeah? And he said that not a word from the trade unionists in the House. But I want to remind him that they promised every worker that they will take the matter to court. But, Mr. Speaker, they only took matters to court for the contractors who was making the money and not for the workers. $1 million contractors to boot. I challenge him to name one worker who they represented up to the industry. I challenge him. You're so care about workers. Yeah? You're so care about CPEP and URP workers. Name one worker. In fact, Port of Spain South, says he knows them by heart. He said, you know the workers by heart. Ask him which one of them have a matter in the court, because he can it. You care about workers. And they want to lambast me and all this, attacking me. Oh, collateral damage, collateral damage. But mind you, same Port of Spain South, today, he don't even have to consider riding a bike because gas gone down.
Yes, yeah.
But I don't want the product to be full there. Not one day did he jump on a bike, eh? Not one day did he go on a bike and ride to court, as he promised to do. But you see, because of this budget we presented, Mr. Speaker, the people of this country could no longer consider using a coal pot. Because even though the price of LPG has been increased from £100 and up, the £20 still remain the same. So when they say we are not considering the small man don't buy 100 and 250 pound cylinders to cook in the house. Just buy the small cylinders because it's a small man. So this budget was a people's budget, is a people's budget. And we consider all of these things when we are putting the budget into motion. So when you want to talk about small, not about workers, I wonder if those workers have 125 million to buy any place in one rural place or anywhere else. I wonder. Now, heavy word was made about the offer of 10% to the public servants. Heavy word was made by them about that. And they want to say that they offered 9. Well, let me tell the workers and the citizens of this country the facts. The first offer by that wicked, evil, vindictive former government was 0, 0, 0. That was the first offer.
That's right. That's right.
They moved when there was a big protest, that I was a part of the protest, through the streets of Port of Spain. They moved 0, 0, 1. And then they settled on 0, 0, 2 for 2014 to 2016, 0, 0, 2, 2017 to 2019, 0, 0, 2. What then happened was the former Minister of Finance referred the negotiations to the Industrial Court, to the Special Tribunal. When it went to the Special Tribunal, because of the linkages there, and because of the threats that they imposed on unions, some unions say, you see that? I will take that 4%. And they sign for 2% for 002, and for 002 for 2014, 2016, 002 for 2017, 2019. They signed. 4% is what they got for 6 years. 4% by the former administration. The PSA, under the leadership of the current Minister of Labour, said, we ain't taking that. If we had to fight against your own system, we're fighting against your own system, and we're going down dying. And they fought, and they fought, and they fought. And they even fought. They fought their own members, and they even fought against the threat that I wouldn't give you a 6-year agreement, I'll give you a 10-year agreement with the same percentage. That was a threat that was issued to them. Because how they interpreted the Industrial Relations Act, it said that the Special Tribunal could not give a judgment of less than 5 years. So the head of the Special Tribunal said to them, well, before they shape up, I give you 2 5-year judgments, you know. So it'll be 10 years, and in 10 years you'll get 4%. So they get frightened, and they sign. The head of the PSA, Liberty, say, I ain't taking that. They went and they appealed, judicial review, that position. And because of that, they are now in a position to say that that was wrong. It should have been 2-3-year period. So they fought that and they won that. But that didn't settle negotiations. They were still with a 4% before them. And despite the pressures that that side perpetuated with their cronies, who were in PSA, choking and niggling and saying, sign, 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 I want the 4%, I want the 4%. PSA held firm. And today, because PSA held firm, PSA says, see that? A political problem deserves a political solution. I'm getting into the politics. And they joined in the politics, and they were promised that once you get us into government, we're going to give you 10%. But we understand that the government will just say give 10%. There's a process which the MP for Point 14, member for Point 14 spoke about, that we instruct the CPO, and the CPO then engages in negotiations. Because the negotiations has many other things besides the salary negotiations, the salary part to negotiate. There are other terms and conditions that needs to be negotiated, but that don't negotiate from Minister Tanku's office. That don't negotiate from inside here. That don't negotiate from the office of the Prime Minister. That negotiates when the parties sit down in free and fair collective bargaining to say, look where we reach. But you see, you all wouldn't know about that. Because what you all did was impose and intervene and interfere and disrupt the free and fair collective bargaining that this country had with unions through the CPO. We're not doing that. So the opposition leader made heavy weather, but I'm not seeing the money for them. So maybe they're getting no money. Well, you can't see the money if there's no agreement to pay our money yet. How you going to see it? So you see, what did us do? What did us do, Mr. Speaker, is that they will have a voice note or a text message, and that is good enough for them to put aside money. That is not how we operate. That is not how we operate. Only when an agreement is executed, then the Minister of Finance can say, okay, how much does this cost? Let me go and get the money now. That's how it operates. So when they make heavy about they're not seeing the money, how you see the money? But I think Mr. Speaker has spent enough time on them. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn my attention to WASA. Let me tell you why I want to turn my attention to WASA. The opposition will have us believe that everything we are doing in WASA is based on the foundation that they laid in WASA. But it's important, however, Mr. Speaker, before I even begin to mention the WASA scenario, to tell you a little bit about me. Not because I'm narcissistic, or not because of hubris, but I want to exemplify, to personify and to send home the point that I want to make about WASA. I grew up in a little village in Erin called Carapal. In Carapal, I grew up without electricity, without running water, without access to telephone and telecommunication. I studied to go to school by a pitch oil lamp, up until secondary school, mind you. There was a spring, and there still is a spring inside Carapal, that we will build box cat and put whether it's barrels on the big box cat or buckets on the small one and go for water and bring it home. I walked to school more than 3 miles, morning and evening, to go to school and to come back home. Why am I telling you all this, Mr. Speaker? I am telling you this because that side drilled 2 wells. 2 wells in Carapal. The first well yielded 450,000 gallons per day. And the second well yielded 50,000 gallons per day. And when the Honorable Prime Minister made me Minister in the Ministry of Public Utilities, one of my first acts as minister was to go in Carapal with a WASA team and a TNTEC team to see how we could bring relief to the people of Carapal, where I'm from. I asked the WASA team for the plans for WASA. I said, let me see the plans of how this water coming out of Carapal into the water treatment plant and back into Carapal. They said, Minister, there's no plan to take that water back into Carapal. I said, are you mad? You're taking 500,000 gallons of water a day from a community that never saw pipe-borne water. And you never even had the gumption, the audacity, the decency, the humanness to say to the people of Carapal, we'll bring water back for you because we're taking the water. And Mr. Speaker, I took that WASA team and we drove and we measured and we put a cost to how much it will be to run back water in Carapal for the people of Carapal, because they are people too, they are humans too, they have needs too. Out of the 200-something million US dollars that they said that they got from IDB and wherever else, it is costing $7 million TT dollars to run the pipe to bring relief to people in Carapal. 7 million. That was too much for them on that side to consider for the people of Carapal. Too much. But it is not too much for one of their former ministers and his family to get $100 million contract from HDC and from other places. That wasn't too much. So, Mr. Speaker, I went into Carapal and I asked the WASA team to please redo their structure and their plans and their whatever and ensure that pipeline is run inside Carapal for people in Carapal to get water. And if that wasn't enough, Mr. Speaker, a few years ago, there's a trace in Palo Seco Beach Road called James Street. What they did was that they ran a 4-inch line in James Street. Commendable. But what they didn't do is that they didn't run the line from where the main line ended to connect to James Street. So for more than 10 years, no more than that, because it was before the administration, they must study nobody inside James Street, you know. They had an MP who was a PNM MP for 40 years, and that MP did not even consider Palo Seco Beach Road. But again, because they have a working MP now, who is a minister in the Ministry of Public Utilities, we are going to ensure James Street get water. And if that wasn't enough, Mr. Speaker, there's a community in Palo Seco that is called STOL. For years, they're begging the MP to help them to get electricity, about 15 houses. Those 15 houses has about 30 children at least. Children going to school. For years, they're begging for electricity, not getting it. Again, I took the TNTEC team. TNTEC said, Minister, we were here already. Years ago. We cost this job already $253,000 that the current chief whip was supposed to look at it in conjunction with his MP and say, we're going to bring relief to these people. Nothing to date, Mr. Speaker, until we came. And I took the TNTech team. I'm now working with the PSCL team. And I'm hoping that because of our intervention, that within the next month or two, well, no, not month, because you have to still debate standard finance and all that, and we get releases. But within the next 2 months to 3 months, that the people of STUL could experience electricity in their homes for the first time in their life. I went to another village, Mr. Speaker, Sobo village. There's a young lady living in a house. Mr. Speaker, you see the state of the house. First thing we did was that we looked at how best we could improve her condition. I brought the TNTech team, and I want to commend those workers in TNTech. Those workers, when they saw the condition, you know what they did, Mr. Speaker? They dipped into their own pocket, took out money, and bought all of the materials to wire the house, gave the lady money to go and pay for the connection, worked with the electrical inspectorate, got the house inspected and passed, and within 2 weeks, the bulb was lighting in our house. And yet, I heard their former leader in shock that they lost Point 14 and Labrie. When you treat people like dirt, like they don't matter, at some point in time, they're going to break and they're going to retaliate, and that is what happened. San Fernando East attacking me, or the Spain South attacking me. No problem, my back broad. But I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that I did not take a safe seat and make it marginal because McAnally beat him. But I took a seat that was not even supposed to be a USC seat, and I made it a marginal USC seat today. And Mr. Speaker, by God's grace and by the will of the people of Labrie, I am going to be in that seat for as long as I desire to be. Because there's going to be a UNC safe seat next election. Safe seat. And I'm sure that next election you won't be here. Because I'm not coming for you this time. Love, 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 love. Love, 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 love. Love. Love, love. Love, 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 love. Mr. Speaker, I heard the opposition leader speak about they never caused workers to be paid late. They never caused pensioners to be paid late. But you see, it must be careful of the things that you say, you know. Because sometimes paying somebody late is better than what they did to the workers in MTS. Hear what I say? Sometimes paying somebody late is better than what they did to the workers in MTS. Let me explain, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
When we assumed office in May, effectively was May, because we just had 2 days before April was finished. And we went into MTS. What we found, Mr. Speaker, was a system where MTS was borrowing money on a monthly basis just to pay net salary. I didn't say salary, Mr. Speaker. I did not say salary. I said net salary. Let me explain. If a worker's salary in MTS is $5,000, and from that $5,000, deducted from that will be NIS, health surcharge, union dues, and any standing orders you may have, credit union, medical plan. And from that $5,000, you then are left with $2,000 as a take home. What MTS was doing was giving you your $3,000. But the deductions were not being paid to the institutions that it was supposed to be paid to. So I was approached, Mr. Speaker, by a young woman. And Port of Spain South made heavy weather of the workers in CPEP and how they are single mothers and what, and how they are bombarding Minister of People and Social Development. I was approached by a young security officer. And what she told me was, she said, Mr. Elder, Minister, I need your help. I said, how can I help you, my dear? She said, right now, I have a car that I'm sacrificing to pay for. But the bank is telling me that I'm owing them more than 7 months of deductions on the loan. I said, I don't understand. She said, well, I'm getting my pay, but the company is not sending the money from my standing order to the bank. Mr. Speaker, if that young lady had gotten paid 2 days later, she gets she full pay, that's better than paying. She net pay, but yet have the bank calling her, threatening to seize her vehicle because she hasn't paid in 6 months, when she assumed that the company took out her money and sent it to the financial institution. That is what they left for us. That is what we're dealing with. And I want to say tonight, a special, heartfelt gratitude to the PS in public utilities for the hard work that she puts in every single month to make sure those workers get paid. And I want to tell the workers of MTS that we are aware of the problem. We are working with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Education and other ministries to work out a solution and bring relief to their problems, because we will fix it. And they come here and they behave as if they love workers and they love you and they go take care of you. But oh God, they don't understand. They don't understand. They don't care about us, the small man. And those things, Mr. Speaker, those things rock me to my core. I was fortunate, Mr. Speaker, as I move on, to be called by the Consular Procedures, who reached out on behalf of the Coast Guard and the Defense Force and everybody else who occupies that Cedros security complex. And the place was in total darkness for years. The place in squalor. And we were reached out, we at the Ministry of Public Utilities, and we were asked for assistance to bring at least some lights on the complex. Mr. Speaker, we in the ministry, Palsek Shivana Sam, MP for Kumuto Mazinala, Minister Padarat, MP for Kuva South, we could have decided that we were going to fix a playground in my constituency, in hers, in his, in any constituency that we choose. But we saw the need to assist the people on that front line, that security, where there's border security issues down in Cedros. And we decided that we will assist. Could I be?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
So that
Mr.
takes you to 740.
Yes. And we decided that we would assist, and we brought some measure of relief to the Cedros security complex, and they now have some lights. And that's what we do. That's what we do on this side. We bring light to people's life. That's what we do. So it was easy for us to do that because that is our mandate. That's what we do. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn now to TT Post. I know you have told me to have 10 minutes, so time doesn't permit me to speak in detail about every agency under our ministry. But I want to say that the Postal Service continues to play an important role in connecting communities, supporting commerce, and in facilitating national development. But at TT Post, they have been neglected for years by the last administration. And tonight I want to say to TT Post that we at the MPU will be working closely with your team to expand the business opportunities, leveraging on information technology, so that we can strengthen the operations and drive innovation in TT Post. Because I believe it's a sleeping giant. But it has been so neglected, like everything else in this country, that they left for us. Neglected. But I want to tell TT Post, as we always say in the trade union movement, help will come when help is needed because the UNC is here. Mr. Speaker, I don't think I'll take the full 10 minutes allotted to me. Take it. But I recall the words of a former Minister of Finance. I'll paraphrase it a bit. When he was speaking about the budget they presented, I want to just throw back the paraphrase word on that side. If they having gastrointestinal problems with this budget, well, I don't know what will happen with the next budget. Because this budget had them in a frenzy. Because you see, no one expected that our Minister of Finance, that his first point of action was going to be a decrease of gas by $1. No one expected that. As a matter of fact, even the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West has to admit and admitted that it was a good move. He did. So they come here and they talk all kind of things. Oh, but it's given on one hand and taken back on the other. What did we take back, really? What did we take back? And let's look at it. I recall when former Prime Minister, father of San Fernando East, was alive, he attempted to do his endeavor best to stay away from things like gambling and rum drinking and that kind of thing. In fact, he was building a church. He was building a church. And tonight, I sat, literally complain that rum and alcohol going up. How far could the fruit fall from the tree? And he called us the Grinch of Christmas. That's what he said, you know. So, okay, Minister of Finance, in his wisdom, said we're going to increase the levy. Okay. And they complain as if they never did it before. They did it, and they made money from it. And it was okay when they did it. But when we do it, oh, I only doing that. But you see, Mr. Speaker, you could fool some of the people some of the time, but you cannot fool all the people all of the time. And that's what they try to do. They try to fool us. We better than that. We smarter than that. That's why we're here and they're there. Because we're smarter than that. We don't fool nobody. Promises made, promises kept. We have fooled nobody. At the rate we're going, Mr. Speaker, I suspect by next year, every single manifesto promise will be fulfilled. At the rate we're going. You have to write a midterm manifesto. Yeah? And as a former trade union, Mr. Speaker, when I engaged with my trade union comrades, because I still call them comrades, they are still comrades, the sentiment expressed by the people, trade unionists, farmers, the common man, taxi drivers, passengers, they felt as if they thought we couldn't get lighter than we got on April 29th. But they realized they were wrong. They felt even lighter than they felt on April 29th when Minister of Finance read the budget. They were so happy. They're still happy. It was a people's budget. I make no apologies for saying that. It is a people's budget. Real happiness. So, Mr. Speaker, as I bring my contribution to a close, Mr. Speaker, I did that, right? As I bring my contribution to a close, I just want to make one more point, Mr. Speaker. From Quarry Village to Erie, Mr. Speaker, you had to choose which pothole you wanted to go down in. Sometimes they couldn't avoid it. You just had to choose which one. Do I choose this one today or this one? Just choose one. And my team and I, what we did was that we got some aggregate at our own expense. And we went into the constituency and we patched potholes like we're going crazy. But I want to say thanks as well to, as my member, colleague and comrade for member for Point Fortin did. I want to thank Minister John, because she too would have come into Labrie. Before I could reach on the site, she was there, and I was coming from 10 minutes away. And we drove and we went through Labrie, and they have identified the areas in Labrie North that the Ministry of Works will be paying attention to, drainage and road, and we will fix it, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say thank you as well to Minister of the People, Social Development and Family Services for the relief, as small as it was, that we were able to bring to the people for this Diwali in the temporary food cards that we got. And I want to make it known, Mr. Speaker, that it wasn't given to UNC MPs. It was given to every single MP. So when they talk about being victimized and they're getting things. Don't make them make you feel like they're being exercised. But there's opposition at the end of the day. And we still treating them like these people better than they treated the people of Labrie. Yes. And as I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, I cannot thank enough our Honorable Prime Minister for the leadership that she has given to this team and to this country and to putting us on a path of progress and success over the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a privilege and an honor to stand to contribute to my 11th budget debate in this chamber. I want to thank the People's National Movement for the opportunity. I want to thank the constituents of St. Anne's East who have given me the mandate to represent them in this Parliament. I want to start by commending our opposition leader, the first female political leader and opposition leader of the People's National Movement. I want to congratulate her on her maiden contribution. I'm sure all of us on this side were very pleased and proud by the contribution that was made by our honorable opposition leader. Her contribution was insightful, thought-provoking, well-researched, and well-delivered. I count it a pity, Mr. Speaker, that our Honorable Prime Minister has not been in the chamber for the day. And therefore, she missed that contribution. And I find that a pity, because I am sure she would have enjoyed such a sterling contribution from the leader of the opposition. I want to contrast the opposition leader's contribution with the extremely pedestrian contribution of the Minister of Finance. And I'm repeating that, the extremely pedestrian contribution, whose speech was long on slogan, long on rhetoric, long on theater. You know, I find the member for Faizabad in his contribution, he I feel like he was emulating another Minister of Finance. I find his contribution was decidedly imbotesque, if I may coin that word in this Parliament. But the presentation of the Minister of Finance was embarrassingly short on quality, competence, and substance, Mr. Speaker. The member for Point Fortin tried to pass it off as being simple for the average man to understand. But you can't pass it off like that. It was an extremely poor showing from the Minister of Finance. The member for Point Fortin said, you know, it was simple for the simple man. And one of my constituents messaged me immediately and said, this is insulting the intelligence of the population by saying you have to talk baby language for them to understand. That is disrespectful. Mr. Speaker, even the member for Lebre, his own colleague on the bench, said that the people of Trinidad and Tobago are not stupid, so you don't have to break it down to baby food for them to understand. The PNM and Dr. Eric Williams educated the people of this nation, and that is why they are not fooled by the antics of the UNC. That is why you can see discussions happening in all quarters and people are paying close attention to the budget. That is why, member for point 14, that is why, not because this is the first budget presentation they have understood. They've understood many others. But they are very concerned by what they are seeing. You see, when people are educated, they can now evaluate. And as you say in this country, they're big and they have sense. Great is the PNM. As a member of Parliament for St. Anne's for 10 years and counting, as the head of the PNM's National Women's League, and as an avid supporter of the PNM's National Youth League, I have received many comments on the national budget 2025, coming from different areas. I want to commend in this House the budget consultations held by the PNM's National Youth League. Young people coming out to discuss the merits of the budget that was presented. You know, the UNC and the member for Barataria San Juan, they must understand that while they try to attack the PNM and they try to say all kinds of things to boss Mark, I want them to understand that we here are just the head, you know. There's a bunch of young people and women in the PNM coming up. So if you feel it could derail us, it will be like a hydra. As you cut off one snake, plenty PNM in your blood coming for you. So I want them to understand, the derailing will not work. It will not work at all because we have many new PNM leaders coming up and they're ready. And it is snake in your tail you will get. You will get it. So based on the comments sent to me, when you say snake, all could you jump out the hole? Based on the comments sent to me by the constituents of St. Anne's East, the Youth League, the Women's League of the PNM, the UNC's 2025 budget has received a triple F rating, fake, fraudulent, failure. The budget was short on essential financial details that everyone looks forward to hearing. Everyone looks forward because they want to understand the details. Imagine other financial institutions, PwC, Ernst & Young, they had to do the government job for them. They had to do their own commentary and provide the figures that were not provided by the Minister of Finance. Dereliction of duty by the government. Where were the detailed macroeconomic baseline projections, real GDP growth, inflation path, etc.? Where was the explicit revenue and expenditure breakdown, key revenue sources, oil, non-oil, and so on? Where was the debt dynamics and sustainability analysis? Where? Debt to GDP ratio and so on. Where was all of that? Contingency or risk buffers, sensitivity analysis. In an environment as fluid as ours, in a geopolitical circumstance as fluid as it is, how is it that the Minister of Finance acknowledged no risk to revenue projections being achieved and presented no contingencies to mitigate the effects of such risks? No implementation timelines, no implementation schedules mentioned for any of the programs. It was loud, but all that we were hearing was vague and open-ended announcements for maximum impact and minimum accountability. It's all well and good to say we're doing this, but without a time frame, then no one can account for if you are actually achieving the goals. And of course, no historical comparisons. We had to go to the books to find that because I guess they did not want to show that there was growth in the economy in the last 3 years and none this year as soon as they were taken over. Imagine the member for Barataria Sandon was literally begging the opposition leader to supply those details when your own Minister of Finance did not supply it in his whole speech. You can't ask him, the leader of the opposition, and thank God for the PNM leader of the opposition who provided those types of details and showed the Minister of Finance what it should be. The Minister of Finance continues to randomly mention new policies, making it up as he goes along. You stood for 3 hours speaking, but suddenly you didn't have time to deal with the taxation of imported alcohol, so you have to deal with that at a later time. Imagine that in a post-budget analysis. Reopening of the hotel school, that's mentioned en passant. En passant, we wait to see the allocation for these things, and this is what we are saying. The critical weaknesses in this budget. Another critical weakness of the budget was the minimal focus on a critical sector such as education. Education and youth were almost left out of the budget contribution. The focus was minuscule, almost like an afterthought. 1,800 words devoted to education and youth, out of 20,000 words delivered over 3 hours. That's less than 9%. Yet the UNC would have us believe, and would have the country believe, that youth and education are frontline priorities. 9% on education. But taxation, though, 21% or 1/5 of the time was spent dealing with taxation. Taxation was the single largest thematic area in the budget, bypassing energy, social programs, and of course, bypassing education. Yet again, the UNC wants us to believe that education is a priority. But it is clear, the UNC's priority is tax, tax, and more tax. Property tax, alcohol tax, cigarette tax, LPG tax, electricity tax, returning nationals tax, electric car tax, plastics tax, like you tax for your age and all because you can't get full benefits at 60 anymore. You have to wait till 65. The UNC has gone from axe the tax to max the tax. Axe the tax to max the tax. And that was the focus of the UNC budget 2025. Dog eat the UNC shame. Based on the scant courtesy, that's why I can't be nice. I ain't feel good. I ain't hear anything about education in the budget. Based on the scant courtesy paid to education and youth in the 2025 budget, no one would believe the truth and the facts and the problems we face in Trinidad and Tobago, which must be taken head on by any responsible government. No one would believe that crime throughout Trinidad and Tobago continues unabated under the UNC government, fueled by the involvement, as we know, of youth in gangs. We know that. But suddenly, there are no statistics on the TTPS page. Statistics up to December 2024, and nothing after that. So we have to just take the UNC's word for it. For the low murder statistics that they are quoting, we can't verify. There's no independent verification possible because those statistics have disappeared from the pages. No one would believe that recently a report showed that 54% of violent crime offenders in Trinidad and Tobago are youth between the ages of 15 to 29. These are the problems we're facing. These are the problems. No one would believe that the UNC has had to resort to placing police in over 50 schools to try to contain the violence that is exploding under the tenure of this Minister of Education. No one would believe that chronic underperformance is an issue for some schools. Chronic underperformance is an issue for some schools and communities, leading to entrenched economic and social disparities. No one would believe that these are issues that a government is facing if they were to see what was presented by the Minister of Finance, 1,800 words out of 20,000. No one would believe that an estimated 250,000 youth in Trinidad and Tobago are not involved in education, employment, and training. You see, when you look at the details of the allocations, that is when the phrase, "the devil is in the details," comes to mind. And the devilish details of this people's budget reveal the true yellow underbelly of the wicked and callous UNC government. There is denial of equity. There is misrepresentation, sloth, blatant deception, and denial of opportunity. The first detail, denial of equity. The UNC callously, heartlessly, uncaringly, and cold-heartedly fired 40,000 people, then cut funding to the programs of the Ministry of Education designed to support vulnerable and at-risk students. The remedial education program, designed to help students in schools where they need socio and psychoeconomic and counseling, they need to show how to deal with conflict, they need after-school lessons, they need all of this to give equity, to give them an equal chance of academic success and social mobility. That is what that remedial education program. What did the UNC do? Cut it by 37%, cut the funding by 37%. So obviously, this program will not be able to reach as far as it should. Cut the remedial education program. And you know what is important, Mr. Speaker? Many of the children who are vulnerable students in this program are children of the ones they fired. So those 40,000 people who are fired, their children lost income from their parents, so their home now has less income. And then you cut the programs that were meant to help them in school. So they won twice, I guess. If that is winning by the UNC standards, these children won twice. They got a double whammy. The book grant, introduced by the PNN, not a cent allocated to the book grant in the budget. The Minister of Finance himself, during the midterm debate in 2025, earlier this year, criticized the PNM for not allocating funds to the book grant in the budget of September 2024. The minister said, and I quote, "The then Minister of Finance announced it," meaning the book grant, "and not a cent was put forward. And so now it falls to this government to ensure that children are provided with these grants." So the minister was critical that no money for the book grant was put into the budget. So it is impossible that this goodly minister would criticize what the PNM did and turn around to do the same thing, even though that's what they did with Dragon Gas, even though that's what they did with Dragon Gas. So therefore, if there is no allocation for the book grant in this budget, it means that the UNC has slashed, cut, abandoned the book grant program. 20,000 vulnerable children now have no option to get some help to go to school, and they have done this after firing 40,000 people. Many of them who would have been recipients of that same book grant. So the parents have no job, no money, and now no book grant, and the remedial program has also been cut. Clearly, that is winning UNC style. This is the government that cares about children and cares about their education, and that is what is touted. The school feeding program, slashed by $10 million. 4%. So after firing the 40,000 people, many of them vulnerable, many of their children who would go to school and get lunch from the school feeding program, get breakfast from the school feeding program, you cut that too. So these children, their parents have no salary. The remedial program has been cut, so less counseling for them, less attention, less resources. You cut the book grant, so they're not getting that either. And now you cut the school feeding, so less of them will be able to benefit from lunches and breakfast in school. The vacation revision program, going on for years to help vulnerable at-risk children. Suddenly in 2025, no more of that. So those students who may have scored under 30%, even under 50%, the help they were getting to advance their educational journey and to bring some equity, that is gone too. Mr. Speaker, what kind of government abandons the children who need them most in the way that the UNC has? What kind of government does that? Devilish detail number 2. Misrepresentation. And I have had a number of people asking me to explain this, because the Minister of Finance stated 13 partner schools, referring to special schools, have been strengthened with $11 million in support. And I'm dealing with misrepresentation, because what are the facts? The government has been supporting private special schools for many years. This is not a new program. The current level of funding, which was approved in 2024 under the PNM, is 11.5 million. So when the minister said they are strengthening schools with 11 million in support, as though that is a new initiative, it is not. It is exactly what has been going on, and that 11 million figure, it was what agreed to under the PNM. And so that is when we say fake, fraudulent, and failure, because there is no increase in the allocation. It is the exact same thing. Why try to palm it off as something the UNC is doing that is new? Devilish detail number 3. Failed implementation or sloth. And I want to take my time to deal with this one. The low IDF expenditure under the Ministry of Education. You see, the IDF funds are the ones that are used for school repair. In 2024, the government spent 98 million on IDF, from the IDF, for school repair. In 2025, only $26 million expended under the UNC out of $192 million. So clearly very low. So there are two things that could be. Either a payment process is extremely inefficient, or you just have not done the work. And I want to note that in the midterm, an additional $83 million was added to the original allocation. And we are seeing in black and white, in the budget documents, $26 million spent. Even after the Minister of Education delayed schools by an entire week to ensure that they could complete infrastructural repairs. So some questions arise based on this abysmal performance of the Ministry of Education's development program, as evidenced by the failure of the Minister of Education to expend the funds. Because at least one school, so school was delayed by a week, and even after that, one school had to go on a shift system, and it wasn't St. George's member for Barataria Sanwa. One school had to go on a shift system because of no furniture, even though the minister delayed schools open for 1 week and said that all schools were fit to reopen. Many contractors, obviously, if the work was done, many contractors must still be owed for work at schools, and this has to be true because they are reaching out to their members of parliament all over the bench, asking about payment for work done, and they are very worried about how they will get paid. So if we look at the allocation that is there in black and white, the allocation looks very similar to what was there in the last budget. So with such a small expenditure, it means that if the work was done, there are a lot of back bills to pay out of that same allocation. So the question then arises, If you have all of those bills to pay out of this current allocation, what then remains for work that is to be done in this fiscal? It means, therefore, that the UNC has deliberately under-allocated the funding required for school repair in 2025-26. And one wonders if this is part of a bigger plan to underestimate so that the deficit, the budget deficit, is lower than it should be. Because that's quite a number of millions. But featuring very prominently, even though school repairs must be underallocated, featuring very prominently is 100 million for laptops that we heard were coming in August, then we heard they were coming in September, and this is October, and no laptops. Promise made, promise not kept. That's when we say fake, fraudulent, failure, triple F rating. These are the things that we are speaking about. I will move on. Devilish detail number 4. The devil is in the details. Blatant deception. Blatant deception. Claiming existing projects as new initiatives. Mr. Speaker, are still nice. Carrie Central are still nice. The Ministry of Education has worked tirelessly to, one, establish an educational technology unit, which is about 3 years old, established by the PNM, and they have been working with the IT department to build out the e-classroom system. That has been the work of years. A lot of records are going in from all of the over 800 schools. They are going into that system. And all of the teachers, 13,000 teacher records, it's going into there. So it's a huge project. And that has been going on for years. Imagine my surprise when the UNC rebrands this next class and then says that it's a new initiative under the Ministry of Education. That cannot be. And that is the blatant deception I'm speaking about. Claiming existing projects as new initiatives, there's no reason for that. If you are continuing a good initiative, as it is an excellent initiative, then that's fine. The PNM is always happy to lead the way and allow the UNC to follow. That's what we do. So therefore, there's no reason to try to deceive the population as though you're making a whole new initiative. This is something under the PNM. We are happy that we have started it, and you will continue. Say thank you to the PNM. We are happy to accept the thanks from you. And I come to one that is particularly devilish, Mr. Speaker. Devilish detail. The devil is in the details. The removal of opportunity for youth and professionals. You know, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting because the Ministry of Education under the PNM dealt with both primary, ECCE, primary, secondary, as well as tertiary education. And I dare say, while it was a lot of work, it was something that was very rewarding and fulfilling. But under the UNC, the ministry has been split into two, so I am therefore left to conclude that one good woman is made up for by 2 men. I take that. Leader, I take that. I take that. I take that. 2 men to do the work of one good woman, but that's all right. So we're looking at the removal of opportunity for youth and professionals. Let's see about youth first. Under the Ministry of Tertiary Education and Skills Training, the OJT expenditure, because it's moved to that ministry now, is formerly under the Ministry of Labor. In 2024, the expenditure under that program was 294 million. In 2025, 320 million. Yet in 2026, the estimate we are seeing in black and white is 275 million, a decrease of 45 million or 14%. Now, this is a critical program for our young people. This is the program where a lot of our young people get the chance to gain some type of work experience. So how could we be saying that we believe in youth, we love young people, We care about you. When UNC wins, everybody wins. And you are cutting a critical program like the OJT by 14% of 45 million. It means that the opportunities for young people, and that's what we say, removal of opportunity for youth and professionals. You can say anything you want, but the devil is in the details. What have you allocated? It takes cash to care. So we can value then how much you care about our young people when you would cut a program as critical as OJT by $45 million. Less youth will have opportunities for employment. And I hope the young people of this country are taking note of what the UNC is doing to them. And then we move to the lack of opportunity for professionals. Contract employment. The ministries have split now. But when you look at what was allocated for contract employment under the Ministry of Education in 2024-25 and what is now allocated, the combined figure between the Ministry of Education as well as the Ministry of Tertiary, contract employment allocation has been cut by $30 million or 15%. So we see here playing out what was said by the Honorable Prime Minister, that they are going to cut contract employment by as much as 60%, and therefore we sound the warning now to professionals all over this country. All over this country. We have Lebre and Point Fortin members here who are involved in labor movement. And I want to know if they're sitting quietly and watching this take place. Because as you hand the 10%, as you hand the $1 reduction, you are going to have professionals now who are employed at this time who may be facing non-renewal of their contracts, and it's already happening. It is already happening. So what are these persons to do now when this government, who said when they win, you win, when they allocate 30 million less or 15% less for contract employment? Mr. Speaker, when a government sacrifices investment in the development of our nation's children in order to fulfill populist and unrealistic campaign promises, we must all take notice. It is our job as the opposition to hold this government to account, and that is exactly what we will do. We will ensure that we go into the furthest reaches of those yellow books and expose what is said and look at what it really means. Because if you say you care, you cannot cut contract workers. You cannot cut youth in the OJT program. That is not caring, and that certainly is not winning. And when that same government, while starving our vulnerable children of resources and support, proclaims that students have won, that is an unforgivable betrayal of trust. Because you see, some people, they listen to what the government says, expecting that the government will be talking the talk and walking the walk. But it is clear when you look at the allocations that the government may be talking the talk, but they certainly are not walking the walk. The UNC has abandoned principles of equity, opportunity, and care. And equity is a serious thing in this country, Mr. Speaker. Because when we have children who are vulnerable, we will always have children who are vulnerable. And it is a government's responsibility to ensure that programs are put in place to help them, and that these programs are adequately funded. And when you cut out from these children the opportunity for equity and to have an academic, successful career, then you cut out their chance for social mobility. So many of us could sit or stand in this chamber and speak about our humble beginnings. The member for Lebre just spoke about his. But it was the programs and policy of the government and the PNM, because the members of the age shall be educated by the PNM. It is the policies and programs of a PNM government that would have allowed that member and many others, including myself, to be properly educated. And that is the way that is the way social mobility comes. So it is particularly disturbing, particularly distasteful, and it should be to everyone when these programs are cut and our vulnerable children are being left behind. When the UNC won, our children lost. And yellow is the code for fake, fraudulent, failure. Triple F rating reaffirmed, Mr. Speaker. Triple F rating reaffirmed. I want to move to my constituency of St. Anne's East. It has been such a pleasure to be in this House and to interact and represent my constituents. And over the past 10 years, we've worked hard together to deliver community centers, ECC centers, bridges, roads, playing fields, right? Are from St. Anne's, sir? I don't understand. That's why I'm here, because I worked hard and my constituents voted me back. That's what an MP does. And some of you new MPs will do well to take example from what a good MP is, right? And we have ongoing projects. We have extensive remedial works that are ongoing San Juan North. We have the start of the construction of the Maracas Bay ECCE Center, the start of the construction of the Las Cuevas Community Center, the upgrade of Fort Abercrombie in Las Cuevas, ongoing construction of the Maracas Valley Health Center, the Port of Spain to North Coast taxi stand. There's a particular river wall in Febo Village and road repair in Mayfair Gardens. Those were ongoing projects, but Mr. Speaker, during the last couple months, those projects seem to have come to a halt. And I've been asking my fellow MPs, and they have also been indicating that nothing is happening with projects that were ongoing in our constituencies. And I have been writing to I'm hearing protests, so I'm glad to know that maybe things are happening in other places, because I'm hearing other MPs speaking about the Minister for Works and Member for Cuba North going to their constituencies and touring with them. So we have been writing to the various ministries. I certainly have, writing monthly. And unfortunately, over 50% of my letters have received no response. And I am asking and saying to the ministers that you are no longer in opposition, you are in government. And therefore, when an MP contacts you to speak, it is not for themselves, and I call it a chit-chat. I am speaking to you on behalf of 28,000 constituents of St. Anne's East. And therefore, all of us deserve your response. I can't say about member for Cuba North. Member for Cuba North always responds and tells us that she is taking her the request seriously. So I thank her for that. But those who are not responding, I ask you please to respond to us, because it's important. And even as a government minister, I'm sure many on this side, you see, that's why Carrie Central said I'm a nice person, because I always responded. And they can say that. I always responded. And I helped when I could, right? I want to ask the Minister of Social Development particularly, there's an issue at the Arangwe's office, the Social Welfare Office. There's an issue of staffing. The people of St. Anne's East are reaching out to me, and there are a lot more of them now applying because of the 40,000 persons that have been fired. So I am asking, please, Minister, if you could look into this situation. I am bound, duty-bound, to mention this in this Parliament, because it is really causing an issue in the constituency. And I have a special note for my MP. My MP. I am a constituent of Barataria San Juan. So I have a special note for my MP. MP, you stood up and you quoted some of your projects that you are taking on in your constituency. I want to remind you that north of the Eastern Main Road is Barataria San Juan too. New Adoville is Barataria San Juan. Sunshine Avenue is Barataria San Juan. And I've seen my MP walk in my area a couple of times. Bagatelle is Barataria San Juan. And we crave your attention too. So MP, I'm inviting you to come to our side of the constituency too, on the northern side of the Eastern Main Road, because we want our road paved too. I hear you doing water project. We need better water too, right? So we are looking forward to seeing you in our side of the constituency, right? We want to win. We want to win, Mr. Speaker. We want to win too, right? So, Mr. Speaker, we commend the public. We commend the public. I'm cooking for you, for sure. And I know you're Muslims, so I'm making halal. Mr. Speaker, we commend the public, educated largely by the PNM, for showing the UNC that we will not be hoodwinked. The public is very aware, very discerning, and the public has been speaking out on all channels. Social media, regular media, they have been speaking out about what they notice in the budget and the disparities that they have seen. And some of that will come out when my fellow speakers get up to speak. We on the PNM side, we reaffirm the FFF rating that the UNC has received for this 2025 budget, which, as somebody told me, Mr. Speaker, is little more than fakery in the bakery. We stand with the over 40,000 citizens and their children who continue to suffer under the hands of the UNC, and we call on the UNC to help the most vulnerable. We note that the member for Faizabad said that the Honorable Prime Minister will be addressing this, and we look forward to anticipation because we know that these people need help, and we hope that the Honorable Prime Minister would have spent the day she was not in the chamber today. We hope that she is somewhere finding a solution for the problem, even though the member for Superior would have been the head of creating the problem. We hope that today she was engaged in finding a solution for the firing of 40,000 vulnerable citizens in one fell swoop. So we are looking forward to the contribution of the member of Superior and what comes in there. But we know, Mr. Speaker, we know that we are in for a rough ride with the UNC government, as always. There was never really a chance that the UNC would do very well, you know. But even on this side, we are surprised because we didn't think it would be so bad. We are not disturbed by the recklessness that we are seeing and the poor governance that we are seeing. And I imagine the nations of the region and anyone who listened to the contribution of the Prime Minister at the UN, I imagine they are similarly concerned. But the country should have no fear. The People's National Movement is here. What the UNC has broken, the PNM will repair. Trinidad and Tobago will soon return to a government that cares. I'll say it again, Mr. Speaker, because it needs to be heard. The country should have no fear. The PNM is here. What the UNC has broken, the PNM will repair. Trinidad and Tobago will soon return to a government that cares. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Tobago, West.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to express my sincere and humble thanks to the persons of Tobago West and by extension Tobago for the overwhelming support of my tenure as their Member of Parliament for Tobago West. I would also like to thank my family and my constituents for their continued prayers, support, and encouragement. Mr. Speaker, I also take the opportunity to thank the government of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Kamila Persad-Bissessar, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Minister of Finance for the government's maiden budget presentation in this parliamentary term, building economic fairness through accountable fiscal policies. This is a budget title that seems to speak directly to the situation of Tobago
and all marginalized groups in this society because they have refused the gospel of the PNM. Mr. Speaker, allow me to address and frown upon the flippant disregard for parliamentary privilege by the opposition leader to spew the PNM propaganda. Mr. Speaker, I had the painful experience of subjecting my hearing domain to the opposition leader's clear structured and balanced fuel contribution to the budget. Let me tell the opposition leader, the people of Tobago are not foolish. Under the former government, Tobagonians had to endure mamagism and fiscal wickedness of the highest order. As I sat here listening to the contribution of the member, the former education minister, I say to the current education minister, you have your work cut out, because I understand why the schools are the way they are today and the state of the children. Mr. Speaker, the opposition leader mentioned tourism in her contribution. And I remember the former government fighting the THA in every way to crash our tourism economy as a means of punishing the Tobago private sector. You see, the election licking they received in 2021, 14-1, that defeat could not have been possible without the support of the Tobago private sector. So while the Secretary for Tourism and the Chief Secretary were fighting to improve airlift, it never returned to pre-COVID levels because of the refusal of the PNM government to support tourism in Tobago. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Secretary promised to cancel one of the British airlift contracts to sponsor the local airlift. That was refused. Mr. Speaker, the traveling public clamored and cried to no avail. The Tobago Chamber urged and prodded, no response from the PNM. But through communication and collaboration, my colleague for Tobago East and I, within 1 month of the UNC's government in office, additional flights were scheduled for Tobago. That is performance. Not to mention the airport, Mr. Speaker. They were willing to sweep 400 million cost overrun under the carpet. In what universe, Mr. Speaker, a project undertaken by the UNC has a 400 million cost overrun and near riot has not taken place in the media, in the streets, and in this house? Airport Gate would have been the former Prime Minister's cry, and all seated opposite would have lustily joined in. The makeshift opening ceremony, dubbed virtual completion, was far from complete. The Newsday article of August 16, 2025, titled, "No Date Set for Opening of A&R Robinson Airport," cited the then Finance Minister stating that the first plane will land in July, barring unforeseen circumstances.
He didn't say what year.
By August, inspections and corrections to scope of works had not been completed and agreed. Asphalt paving of the taxiway, installation of ITC systems, and the management of the commerce of the land side of the airport were still outstanding. It's a crying shame, Mr. Speaker, that tourism international arrivals declined under their watch, and now they have already started pointing fingers at the UNC for not solving the problems they spawned fast enough. Mr. Speaker, a new word has to be created to describe this level of insincerity. Not to mention, Mr. Speaker, the partial reason for the election loss was the mishandling of the land acquisition for the airport, and this former Minister of Finance boasted that they saved 40 million plus in monies identified for compensation. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, the THA did the honorable thing by assisting with settling the displaced residents and supporting their relocation efforts. and developing humane arrangements for their mortgage solutions. But the opposition would come in here and talk all kind of things. They have no shame. If there was an acronym for no shame, it would be PNM. Mr. Speaker, the opposition leader in a contribution described the NAR government as one which brought this country to much pain. To attack the NAR is to attack its leaders. The Honorable A.N.R. Robinson, may his soul continue to rest in peace. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, the first time we had political instability of this level was in 1970 during the Black Power movement struggles. The PNM was in power and brought pain to society. They brought more pain to the country when they squandered the decade of the OPEC oil boom years, and the pain felt again left the country in ruins, so the NAR was left to clean up the PNM mess. The PNM continued most of the policies of the NAR in the 1991 to 1995 period, and when they got a chance to govern in austerity, they called an early election, and that is how we had the 17-17-2, which brought the UNC to power. When the austerity created by this former government was facing the then former PNM Prime Minister, he too called an early election, and this time there was no tie. The UNC is now in power and the TPP in Tobago. The pattern here is clear, Mr. Speaker. The PNM cannot govern in tough times, but they can point fingers and mamagai the population. Tough times make it hard to hide mismanagement and fraud. Tough times call for equity and respect for all classes in society. Tough times call for integrity in public life, and tough times call for any political party other than the PNM. Mr. Speaker, there is the talk and notion in the air that CPEP and URP will be closed down in Tobago after the election. I want to make it pellucidly clear to the persons in Tobago that URP and CPEP are under the remit of the Tobago House of Assembly and not under a political contract. URP falls under the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development. CPEP is under the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport. When we took office in 2021, we restructured the programs, reshaped them, and meaningful work is being produced through these two areas. There is the concrete furniture workshop, there is the woodworking furniture workshop, there is the agricultural unit that produce some form of income and revenue to help sustain them. So when they speak about no money is allocated, the monies that we received before for CPEP and URP was minimal, and we had to supplement these programs from unspent balances. We received the 9.2 million for CPEP, 18 million then for URP. In reality, to run URP cost 65 million. To run CPEP was $37 million, Mr. Speaker. When we took office, URP workers were being paid $79 a day with no added benefits, no sick leave, no holidays, no casual leave. All that is gone because of the Farley Chavez-led THA executive that would have given them all the benefits they needed. So Tobagonians in CPEP and URP, there is no need to worry. You are going nowhere. You are under a structure, a proper structure, and not a political contract. Mr. Speaker, the former Prime Minister, a Tobagonian by either boat or birth. From him, what we got was hate, Mr. Speaker. We saw bitterness. Mr. Speaker, we saw acrimony. Mr. Speaker, we saw animosity. And Mr. Speaker, we saw a man totally out of control. A raging bull. Tobago had opposed the former Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, and he became very angry. We opposed him to the worst defeat in the THA elections, and he became a raging bull. We were warned. Mr. Speaker, I am truly humbled to be able to stand for all the people of Tobago West and Tobago, and ever so proud to walk a different path to that of my predecessor. You see, Mr. Speaker, my predecessor was duly elected for 2 terms under a political party mastering the art of illusion, smoke and mirrors, and downright oppression. According to her, nobody lives there. They have no regard for the electorate once intoxicated by political power after artfully deceiving the electorate to vote for them, only to crash the economy 9 years later. Mr. Speaker, if the PNM art of collapsing an economy was something new, it would have been pardonable. But history painfully reminds us of the forked tongue of those in opposition today. Recall, Mr. Speaker, it was the late Prime Minister Williams who came to Tobago while preparing for elections in 1956, spoke the language of the Tobago struggle, echoed our disenfranchisement, saying that Trinidad was oppressing Tobago. He closed it off, Mr. Speaker, by saying that Tobago had exchanged British imperialism for Trinidad imperialism. But wait, Mr. Speaker, wait. It took 20 years and the virtual collapse of the Tobago economy in the face of economic boom in Trinidad in the decade of the OPEC oil price hike to force Tobagonians to unite at the 1976 polls, defeating the PNM. Then, Mr. Speaker, all hell and fury broke loose in Tobago. Weaponizing the cabinet of government, the PNM ensured that Tobago had to pay. We had to be re-imperialized, recolonized, and re-oppressed. But the voice of reason preceded the current member for Siparia in this budget. Former MP Rafiq Shah, in the debate for internal self-government in 1977, stated that Eric Williams and the PNM behaved like colonials, bringing the Bible in one hand and the gun in the other hand. To vote for them, you will get whatever the PNM Bible offers you, and you could not complain. Take that and cool it, or better yet, take that and be loyal. Vote against them, and then the metaphorical gun came out, firing of workers, shutting down programs, and weaponizing the treasury against the population. That is the PNM style. They did that in 1976, they did it again in 2001, and again in 2021. For every single year the PNM remained in power, Tobago's outlook suffered. The PNM is famous, Mr. Speaker, for taking a prosperous economy and running it to the ground. Losing political office only for other parties like the NAR and UNC to rescue the country, making the tough economic and governance decisions they had no penchant for making. Governing under tough circumstances and managing public expectations during structural adjustment is something very alien to the PNM. Mr. Speaker, I urge the population to disregard the false doctrine that will masquerade for a PNM debate against a powerful maiden UNC budget presentation. We know very well, Mr. Speaker, they have no ethics about them. They are shamelessly lurking to take power away after this government is seeking to rescue a mismanaged economy made bankrupt from the plunder of the public purse, like the $5 billion flagged by the Office of the Procurement Regulator, or the $3 billion plus which forced the Auditor General to be unable to form an opinion on the country's accounts. At the end of this, my maiden contribution to the budget, it is my hope that the population gets this message and return the Tobago People's Party to power in upcoming elections in Tobago, and similarly, the UNC in Trinidad for future elections. Tobago now gets to see that promises are kept by this government, and Tobago and the country at large stand to benefit. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, the majority of this money to be spent in Tobago will generate multipliers in Trinidad. So when Tobago wins, Trinidad wins. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, my budget response is aimed at breaking the chains of PNM propaganda and releasing Tobago from the captive mindset of an oppressive PNM. Tobago's development remained in the shadows of a bankrupt PNM ideology of developing Trinidad first and letting the crumbles trickle down to Tobago. This UNC budget recognizes Tobago as an integral part of the national economy and focuses on T&T first. If anyone cannot recall, the records of this Hansard will remind all and sundry today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was the comrade, the Honorable Rafiq Shah in 1977 who reminded this House that the PNM had no development strategy for Tobago. The first PNM People's Charter boasted of, and I quote, Trinidad's ability to develop Tobago will show the world vast superiority of nationalist government to colonial administration. This PNM paternalism relegated Tobago, a passive backwater on the altar of over-centralized political and administrative power in the PNM cabinet. Fast forward to 2024, and the official policy had not changed, Mr. Speaker. Let me prove this from the closing statements in the last two budgets read by the former Minister of Finance, and you be the judge. In 2024, the Finance Minister said, and I quote, Madam Speaker, I expect that the broad economic and macroeconomic achievement in Trinidad will now assist an improving economy in Tobago. And to make it pellucidly clear, 69 years later, the same PNM doctrine was written in last year's budget. This was his comment on Tobago, and I quote, Madam Speaker, I anticipate that the strong economic and macroeconomic performance in Trinidad, characterized by the sustained GDP growth, high employment levels, low inflation, will contribute to an improved economy in Tobago. This is trickle-down economics, favoring big businesses and leaving it to benevolence that the wealthy ruling class will hand out a living to the poor and working class. This is a crowning indictment on the PNM and its inability to accord the basic rights to the people of Tobago and to invest in the revenue earning capacity and the productivity on the island after more than 5 decades in charge of public policy. Mr. Speaker, this was the written text of the budget in fiscal 2022. Madam Speaker, it is well known that Trinidad and Tobago is a mature hydrocarbon province. And the text continues, we shall also examine the relevance of the existing suite of fiscal incentives, licensing regimes, and production sharing contracts in terms of providing sufficient motivation for oil and gas companies to bid for blocks and engage in exploration and production, while at the same time ensuring that the citizens of Trinidad get their fair share of revenues from our natural resources. As experienced as he is in this House and in politics, he recovered the Freudian slip as a typographical omission, but to Tobagonians who have had to live with the underrepresentation of hydrocarbon assets in Tobago waters, this is a further indictment on the PNM. The point is, Mr. Speaker, we have an opposition claiming the budget is fake, that Tobago's allocation is mamagai, that internal self-government is not mentioned. Mr. Speaker, when every elected member in this House in 1977 rejected the first motion for internal self-government for Tobago, it was the United Labour Front that stood with Tobago. I wish to recognize them all. The Honorable Afiza Khan, St. Augustine, the Honorable Paul Harrison, Caroni East, the Honorable Ramesh Lochmedial, Chagwanas, the Honorable Kelvin Ramnath, Hoover South, the Honorable Winston Nanan, Tabakit, the Honorable Nizam Mohammed, Princess Tong, the Honorable Errol MacLeod, Oropuch, the Honorable Budram Jatan, Naparima, the Honorable Rafiq Shah, Siparia, the Honorable Basdeo Pandi, Kuva North. Today, this group of comrades in the UNC has joined the pioneers in placing Tobago on an even footing in the development of Trinidad and Tobago by delivering a budget of 5% of the national allocation and 6.3% overall, accounting for 6 scheduled allocations. How difficult was that? It was too painful for the PNM to send this money to Tobago, even when there was a PNM administration in the THA. Don't even mention internal self-government. The PNM is fixated on central power. Had it not been for the NER, we would have had the advancements in the we would not have had the advancements in the Municipal Corporations Act 1990 for local government. No matter what the PNM says, look at their actions. This opposition leader, who is dismissive of the THA allocation, was the minister with responsibility for planning and development. She and her prime minister sabotaged the advancement of the THA adoption of the tongue and country planning function. They muzzled all officials, and she wrote to the chief secretary to inform him that his function that she had in law, according to Tongue and Country Planning Act, was now to pass through the prime minister. Mr. Speaker, while that was happening, the Tobago region had the highest number of tongue and country planning refusals in the country, thus stymieing development and investment prospects. Moreover, they stopped the appeals panel from hearing appeals in Tobago until it came to a head at a town hall meeting in Bethel. Mr. Speaker, this former Minister of Planning, whilst was standing silently as Tobago was being oppressed by her leader, still came to Mount St. George to campaign against David Joseph Thomas in Tobago East. She campaigned with this $70,000 a month man to continue the oppression of the people of Tobago, and they still lost.
That is broad Belgium.
I must agree with Senator Anil Roberts. Somehow the Balize indoctrination includes surgical removal of shame, ethics, conscience, and good sense. Mr. Speaker, the PNM developed 2 iterations of the Comprehensive Economic Data Program in 2006 and 2012 to develop Tobago under the theme Clean, Green, Safe, and Serene. Most of the CDEP 1.0 remain unimplemented due to PNM negligence and mismanagement. The CDEP 2.0 also remained largely unimplemented, and it lapsed in 2017. There was no revival of a development strategy for Tobago for 3 years until we approached the 2020 election. This medium-term policy and planning framework did not cater for the social sector, the environment, or branding of Tobago as an environmentally dependent tourism economy. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, under the Tobago People's Party, led by the Honorable Farley Chavez Augustine, the Tobago Development Strategy, the greatest little island on the planet, was developed in the first term of office. The TPP-led administration moved a motion to adopt the strategy in May of 2024, fully aligning it with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and setting the stage for this year's THA budget titled Accelerating Growth, Anchoring Fiscal Stability. Mr. Speaker, we need a dictionary and encyclopedia to help us describe people who have selective and self-righteous outrage when any other government does anything far lesser in office. You will swear that the world is coming to an end. Email gate, land date gate, Piaco airport gate, FIFA gate, and the myriad of corruption and government missteps are described as the PNM is not perfect. We made a few mistakes. He spoke inelegantly. We did not listen to the population. stick broke in our ears. Mr. Speaker, we have a saying in Tobago, if me know you are a thief, me nah give me purse for hole. To translate, we know the PNM has a track record of bankrupting the country and weaponizing the treasury. We should not give them that opportunity again. Mr. Speaker, the Tobago House of Assembly submitted a fiscal package for consideration by the Honorable Minister of Finance. The recurrent request comprised personal expenditure of 787.3 million, of which we received 757.7 million, or 96.2%. Under goods and services, the THA requested 809 million and received 788.6 million, or 97%. For current transfers and subsidies, the THA requested 1.07 billion and received 1.1 billion, or 110%. Mr. Speaker, the UNC government delivered to the people of Tobago what the PNM refused to do in over 2 decades. And they did this just within a few months in office. Mr. Speaker, the key areas highlighted by the THA as areas of priority include the following: tourism and the creative sector, agriculture, infrastructure, digital technologies, human capital development, education and training, and the micro, small and medium enterprises sector. The Division of Tourism requested 179.5 million and received 176.8 million, or 98.5%. Agriculture and Food Security requested 188.6 million and received 191.5 million, or 101%. Infrastructure requested 381.7 million and received 357.9 million, or 93.7%. Education requested 476.5 million and received 479 million, or 100.5%. In reflecting the national priorities, the government has made a historical allocation available to the THA to address the fiscal mayhem left by the PNM. Mr. Speaker, this government has been breaking chains of PNM bondage before the budget for the people and economy of Tobago. In 5 short but immense months, we have tangible improvements and progressive conversations as it relates to airbridge support and the increase in the number of flights between Tobago and Trinidad, which the PNM refused to do, citing high subsidy costs, technical support from IADB, midterm review support and a further $134 million for the THA, inclusive decision-making support, tongue and country planning, land law reform consultations with the Office of the Chief Secretary, the granting of blast and export license to Studley Park Quarries Limited, non-objection for the THA to borrow on its own creditworthiness, and now a budget of 5% allocation to the THA, which shatters all the old talk they were planning to make. The only thing left for them to do is to resort to the old playbook of race baiting and code words. The new code word is Trinidad contractors. When Trinidad contractors linked to the PNM built a wing at Scarborough Secondary that could not be utilized, no problem. When Trinidad contractors that led to cost overruns in the Scarborough Library, the Shore Park Complex, the Cove Eco Industrial Park, the Scarborough General Hospital, and the Lansfommy Link Road, no PNM in Tobago had a word to say. I am taking this opportunity to clear the air for the last time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is no perfect budget. There is no perfect Minister of Finance, and there is no perfect Prime Minister. But this budget comes as close to perfection as we have ever seen in the history of the Tobago House of Assembly. It addresses the needs of the normal citizen, the persons struggling to make ends meet. The World Bank publication in 1995 is still relevant. Trinidad and Tobago, poverty and unemployment in an oil-based economy. Today, we have to have a budget aimed at addressing poverty, in all its form according to the UN SDG 1. The population understands that poverty is hell, but the PNM has its people living in paradise. Where the Porsche they did not transfer is nice and clean, and they are eating nice. Mr. Speaker, persistent poverty is still the largest obstacle to development in this country, and we welcome initiatives to address period poverty, education, and digitalization, and a refocus on the health of the population. It is a pity that once again, a level-headed and patriotic government now has to address poverty and inequality through a budget geared specifically to fairness and equity. Mr. Speaker, the comparison is glaring for all to see, to hear, and to feel the effects of a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Mr. Speaker, I continue to urge the UNC government to collaborate with the Tobago House of Assembly. Be respectful to one another so that we can move mountains, because the Tobago House of Assembly have big dreams. We have dreams of becoming the greatest little island on the planet, and in order to achieve that, the support is necessary from the central government. Mr. Speaker, it gives me every ounce of satisfaction to stamp my approval and support for this budget on behalf of my constituents and every reasonable resident in Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Malabar, Mausika.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate and to share a few thoughts, Mr. Speaker, on the theatrical production that we got on Monday entitled TNT First, Building Economic Fairness Through Accountable Fiscal Policies. But, Mr. Speaker, before I go there, it seems every time that I make a contribution in this House, Mr. Speaker, I always have to start by correcting, for the record, misinformation that is shared by some member opposite, and today is no different. The member for Barataria San Juan, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't him, but he advised us in his contribution to stop going out and misleading the public with bogus information. Don't worry, this time it wasn't you. Mr. Speaker, while you were absent from the Parliament earlier, there was a comment that was made to the leader of the opposition with respect to the construction of the Arima Hospital from the member for St. Augustine, who indicated to the member for Arima that she received a whole hospital and didn't say thanks. Thanks to who? Mr. Speaker, permit me to read this article, Newsday, dated the 10th of June 2020, entitled Arima Hospital 200 million under budget. Health Minister Terence Dayal Singh said the newly opened Mr. Speaker, please, I seek your protection. Yes. Health Minister Terence Dayal Singh said the newly opened Arima General Hospital was completed under budget to the tune of 200 million. He said there was no reduction in the square footage or number of beds from the original design. Oh, good grief. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, he said designs were substantially completed in January of 2016, Mr. Speaker. Who was in office? Who was in government January of 2016? Construction started in March of 2016. The chopping off ceremony for the roof took place on September 20th, 2017, and the project was handed over on June 4th, 2020, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the sod turning ceremony for the Arima Hospital took place on the 7th of May, 2015, exactly 4 months before they were voted out of office on September 7th. So unless there is another hospital in Arima, or unless they built the Arima Hospital out of Lego, the UNC did not build the Arima Hospital, Mr. Speaker. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, the Point Fortin Hospital, to the member for Point Fortin. Express article dated May 26, 2017. Where is the new hospital? Residents fed up with promises. For more than 50 years, the people of Point Fortin have been promised a proper hospital in their region, but despite plans and promises, government after government has failed to deliver, and Point Fortin residents have had to make do with a less than ideal facility, which they describe as no more than a health center.
Hopes were raised in 2015 when just a few months before, the 21st of May 2015, Mr. Speaker, the People's Partnership would have turned the sod for the hospital. Now, exactly 2 years since the sod turning, there is little visible sign of progress at the site. And residents are beginning to wonder just when this new hospital will be delivered and if it will be in their lifetimes. The Sunday Express visited the site last week and spoke with people in the surrounding areas who were far more optimistic about the timely construction of the new hospital. So again, Mr. Speaker, the UNC did not build the Point Fortin Hospital. But I wouldn't be surprised, Mr. Speaker, if we hear a few months from now that they probably built the Eric Williams Hospital, Mr. Speaker, that they built the Central Block. But typical, Mr. Speaker. So I just wanted to correct that record. So let me get, Mr. Speaker, to the theatrical performance. But I just wanted to just touch briefly on the contribution of my friend from Tobago West. A good guy, Mr. Speaker. I always enjoy his contributions. But I think he was a bit unfair to the People's National Movement in terms of the contributions that they would have made to the Tobago economy over the last 4 years. And in the last occasion when he spoke, Mr. Speaker, and I spoke after him, and I made the point, Mr. Speaker, that Tobago's development would have been challenged over the last 4 years because of the relationship or the antagonistic relationship that existed between the current THA, Mr. Speaker, and the then central government. We know the battles between the Chief Secretary and the former Prime Minister. From day one, the PDP, then the PDP, then the TPP made it clear that the PNM was the enemy. And that was the way that they operated with the PNM. So the member would have said that the People's National Movement would have tried to destroy tourism in Tobago. But, Mr. Speaker, it was the last administration that purchased 3 brand new ferries for the Sea Bridge. After they inherited 2 ferries from the People's Partnership, which they inherited from the Manning administration. And both ferries, Mr. Speaker, one was in the ICU and the other one was in the HDU. And it took the PNM to spend money to repair one, and the other one, unfortunately, could not be salvaged. And when it is the former administration would have purchased those 3 new ferries, Mr. Speaker, there was no end of criticism from the other side. In fact, Mr. Duke would have claimed that the Galleon's Passage was an old boat that they buy from China. That's what they claimed, Mr. Speaker, but it improved the Sea Bridge, because I noticed in his contribution he didn't talk about the Sea Bridge. He spoke about the Air Bridge and how there have been improvements with the UNC. But just last night, Mr. Speaker, one of the 2 secretaries for tourism, so I don't know if it's Secretary Boris or the other secretary, who was lamenting the fact, Mr. Speaker, that Tobago Carnival is just around the corner. And despite discussions with authorities in Trinidad, they have not been able or have not been successful in getting additional flights, Mr. Speaker. But the member didn't make any mention of that. It was the last PNM administration, Mr. Speaker, that also spent $50 million in Tobago during COVID, providing funding for bed and breakfast and the hoteliers in Tobago to be able to upgrade their plants, Mr. Speaker, so that when the borders were reopened, Tobago would be able to welcome tourists in improved circumstances. And members opposite had a problem with it. They were saying the borders closed, no tourists come in, so why are they spending $50 million in Tobago, and that money could be better spent in Trinidad to provide food support, Mr. Speaker? So it is unfair to make that claim about the last administration when it pertains. It was the last administration that brought sandals twice to Tobago, Mr. Speaker. And we still have, and now we saw recently where the second resort that Tobago was supposed to benefit from has now gone to St. Vincent and the Grenadines as well. Another opportunity for Prime Minister Raul Gonzalez to laugh at Tobago, Mr. Speaker. Yes, when he laughed the last time, and he made the point, he said what Tobago lost, we have gotten, and he has now gotten the second facility. And you have a senator, Mr. Speaker, on the other side, who would take to social media and again spread the propaganda and misinformation that they spread the last time, which caused citizens in Trinidad and Tobago to rally against the project, claiming that the government then was going to borrow $1 billion to
to build these two resorts when nothing could be further from the truth. The member for San Fernando East can back me up on this, Mr. Speaker, that the then administration was planning to use a public-private partnership model, where the former Prime Minister would have advised at a post-cabinet press briefing that letters would have been sent out to several private sector companies in Trinidad and Tobago, inviting them to partner with the government on that project. And the first company he mentioned, and I never forgot that press conference, he said Answer McCall declined. But Republic Bank, Guardian Holdings, NIB, Massey Group, among others, all expressed, Mr. Speaker, a willingness to partner with the government on the construction of that project. But I think the PNM's problem, the biggest problem from the last administration, Mr. Speaker, was public relations. We did a lot, but we didn't tell the people. We assumed the people would know, and that is why we are on this side, Mr. Speaker. But we will use the opportunities that present itself to tell the people. Mr. Speaker, coming to the budget. Overview of the domestic economy. Page 10. Under the PNM, 70,600 people lost their jobs. Mr. Speaker, I read that about 10 times. I couldn't believe it. And I know it must have been difficult for the minister to put that in this document. Because for the last 7 years, Mr. Speaker, since the closure of the Petrotrin refinery, Monday night forum after Monday night forum, 100,000 people fired, 200,000 people fired, 250,000 people fired. So to see 70,600 fired in 10 years, Mr. Speaker, versus 50,000 in 5 months. That's 10,000 a month under them, 500 a month under us, Mr. Speaker. But they care. They love people. Half of me belongs to you. The other half I give to you. There have been prime ministers before me. There will be prime ministers after me, but there will never be a prime minister who loves you as much as I love you, Mr. Speaker. And that is how they show love. 50,000, Mr. Speaker, of the nation's most economically vulnerable on the breadline. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if members opposite don't have constituency day, but I do every week. And at the end of almost every constituency day, Mr. Speaker, I am physically, mentally, emotionally, and at times financially drained. Week after week, Mr. Speaker, people come to me, persons who, up until the 28th of April and a little after that, were employed. They could afford to pay their bills, put food on the table, send their children to school. Now, every week, Mr. Speaker, I feel like a psychologist. When I sit in my office and big men and women come to me, Mr. Speaker, in tears, because the landlord served them notice, Mr. Speaker. They don't have food. They don't know. They had to ask for help to get passage to come to my office, Mr. Speaker. They don't know where the next meal is coming from. Mr. Speaker, during the July-August vacation, many people were messaging me on Facebook, asking for help to buy school supplies, to buy school books, Mr. Speaker. Never ending. And up until yesterday was the same thing, Mr. Speaker. One young lady came, young mother of 2, renting a 2-bedroom apartment, rent $3,500 a month. Her salary is $3,900, Mr. Speaker. Were it not for the good graces of her mother assisting her, she doesn't know what she would have done. But she came, Mr. Speaker, hoping that I could help her to be able to get a HDC rent-to-own accommodation, because she says the $3,500 is just too much, and the landlord has given her notice that he is going to increase the rent because of the landlord's surcharge, Mr. Speaker. Property tax, by any other name, is still a tax. Mr. Speaker, let's look at our foreign reserves. At the end of calendar year 2014, Trinidad and Tobago's net official reserves stood at US $11.497 million, equivalent to 12.9 months of prospective import cover. I found it interesting that it shows financial year 2014 and not 2015, since the People's Partnership Administration was in office for most of 2015. So I decided to visit the Central Bank website, Mr. Speaker, and I found why they use that. because just 1 year later, while they were still in office, that figure fell by almost $1 billion, Mr. Speaker. When they came in, Mr. Speaker, the 31st of May 2010, based on the central bank data, the country's foreign reserves stood at $10.477 billion. The 31st of August 2015, 1 week before they emitted office, it stood at 10.5395 billion, Mr. Speaker. So over 5 years, 3 months, and 14 days, it grew by just 95 million net, Mr. Speaker. So while for the last 10 years they've been beating their chests, patting themselves on the shoulder for how many billions they would have left in 2015, the majority of that is what they inherited from the Manning administration, Mr. Speaker, in 2010. Shame. Reduction in the price of super gas by $1. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 questions for the Minister of Finance. It's unfortunate he's left the chamber. The first question I want to ask him is, when did he come to the realization that the citizens were being overcharged unfairly, as he says on page 11, and I read, the previous PNM government has been unfairly overcharging citizens for super gasoline. The PNM demitted office on the 1st of May, Mr. Speaker. The minister sought to address this situation on Monday, the 13th of October, 5.5 months in office. This overcharging was so egregious, so wicked, so spiteful, but the minister had no problem, Mr. Speaker, in having citizens continue to pay this overcharge for another 5.5 months. Why didn't he bring this measure, Mr. Speaker, 4 months ago, back in June, when we had the mid-year review? Why didn't he bring it then, so that citizens could have enjoyed at least 4 months of the benefit of this measure, Mr. Speaker? Unlike now, where they've hardly been able to enjoy it for 2 days, Mr. Speaker. And we have all of these other measures announced, which has basically undermined the benefit to come from this. But it was a good initiative. We will admit that. We have no problems on this side admitting that, Mr. Speaker. Any initiative that can improve the lot of the citizens of this country, we will support, even if it comes from that side, Mr. Speaker. The second question I want to pose to the minister. Did that $1 reduction in the cost of super eliminate the entirety of the overcharge, the surplus, Mr. Speaker, such that the government is now paying a subsidy on super? Or is there a residual surplus, Mr. Speaker, which citizens are still paying, such that the minister could have afforded to reduce by $1? So are we still paying a surplus? I would like for him to tell the country that, Mr. Speaker. And if we are, it means that there was room for him to reduce it by even more, and he chose not to, but instead to maintain the surplus. Mr. Speaker, page 12. After years of underperformance, natural gas production is projected to recover from current levels of approximately 2.6 billion cubic feet per day to over 3.2 billion cubic feet per day by 2027. As new fields come online, the development of the Manatee field alone, with estimated reserves of over 2 trillion cubic feet of gas, will be groundbreaking for our economy. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. But while the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, Mr. Speaker, was engaging in what the former Prime Minister referred to as shuttle work between Port of Spain, Washington, and Caracas to make this happen, Mr. Speaker. And we are glad that it could find its way in the budget statement this year, Mr. Speaker, that they recognize the significance that this is going to have on our economy. While the member was doing that shuttle work, Mr. Speaker, members opposite, while they were on this side, they were more concerned with how many times he went to Venezuela, who he met with, what they talk about, and how much taxpayers' money was spent on his travels, Mr. Speaker. That was their main focus, not how it could benefit the country. But we are happy that good sense eventually prevailed. We will ensure that productive sectors have access to foreign exchange. We have installed new boards at First Citizens Bank and the Exim Bank, and we will move to install a majority of directors at Republic Bank Limited. Mr. Speaker, that last statement has me a bit concerned.
Because when I look at the quality of some of the persons who have been appointed to boards here to date, I have little confidence, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure many of the shareholders in Republic Bank do. Mr. Speaker, let me give you an idea of a Facebook post from someone who was recently appointed a director of the Exim Bank. Why that short dwarf, Hershey Dwen crooked teeth, mouth? He couldn't find 500 million to continue CEDA. Where Dr. the Honorable Bodo find the money and expand the list to give better drugs to 300,000 citizens. It was under your ladder, nasty PNM. Mr. Speaker, a Facebook post from a Exim Bank director. This is the quality of people that they are pointing to state boards. How are persons supposed to have confidence in that, Mr. Speaker? And it seems as if some of these directors fail to understand that the supporters of the PNM are citizens too. So when we see senators referring to PNM supporters as rabid dogs, flocks of kobo, yes, Mr. Speaker, but they love equity, fairness. All right. Mr. Speaker, under institutional strengthening, accountability, and renewal, the minister says, when I assumed office, I found state enterprises in a state of absolute decay, with multiple examples of corruption, abuse of office, lack of accountability, lack of transparency. This is confirmed by the last report of the procurement regulator, which stated that 5 billion in contracts were illegally awarded by ministries in one financial year. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that the minister saw it fit to make reference to that and put it in the budget statement, because I think it's an unfair indictment on the many public servants, Mr. Speaker, who worked hard during that period to try and abide by the requirements of the procurement legislation. Mr. Speaker, at that time, I was a member of the board of the National Trust. And I could tell you the challenges that we faced as a board to be able to execute projects as a result of the implementation and the proclamation of the Procurement Act, Mr. Speaker. Because the reality is that when that proclamation took place, unfortunately, the infrastructure was not in place at several public bodies, Mr. Speaker, for an effective rollout. And so we found ourselves challenged where the Act required that contractors be registered with the OPR. But when we put out RFPs and we got tenders and we opened it and we did the checks, we realized, Mr. Speaker, that a lot of the contractors were not OPR registered. Because the Office of the Procurement Regulator at that time was having challenges, Mr. Speaker, with respect to registration. They were doing the registrations and the pre-qualification. As late as I think it was maybe October, November of 2023, it was reported, Mr. Speaker, that the Office of the Procurement Regulator had almost 9,000 applications inside for registration and pre-qualification, and they had only covered less than 800. And so if, Mr. Speaker, we were to abide by the letter of the law with respect to the issuance of contracts for ongoing projects, then the public service would have ground to a halt. So what we ended up doing, Mr. Speaker, was to rely on our pre-qualified list of contractors, persons who were accustomed doing work for the trust. And we knew them. And so while the teething problems were being worked out, contracts were issued, Mr. Speaker, because we had no other choice. It was either to park up these projects, because for a time we had been waiting on releases from the ministry, and when the releases came in, we had to do the work. Some of these projects were started and were being done in phases, and as monies were released, Mr. Speaker, we had to continue the work, and that, I'm certain, was the lot of several public bodies. So to give the impression that all of these different state entities were engaging in the illegal award of contracts, Mr. Speaker, as if there was some sort of corruption, that was not the case, and I'm certain the minister is aware of what the situation was, which precipitated the need for us to engage in that, Mr. Speaker. So I just wanted to correct the record again, as it pertains to that. Mr. Speaker, much has been said about CPEP and URP, so I don't want to belabor the point, lest somebody stand on a standing order about tedious repetition. Right? So I'm not going to go there. But we were told, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister was going to deliver her contribution this evening, in which she would have made a statement with respect to the future of CPEP and URP workers. I think they were perhaps the most anxious on Monday, Mr. Speaker, to hear what their future would be. Because over the last couple of months, there's been a lot of speculation that maybe CPAP might come back in a different dispensation and so on. And these people are anxious because they need work, they have bills to pay, they have children to send to school, they need to maintain a roof over their heads, and they're tired begging, Mr. Speaker. So we too on this side were hoping to hear from the Prime Minister tonight. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, regardless of whenever the Prime Minister makes a statement, unfortunately, it is going to be a little too late for some people. Mr. Speaker, just last week on social media, there was a picture of a young father, former CPAP, again, out of work, having to resort to stealing 3 cans of Enfamil to feed his kids, Mr. Speaker. That was all over social media. And I must say the supporters of members opposite were very unkind when you read the comments in some of these posts about this, Mr. Speaker, that if he knew he couldn't support children, then he should use contraceptives and all of this. Mr. Speaker, the man was taking care of his kids before. He was meeting his responsibilities. He lost his job as a result of this caring, benevolent government, and like so many thousands of others like him, found himself in a situation where desperation set in, and he had to do that. Maybe he just got tired of begging and getting no's, Mr. Speaker. But that's just one. Mr. Speaker, I refer to a Newsday article dated Friday, the 22nd of August, 2025. Job loss worried ex-forestry worker, says his widow. The widow of Richard Cooper, the 51-year-old father of 3, who was found unresponsive at his home on August 19th in San Fernando, says that although she is mourning, she hopes to figure something out soon to provide for her children's welfare. The grieving mother of 2 from Keane Street in San Fernando acknowledged the hardship caused by the government job cuts nationwide, saying the uncertainty continues to weigh heavily on affected families. I will figure something out because I have my children to take care of. And eventually I will find a job because I love to work. She stressed that it was vital for them to have a proper education. The widow confirmed that Cooper's autopsy is expected to be done. Right. The widow, 45, who asked not to be named, said she was deliberately avoiding the news on social media since Cooper's passing. I do not want to see comments from people who do not know what they are talking about. And although she had not seen the statement issued by opposition leader Penelope Beckles on the death, she agreed with sentiments that linked the emotional toll of job loss to mental strain and feelings of hopelessness. Mr. Speaker, this gentleman took his life because he was fired from the National Reforestation Program. Couldn't find another job because he's competing with tens of thousands of others, Mr. Speaker. And the weight of job loss and not being able to support his family, something that he was able to do, at least up until the 28th of April, Mr. Speaker, was just too much for him to bear. And he took his own life. So it doesn't matter what statement the Prime Minister makes on what the future of these programs are, Mr. Speaker. This woman's husband is not going to come back. These children's father is not going to come back, and they have to go on without him. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker. But I suppose for some people in the chamber, he's collateral damage. Mr. Speaker, I move to wage negotiations and job evaluation exercise, page 27. After 9 long years of stagnation, we are committed to finally bringing all parties back to the bargaining table to address this long overdue injustice. On the completion of the bargaining process, we will work with Republic, First Citizens Bank, and the National Insurance Board to find a comprehensive solution to discharge this national obligation. So, Mr. Speaker, before the member for Labrain, his contribution was telling us, well, all they want to know where the money, they can't find the money before you do the negotiations and so on. But, Mr. Speaker, I noticed they mentioned they would be working with the National Insurance Board. Sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker. The National Insurance Board, along with First Citizens and Republic Bank, I assume to find the funding to satisfy that commitment. Madam Deputy Speaker, are they talking about the same National Insurance Board reference in this document that almost broken, that has no money, that is on the brink of insolvency, and in a few years may not be able to pay pensions, but they're going to use the funds of that same National Insurance Board to pay back pay to public servants and to facilitate the recurrent expenditure of the new salaries? That Mats M. Matson, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Deputy Speaker. So I look forward to hearing more about that. Meanwhile, the same Republic and First Citizens Bank are now saddled with surcharge as well on their assets. So a chunk of money, they are now faced with an additional sum of money, large sum, as a matter of fact, that they will now have to pay to the state. But the state is going to be leaning on them to find the financing to satisfy their election promise of 10%. We wait to see how that pans out. Group health plan. I would like to share some additional policy decisions that this government will undertake to improve the lives of all public servants, teachers, and central government daily rated workers. Upon assuming office, I must say I was shocked to learn that our retirees in these groups are removed from the UNIMED group health plan precisely when medical issues are more likely to arise. The need for health insurance becomes more critical. Accordingly, I have instructed that an appropriate request for proposals be prepared and issued to seek proposals from the market for an option that allows our retirees and their families to retain membership in the public sector health plan. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to tell the Minister that as an insurance industry practitioner, I'm also the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Association of Insurance and Financial Advisors. So I'm well familiar with this plan because I have a number of clients who are involved in this plan who, from time to time, would come to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to tell me about the challenges that this plan presents. That some of them are still trying to get reimbursement claims from since 2023. A lot of them. We would have seen just 5 months ago, it was reported that this plan is some $80 million. To provide health care, and a wonderful initiative, but clearly it has not been thought out. And while they are going to invite proposals, I want to tell them that the insurance industry is already treating with that issue. Because a lot of persons, because of the challenges that they are experiencing with this UNIMED plan, have gone on to purchase their own personal insurance plans. And you have a lot of credit unions that are now also the distributors of health plans for several different insurance companies, group health plans, which these retirees have now subscribed to, and they are getting their reimbursements in time, and they don't have to wait 2 and 3 years to be able to do so. All right, so I just wanted to let the minister know that it is being dealt with. All right, so whatever proposals he may seek, don't put these senior citizens through that now, please. Fiscal and other measures. Levy on assets of commercial banks and insurance companies operating in Trinidad and Tobago. Commercial banks and insurance companies, due to their large size, profitability, and capitalization, have reported sustained earnings, high liquidity ratios, and strong asset-based growth. Conservative lending practices and favorable monetary conditions have driven these outcomes. Despite this, the average citizen continues to be subjected to unreasonably high fees, near zero returns, and other savings and investments. Against this backdrop, I propose to introduce an asset levy of 0.25%, which is to be charged against the assets of the commercial banks and insurance companies operating in Trinidad and Tobago. A tax, by any other name, is still a tax. Madam Deputy Speaker, in my capacity as the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Association of Insurance and Financial Advisors, last Wednesday gone, I was fortunate to have been invited to a seminar at the Hyatt for managers and the leadership of the insurance industry. And I was also fortunate to be sitting at a table with some of the heads of the leading insurance companies in this country, and the discussion came up about this very issue. And I could tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, based on what was said, the preliminary numbers have been crunched, the conversation is being had, and the increases are coming. It's just a matter of how much and when. So the policy fees will be going up. So despite the fact that the minister is pleading with these entities to share the burden and encouraging the citizens to push back, Madam Deputy Speaker, they're not prepared to do that. The increases are coming because at the end of the day, these companies have an obligation to their shareholders. All right, and their shareholders is not just those who purchase their shares, but to their customers and clients as well, who are participating policies that depend on these companies making profits to build their cash value. So that when the government seeks to pick the pocket of these entities, Mr. Speaker, you are in fact robbing the citizens as well, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, Republic Bank has an asset base of $127 billion. In the space of 1 year, it went from 118 to 127. Madam Deputy Speaker, I see the conservative figure posted here by the minister that they expect that this is going to generate $575 million annually. Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the assets of these companies grow every year. And if you're going to charge them 0.25% on assets that grow every year, the figure could never be $575 million annually. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's going to grow. Republic Bank alone, at $127 billion in assets, that works out to $317.5 million in 1 year. Madam Deputy Speaker, Republic Bank is one of the companies that is in the NIF. And the shares that were held by the government that are pledged to the NIF, Madam Deputy Speaker, and NIB, earns some of that profit. So that when the government chooses to implement this and you pick the pocket of the bank, Republic Bank, and you take $317 million out of their profits, you are robbing the shareholders of NIF. Because that money would have gone to them, or a portion of it. So these persons who would have invested the money, some of them senior citizens who are looking to get additional income to support their retirement expenses, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, now find themselves in this situation. Never envisaged that when they chose to invest their money, despite the fact that they were told it's a Ponzi scheme and don't invest. They chose to disregard that advice, and today they are happy for the last 7 years. Every year they've been receiving their dividends twice per year, Madam Deputy Speaker. But the government, the ministers sought to paint a picture as if these banks are predatory and harsh and they don't give back. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Republic Bank again has a program called Youth Link. I was a beneficiary, a product of that, where they take school leavers. It's a 6-month apprenticeship program where you get paid a stipend every week, Madam Deputy Speaker, and you get trained in all different facets of banking. And at the end, you have a graduation. As a matter of fact, that program also has a component where you are required to start and manage a small business. And then they have a graduation ceremony at the end. And Madam Deputy Speaker, you're quite likely to get employed by the bank at the end of that exercise. I remained with the bank for about 7 years. Republic Bank has a program called the Power to Make a Difference, where for the last 20 years they invested over $300 million in community development. My alma mater and that of the member for Caroni East, St. Mary's College, is the beneficiary of that program, where they would have purchased a bus to be able to transport students to different sporting events, Madam Deputy Speaker. Republic Bank supports the Exodus Steel Band. At a time when NGC just pulled sponsorship from 3 bands, Republic Bank maintains sponsorship of Exodus and probably, I'm sure, contributes to others as well. First Citizens Bank sponsors the Sports Foundation Awards every year, among other things. So the banks are giving back. They are engaging in corporate social responsibility. So to give the impressions that the bank are wicked and predatory, and they deserve this, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, is completely and totally unfair and disingenuous on the part of the government. It's a convenient excuse for them to pick the pockets of the banks as well. And they are going to pass on the cost as well, Madam Deputy Speaker. So you're going to see it in increased banking fees, possibly increased loan rates, even though I saw the central bank governor recently announce that he intends to increase deposit rates. But as a former banker and a former minister of finance, he ought to know how that works. Or at least we would hope he does. Right? Because the money has to come from somewhere to pay these additional deposit rates. And more than likely, it's going to come from higher loan rates. The landlord business surcharge. Interesting one. Again, a tax by any other name is still a tax. Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I got a call yesterday morning from an 87-year-old woman from Tobago. I won't call her name because my colleagues opposite might probably know her. She asked me not to mention her name. 87 years old and she still drives. She made it a point to tell me that. And her car uses super. All right? Under the PNM's property tax regime, she has a property that she currently rents. And that property was assessed as having an annual rental value of $42,000, Madam Deputy Speaker. Under the PNM's property tax regime, the calculation is 42,000 minus 10%, for any monies that you would have spent to maintain and upgrade the property, because the government then recognized that. Because some of the money, that income that you're going to earn, will be put into that. So we give you back something for that. So that's 42,000 minus 10%, Madam Deputy Speaker, and then you apply the 2% charge. Her property tax was $756 for the year. Madam Deputy Speaker, under what the government now proposes, her property tax, her surcharge is $1,050.
Oh, no.
And she has to pay the $2,500 to register. So in the first year, she's going to pay over $3,500, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker. So what she's paying in 1 year under them, it would have taken her 5 years to pay that under the PNM's draconian, harsh, wicked, oppressive property tax. And I encourage every other landlord, do the math. Not that difficult. You know how much you paid in property tax last year. Do the math. It's very simple. There is no deduction. There is no consideration for what you would spend out of what you receive to improve the property for the year. So it's very simple. Just find 3.5% of what you would have gotten for the year, compare it against what you would have paid under the People's National Movement, and you will see who really cares about the people. Madam Deputy Speaker. Electricity surcharge. Again, a tax by any other name is still a tax. Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, more taxes. The effect of that, well, it's been discussed here today, Madam Deputy Speaker. We know prices are going to go up. Because the landlord who owns the mall, who now has to pay the surcharge, the landlord who now has to pay this increased electricity rate, the landlord who now has to pay increased NIS contributions, the 2/3, because of that increase as well, Madam Deputy Speaker, is just too much for one to bear. Despite the fact that they're making a lot of money, they're in the business to make money. Business owners spend their days trying to figure out how to make more money for their benefit, not how to make more money to pay the government. And therefore, if the government's policies impacts on their ability to earn more, well, you simply pass it on to your tenants. We've walked through the mall, I think all of us have, and you see these little kiosks where they sell these accessories for cell phones, and I often wonder how these people are making money. Because every time I pass them, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I never see anybody there. If they make 2-3 sales for the day, they're probably happy. Just enough to cover the rent and maybe pay some of their personal expenses. And now they are facing the possibility, the real possibility of their rent going up. So I wouldn't be surprised if in a month or so I walk through the mall and I see some of these kiosks no longer there, or they're empty. But that is the policy of the loving, caring, benevolent, generous government. Well, the increase on customs, duties, and luxury cars, so I will bypass that. Careless driving, penalties on offenses. Madam Deputy Speaker, this administration, when they were on this side, very critical of the demerit point system. It was wicked and oppressive. They felt everything the last administration did was wicked and oppressive. But I point to the issue of careless driving, and my colleague for Port of Spain South would have raised the issue. How do you define careless driving? Quite recently, Madam Deputy Speaker, we saw where the government would have recognized and rewarded 5 police officers for issuing close to 5,000 tickets, 5,000 fixed penalty notices for various traffic offenses, amounting to hundreds of thousands of dollars. What message did that send to the police service? There is benefit in writing tickets. The more you write, you could get rewarded. Yeah? $15,000 for careless driving, Madam Deputy Speaker. So when police officers issuing tickets, and it's left to their discretion to determine what careless driving is, going to have a lot of people, poor people, struggling people, Mr. Speaker. Some of them who no longer have their driver's licenses, But 15,000, Madam Deputy Speaker? Driving or being in charge of a vehicle while blood alcohol levels exceed the prescribed limit. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, you know what's interesting about this one? The Prime Minister would have indicated that their issue with the demerit point system was that it was unfair because you were charging the people a fine and issuing them demerit points. But if memory serves me correctly, driving under with high blood alcohol levels, that is one of the 6 charges that they left the demerit point system on. So if you are now charging people $15,000 and demerit points, doesn't that defeat what the Prime Minister was saying, the reason why they were against the demerit point system? Double jeopardy. Double jeopardy. The same thing they were complaining about. So you remove the demerit point system.
Member, you
Yes.
have 2 more minutes of regular time. Would you like? Okay.
Deputy Speaker. But I wouldn't be so uncharitable as to call it hypocrisy. White jacket, black jacket, Madam Deputy Speaker. The subsidy on liquefied petroleum gas, Madam Deputy Speaker. You decrease the subsidy on the 100-pound cylinders, and you left the 20-pound the same, and then you say when UNC wins, households wins. How? Because you didn't change P&M policy? Well, okay, we could buy that. But I fail to understand, Madam Deputy Speaker, how really, what big change? Again, the entities that most likely would use the 100-pound cylinders are the restaurants. So likely their prices are going to go up as well. But as the Minister of Planning says, if you go to a restaurant and they increase their prices, go home and cook. Make sure you have food in your house. All right? Yes. Madam Deputy Speaker, I didn't realize my time was running, but I wanted to touch on something. Again, coming back to the issue of the settlement of the wage negotiations, in particular the 10%. And the big song and dance that the government is making about the 1%, the $1 reduction in the price of super and the impact that is having. Right? Sorry. Yes. You know, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to say to the public servants who may soon be receiving their back pay for the 10%, because I heard the President of the Public Services saying that she intends to wrap up negotiations and so that her members could have the money in their account by Christmas. We are in the middle of October, so we're looking at about just over a month, maybe 2 months, for the minister to go and find the money, because Ms. Thomas not playing. She wants her money and she's ready to settle. But when they get their back pay, Madam Deputy Speaker, and when they get their new salaries, I just want to remind such persons, particularly those who earn less than $7,500 a month, that you will be paying less income tax on your back pay, thanks to the member for Diego Martin Northeast. You will be paying less income tax on your new salaries, thanks to the member for Diego Martin Northeast. Because you see, Madam Deputy Speaker, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, in his capacity as Minister of Finance, increased the personal allowance by 20% of what he met it at in 2015, from 60 to 72,000. And then he realized that wasn't enough, so he came back and he increased it a second time by another 20%. And they didn't riot. So he increased it by a third time, by a further 10%. So 50% over 8 years. You know what that means, Madam Deputy Speaker? That the member for Diego Martin Northeast and the former P&M administration would have provided income tax relief to hundreds of thousands of citizens in this country. Many of them no longer paying income tax at all, and many of them paying significantly less. And how did he do that, Madam Deputy Speaker? By increasing the personal allowance over and over and over and over, Madam Deputy Speaker. But they wouldn't give him credit for that. Because I'm pretty sure the tax savings that many citizens in both the public and the private sector are benefiting from that initiative is plenty more than they're benefiting from the reduction in the cost of super, Madam Deputy Speaker. I now turn to the issue of the amendment to the NIB rates, Madam Deputy Speaker. A laudable initiative. As I said, I have no problem in acknowledging good things that the government has done. Unfortunately, the minister was very uncharitable, Madam Deputy Speaker, when he spoke about this issue and gave the impression, in fact, he said that the PNM was aware of this issue since 2020 and they did nothing about it. They kicked the can down the road and sat on their hands when nothing could be further from the truth, because evidence would show, Madam Deputy Speaker, that consultations were undertaken, which was one of the requirements and stipulations recommended in the 9th actuarial report, Madam Deputy Speaker. Right? Because you needed to involve the people, and the Prime Minister, then leader of the opposition, also agreed with that. But Madam Deputy Speaker, it's interesting, I came across an article dated 29th of April 2022. Tanku, unwise to raise the retirement age. Increasing the minimum age from 60 to 65 would lead to an increase in the national insurance payment, claims Oropuch West MP Devinjana Tanku. Yes. Tanku noted that the NIB, he said that Imbert had said that the NIB, National Insurance Board, was not in crisis because it had enough money the last 22 years before being exhausted at its present rate. Yes. Speaking at a UNC virtual meeting, Tanku criticized Finance Minister Imbert for poor economic management of the country, resulting in the suffering of the people. He said people would be denied the opportunity to retire at 60 and simultaneously would be asked to pay more in a time with increased cost of living. Yes. He said the government's answer to building a greater national insurance fund from which to pay benefits to citizens contributing to it is to deny them access to the funds. No rocket science. Yes. Tanku said it takes no genius to realize that the way to increase the value of contributions is not to penalize workers, but to increase the number of workers in permanent, well-paid jobs, raising the number of employers contributing to the system. That is not rocket science. That is common sense. It is similarly common sense that when the government needs, what the government needs to do is to create the environment for greater confidence in the economy so that investors could come in and create jobs. Yes, it is unwise to raise the retirement age, but then let's do it. Yeah. Typical, Madam Deputy Speaker. But what this really is, and I understand why it needs to be done, Madam Deputy Speaker, but more needs to be done. Again, as somebody who is a practitioner in the insurance industry, we advise clients every day on matters of retirement planning. In fact, we have an acronym we call BIG CRIMES. If you want to engage in retirement planning, you need to engage in big crimes. What is big crimes? Banks, insurance, government, credit union, real estate, rental property, Madam Deputy Speaker, income funds, mutual funds, equities, small business, side hustle. So we talk to people about this, and we tell them, don't depend on the NIS alone. But what the government is doing here, Madam Deputy Speaker, is essentially they've successfully been able to reduce the NIS pension from 3,000 to 2,005. But as I said, Madam Deputy Speaker, more needs to be done. Because all you will simply do with this one measure is to give a lifeline to the fund, a life jacket. But the time has come, Madam Deputy Speaker, for us to look at relaxing the legislation or amending the legislation as it pertains to the constraints for investing. Because as it currently stands, the investment fund of the National Insurance Board could only invest in certain things, a certain amount in certain things. And perhaps the government needs to consider relaxing those constraints to allow the NIB fund to be able to adopt an investment model similar to that of the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, which is able to take advantage, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the performance of international equities. No US? Well, there's that. There is that too. But Madam Deputy Speaker, what is quite likely to happen? It would be foolhardy for anybody to wait until they're 65. In 10 years' time, when this thing becomes fully rolled out, it would be foolhardy for anybody to wait until 65 to take a pension of $3,000. Why? Well, first of all, $3,000 in 2025 is not $3,000 in 2036. So far less than $2,500 in 2036. If you choose to wait until age 65 to get a pension of $3,000 a month, in that 5-year period that you are waiting, you receive nothing and you forfeit $162,000 in pension income. As opposed to, if you take the $2,500 at age 60, all you would lose in that 5-year period between age 60 and 65 is 30,000. It's a no-brainer. Yeah. So that is what is going to happen, Madam Deputy Speaker. Everybody is going to opt to take it at 60. And then what is the additional incentive? And I want to pose this question to the Minister. Because right now, what obtains, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that if you receive $3,000, and perhaps the member for Chaguanas East can assist me with this one. If you receive $3,000 from NIS, and that's your only income, if you can qualify and you apply for the Senior Citizens Grant, you can get the difference, I think, of up to $2,500 to take you to the income ceiling of $5,500 if you qualify. So then obviously people will think, well, if I take the $2,500, then I could apply to the Senior Citizens Grant and get $3,000. So I still get $25,500 anyway, which just shifts the burden of that additional $500 from the NIS to the consolidated fund, which means the government is now going to have to find money to fund that additional. So perhaps the minister could tell us in his wind-up if that is what is going to take place, if that is permissible, if you are going to increase the bracket in terms of the amount of money that a person could qualify for under the Senior Citizens Grant so that they don't lose. But as oh Lord, my apologies for that. But we have discussed this, Madam Deputy Speaker, because clients have been calling me and asking me to explain. In fact, a lot of people were of the view that they had to wait till 65. They weren't aware that the option presented itself that you could take it at age 60, 61, 62. Madam Deputy Speaker, the one main benefit I see coming from this is that persons who, upon the attainment of age 60, who don't have the required number of contributions to qualify for a pension and otherwise have qualified for a lump sum, they now have a 5-year lifeline in which they could continue to work to be able to accumulate the necessary contributions so that they could qualify for the pension at age 65. So they are the ones who are more likely, Madam Deputy Speaker, to avail themselves of that option to wait till age 65. Madam Deputy Speaker, the period poverty intervention, again, excellent initiative on the part of the government. I say that, Madam Deputy Speaker, because quite recently, again, another CPEP worker would have visited me, former CPEP worker, and she would have been...
Member, your time has ended. I will allow you 1 minute to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just one more thing, VAT on food items. I just wanted to indicate, Madam Deputy Speaker, a joke twice is never nice. The government tried that before. It did not work. Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2012 or thereabouts, they would have done that. And I just want to refer members to, Madam, to an article. Yeah, but you just take a few. Ease me up. Yeah. VAT on food flops. 7 months after government slashed value-added tax on 7,000 food items, President of the Supermarket Association, Vernon Prasad, has admitted that the benefits consumers enjoyed from this initiative have since been eroded, and the coordinator of NGOs, Hazel Brown, has
Member, your time has ended. I thank you for your contribution. Member for San Fernando West.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to congratulate you on making history today. On behalf of the government, I congratulate you on being the first hijab-wearing woman to sit in the Speaker's chair in this honorable House. As I begin my contribution, I want to extend warm congratulations to Honorable Minister of Finance on the outstanding presentation of his maiden national budget, a budget built on responsibility, restoration, and renewal. I also salute our Honorable Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar, whose visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to integrity, inclusion, and innovation continue to guide this nation towards a brighter future. This budget, Madam Deputy Speaker, signals a new era of delivery. For too long, our children and teachers were forced to operate within a system weakened by neglect. Under this government, that neglect has ended. We are restoring what was broken, rebuilding what was abandoned, and renewing confidence in public education. I heard previously that two well-educated, experienced gentlemen were sent to do the work of one woman. But that was because of the experience of our Honorable Prime Minister when she saw the mess that was left at the Ministry of Education. I also want to recognize the people of San Fernando West. Starting from Sunset Cove to Marabella West, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your steadfast support and confidence, your trust in me as your representative, for giving me the opportunity to stand here today, not only as your Member of Parliament, but also as Minister of Education, to ensure the priorities of our schools, teachers, and families are reflected in this national budget. While every community across Trinidad and Tobago will benefit from this transformation underway, it is your continued faith that strengthens my resolve to deliver on behalf of all of us. But tonight, I want to say, finally, education has woken up in this country from 9.5 years of slumber. Mr. Speaker, when we came into office, we met an education system weakened by years of neglect, mismanagement, and misplaced priorities. What is the difference between the last administration and this one? They neglected, we repaired. They ignored, we acted. They left decay, we restored readiness. And you know, the crux of the matter is very simple. They cannot accept that every single primary and secondary school reopened on time, repaired and ready. The opposition has once again tried to mislead the national community by suggesting that the Ministry of Education extended the school vacation because of poor planning. The truth is the complete opposite. And what I would say, Madam Deputy Speaker, in my 35 years as experience as a practicing educator, I think I have a reasonably good idea of how the school year runs. When we came in, we found that the calendar was unbalanced. Disrupted curriculum delivery would have forced us to add an extra week in the next academic year, just to maintain the required 39 instructional weeks. It was 15 weeks for the first term, 12 for the second, and 12 for the third term. And so this government corrected that mistake. We introduced a balance of 14 weeks for the first term, 12 and 13 for the third term. To ensure fairness in curriculum coverage, teacher workload, and student preparation. So that additional week during the July-August vacation was not a delay. It was to support academic balance and mental and emotional balance for students and teachers. But I want to talk a little bit about the July-August vacation repair program. For the first time in the history, 279 major repair projects across primary and secondary schools were completed during. And parallel to that, 179 emergency repairs were done. First time in the history a total of 458 projects were completed. In 2024, it was 159. In 2023, it was 59. These works address leaking roofs, rewiring, sanitation, classroom restoration, ensuring that when September arrived, every primary and secondary school was open on time. Mr. Speaker, the opposition leader referred to a shortage of furniture, but conveniently ignored the real cause. For 9.5 years under their administration, not a single structured furniture procurement program was implemented. Not one, Madam Deputy Speaker. They left our schools in a state of neglect, without desks, teachers without proper classrooms. Madam Deputy Speaker, we acted immediately, launching emergency procurement to meet the urgent needs of our schools. While parallel to that, a large national furniture procurement exercise was already in progress with the NMTS. Our government does not make excuses, we deliver results. Madam Deputy Speaker, the opposition talks about a book grant they themselves killed. They had it in their budget, but made no allocation, whatever. No allocation at all, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it was our Honourable Prime Minister and this government that stepped in during the 2025 mid-year review and provided 20,000 book and supply grants to children in need. And that is the truth. While they talk, we act. While they neglected, we delivered. And now we are going even further, introducing free AI textbooks in mathematics and language arts to reduce costs for parents and modernizing learning for every child. Mr. Speaker, free AI books. They left empty promises. We are building an education revolution. Mr. Speaker, I heard about the vocation remedial program. The opposition claims this government stopped their remedial program. This is false. What they left behind was not a coherent program at all. It was an overpriced, poorly managed patchwork called Re-engaging for Success. It was riddled with outstanding bills, no proper monitoring, and no measurable results. The report they themselves commissioned lays it bare, and these are the findings. Over 3.5 million in unpaid stipends to teachers, another 1.3 million owed for snacks, a further 10.5 million in pending costs, and still no verifiable impact data, no evaluation reports, and no clear project objectives. There are 4 missing reports, one from Student Support Services Division for that project, from guidance counselors, the second one, the third from school social workers, and the fourth from restorative